Just checking again. The street was at $9.66, so that they are raising their guidance for the year. Some comments from Alex Gorski, the chairman of the CEO of Johnson & Johnson. He's also the chairman. He said they're looking at this for the quarter. Solid performance across the entire board, driven by robust above-market results in pharmaceuticals, ongoing recovery in medical devices, because remember, during COVID, so many people stopped having some of those surgeries or couldn't have surgeries that were not deemed necessary at the moment. Things had been put off, but they say they are seeing an ongoing recovery in that. And they also talked about strong growth in consumer health. So it looks like in all three of those areas, things are showing some improvement. Again, take a look at shares of J&J right now, up by about 1.25%, so $162.10. We are going to be speaking to the J&J CFO, Joseph Wolk. That's coming up in just a few minutes. In the meantime, though, when we return, a college football coach fired for refusing a vaccine mandate. We will talk about vaccines and the workplace right after this. And as we head to a break, let's take a look at yesterday's SP 500 winners and losers.
Good morning and welcome back to Squawk Box. We're live from the Nasdaq market site in Times Square. Let's take a quick look at the futures right now. We are green across the boards. Dow looks like it would open up about 131 points higher. Nasdaq up about 55 points. And the S&P 500 up close to 19 points higher. Meantime, contract talks between Deere and its 10,000 striking workers, they have resumed. The company and the United Auto Workers Union now confirming the renewed discussions. Deere's workers began that strike on Thursday after rejecting a proposed contract that would have delivered 5 to 6% raises to workers. We've got a lot more coming up on Squawk, including this. Johnson & Johnson just posting an earnings beat and raising its forecast. The company's CFO is going to join us right here in just a couple of minutes. And then later, Procter & Gamble's vice chairman and incoming CEO, John Moeller, is going to be joining us to talk through that company's quarterly results and what it means to the rest of the economy. And a reminder, you can watch or listen to us live anytime. You do it right now on the CNBC app. We are back after this.
Some fallout from the COVID vaccine mandates. Washington State University has fired head football coach Nick Rolovich and 4 of his assistants after they refused to comply with the state COVID vaccine mandate. Rolovich was the highest paid state employee with an annual salary of more than $3 million. He had said he would not get vaccinated, but had declined for weeks when repeatedly asked to explain why. The university said he would be fired for cause because he's unable to meet the requirements outlined in his contract. In the meantime, ESPN reporter Allison Williams is leaving the network after refusing to comply with parent company Disney's vaccine requirement. She said she decided not to get a COVID vaccine while she and her husband were trying to have a second child. She also said she was not ethically and morally aligned with the vaccine mandate. But guys, you are starting to see cases or instances where people would rather leave their job than get the vaccines that have been required at this point. Right. We had yesterday the conversation with New Hampshire's governor, Mr. Sununu, where he talked about, look, if you're truly a Republican, if a public company or if a private company chooses to do this, that is their choice. And I guess some of the questions come back to what the government's requiring and what not. Yeah,
I mean, I've seen people say, well, you know, we're trying to work on employment issues, and you know, firing people doesn't help the employment situation. I was surprised that Sununu was so. When I asked him matter of factly, he goes, "Yeah, fire. They're done. They're out." There's you read about a lot of like groups of government employees that are pushing back, policemen, whatever it is. I keep reading a different, usually in the New York Post, something like that. There's some carve-outs that the Biden administration gave to certain government entities, right? Which was weird.
Post office had one.
Yeah, and unions.
And there's been some others.
It's like union. It's to not. How do you read it?
I think part of that is negotiations with the union, where they say,
The post
okay,
office one I
we
thought
have to
was
do
the-
it, but it does. It doesn't sit well when you're telling other people they have to require it and allowing exemptions in your own ranks. But look, if a company chooses to do this, and I can understand why some companies would, they want to make sure that they're protecting their employees. They want to make sure they're protecting customers. And by the way, there are some employees who want everyone around them to be vaccinated. So it's not just the anti-vaxxers who are there.
Right. I guess, people that have had COVID that at this point say, look, I've had it. I think I got better immunity than you get from the vaccine. I could understand why they might say.
But that wasn't, for example, the ESPN reporter's view.
I'm not saying it's that.
I think was.
What if someone did say that? Let's say that you had it and really had like a robust immune response. Would you?
I think the science says right now that the vaccine will
Won't
help
hurt?
you. It won't hurt you. I think we've now seen millions upon millions upon millions of people
Hundreds of
take it
millions.
and get it.
Billions of people have gotten it at this point.
And
Yeah.
I don't think I don't understand the conversation about why not to take it.
Well, if you've had COVID, you could understand.
And I also look. This is my personal view. This idea of transmission. Yes, people say, well, the vaccine doesn't prevent transmission. The vaccine prevents lots of transmission. It doesn't just prevent all transmission. And so if you're trying to reduce the risk of the people around you potentially giving it to you or to others, you want them to be vaccinated.
Well, that was the most, we talked about it again and again. That was the most disappointing thing that Gottlieb came on and said, is that you're still shedding virus, even when you're not sick and you're asymptomatic. That was like well.
That was a turning point, I think.
That was like the worst
because
thing.
up to that point,
Right.
I think
At
we'd
that
felt
point,
like,
you
okay, we got
thought,
the vaccines,
right.
it's okay, you can go out there.
Exactly.
And that was a little bit of a showstopper.
But I think it's true. It's usually, I think it'd be much less likely, but
it's much less likely. The chance that you can spread it, well, the chance that you will get infected and then spread it is significantly lower than if you don't have the vaccine.
And by the way,
we're going to have a conversation very soon in this country, which we haven't even introduced, about boosters, which is to say that I think we're going to get to a point where employers are going to say, not only did you have to get the vaccine the first time, you're going to have to get boosted, otherwise you're not going to work.
The Biden administration.
And I think it's going to get very interesting very quickly.
The Biden administration, you saw, totally jumped the gun on that. Couldn't even get its federal agencies to back them on it. So, coming up, Johnson & Johnson, and they're, you always talk about the science. They're looking at it, and they're going to wait till they have the stuff before they make it from. Right now, it's
Joe,
still 65 and over.
part of that was a political discussion. It was, what do we want these vaccines to do? Do you want to make sure people don't wind up in the hospital, or do you want to make sure that they're not transmitting it? And do you want to do it before other people haven't? Right. And that's it's not just the science. It's what do we want of these things, and is it fair to take them first? And I think that needs to be brought up too.
But once they are approved, then it's going to be, and then businesses are going to make these decisions about the boosters on this, probably on the same basis of let's reduce the risk to our own employees.
You'd have to, if the science says you got 0 antibodies left, then maybe so. Johnson & Johnson just out with quarterly numbers. Stock right now is up sharply. They happen to make a vaccine also, a vaccine. CFO Joseph Wolk is with us next. That's W-O-L-K, not W-O-K-E, but is that a big company? He probably is woke. Squawk Box will be right back. Johnson & Johnson reporting better than expected quarterly earnings, raising its full-year forecast as well. Meg Terrell joins us with more details on the report and a special guest. Hi, Meg.
Hi, Joe. Well, coming in with a beat on earnings, but a slight miss on revenue. It looked like the pharmaceuticals and medical devices units came in just slightly shy of expectations. Nonetheless, J&J raising its full-year forecast. Joining us now to dig into all of this is Joe Wolk, the company's chief financial officer. Joe, it's good to see you this morning. Walk us through this quarter. It looked like maybe slight miss in those two units, and yet you still sort of raised your full-year forecast to help us understand.
Yeah, good morning, Meg. Pleasure to be here with you. So the miss, I would say, is really a matter of timing. The first part of it was really related to the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine, where we have not changed our full-year guidance of about $2.5 billion in revenue. And we plan to ship what we can manufacture through the balance of the year. So really just a timing element there. And I'd almost classify the medical device miss as something very similar. As you know, in the quarter, we experienced fluctuations in elective procedures with the Delta variant. We also know that hospital staffing is somewhat constrained, and that served to reduce volume in the third quarter with respect to elective procedures. We see those procedures coming back in the fourth quarter or early next year. So we feel very good about the results we were able to deliver on the top line overall in our core business. If you think about pharmaceuticals, growing 13%, consumer products growing almost 6%, and even medical devices with all those fluid dynamics still growing better than 7%. It was really just an outstanding quarter by our companies worldwide. We're also extremely proud that we're able to increase and meet the short-term objectives and increase our R&D investment. Last year was a record year with respect to our investment in innovation. Through 9 months, we're 23% better or higher in investment in R&D. So we're meeting, as I said, the short-term objectives, but also positioning the company for the long term, for the balance of this decade.
Well, tell us a little bit more about that hospital staffing issue. This was something that analysts had flagged from some other companies working in this space, and this is something we've been worried about throughout COVID. But you see that getting better in the fourth quarter. Is that right? Just tell us about those dynamics.
Yeah, you know, Meg, we do see it. And again, just a tremendous job by the hospital administrators, particularly across this country. There is worker fatigue. There's certainly vaccine mandates have played into the mindset of some. And so the hospitals are very efficient now at scheduling those procedures out into the future, creating, I would say, a mini backlog. It's not going to be the same bolus that we saw maybe in July or August of 2020 when the second quarter of that year really kind of went dry. So I see it much more programmatic in terms of it coming back in a very systematic way.
Well, let's talk about your COVID vaccine, because as always, there's a lot of news just leading up to this report today in that sphere. Last week, of course, FDA's advisors voted to recommend a booster dose of J&J's vaccine to everybody at least 2 months out. And the feeling from a lot of the committee members seemed to be that this should have been a 2-dose vaccine all along. But J&J has positioned it as a 1-dose vaccine for the pandemic. I'm wondering J&J's reaction to the comments that came out of that committee meeting, as well as what you're seeing around the world, because if this becomes a perceived 2-dose vaccine, that has huge implications for global supply.
Yeah, so Meg, I think it's certainly we could sit here 15, 18 months later and say what could have been, what should have been. I would remind people as to how the WHO defines the gold standard for vaccines in a pandemic, and one that's being efficacious in terms of limiting hospitalization and death. It's a one-shot, and it's easily transportable. And I think if you look at the J&J vaccine and how that's playing as part of the solution to end the pandemic, where we have approximately 50 million doses already out in the developing world, that's 3 times the number of the combined mRNA vaccines. And I don't mean to be critical of them. They've played certainly a very key role in stopping the pandemic as well. But I think it took multiple players, and we don't have any reservations about how we approach this. We were trying to live into the gold standard. I think we've done that. And the booster will only build upon the 94% efficacy that we have established through the data that was seen last week, as well as what I would say is best-in-class durability. A booster should only help that going forward.
Of course, there is a lot of conversation about switching brands for a booster for J&J after the antibody data came out from the NIH study last week. The New York Times last night reporting the FDA is leaning toward flexibility and allowing people to switch brands for boosters. How does J&J view that situation for its vaccine going forward?
Yeah, so we're certainly monitoring the situation, but like we always do, we're going to respect the scientific process. I think if you look at the NIH study that was being referenced, that measured antibodies. As we know, with the adenovirus, T cell activity is really what is indicative of efficacy. But we're going to respect the process, see how it plays out, and we'll proceed accordingly there.
And what can you tell us about supply of the vaccine? We know that your partner, Emergent Biosolutions, I believe, came back on board in July. Yeah. How is the ramping up of the partnership going with Merck? What does supply kind of look like for the rest of this year and into next year?
Yeah, so we plan to, the $2.5 billion forecast represents production of about 600 million vaccine doses. By next year, we'll be well north of a billion dose run rate. So we feel very good. Merck, the partnership, we're collaborating extremely well there. They were our 9th facility globally to bring up to manufacture. The tech transfer is occurring, and we really don't see supply as an issue, even if boosters are approved here in the coming days.
Hey, Joe, I just quickly, you mentioned the T cells. Is there an easy assay or a way to measure efficacy in T cell immunity that, or are you sort of at a disadvantage because it's much more difficult to prove that than it is just measuring circulating antibodies?
Yeah, I'd say it's probably a little bit more difficult to measure, Joe, but we've got a great scientific team that will be able to convey that should the data prove that out. So I'm probably a little bit beyond my skis here with respect to the scientific and how we're going to measure antibodies versus T cell reactivity, but our scientific team will be able to handle that.
Hey, Joe, just in terms of medical devices and the ongoing recovery that you're seeing that you talked about in the press release, what does that mean? What does it look like in terms of who's opting to get surgeries that maybe couldn't get them during the lockdowns of COVID?
Yeah, so it's those people who really deferred procedures that were considered elective. So think primarily within our orthopedics unit. If there was a knee replacement surgery, it's certainly uncomfortable when you have knee issues. You want to have better mobility, but it is something you can delay. Well, you contrast that with maybe, let's say, our electrophysiology unit, where it's more in the cardiovascular area, something you can't defer as long. What we've learned, Becky, throughout the entire pandemic is that good health is essential, not just during a pandemic, but all the time. And I think people will actually come back to a mindset of making sure that things do not linger, that they get the surgical procedures or the therapeutics that they need to continue living a healthier, active life.
Supply chain issues seem to be a concern for every single company. What are you dealing with? What problems do you run into on that front?
Yeah, so oddly enough, if you look at the current quarter's earnings, we improved our gross margins by about 200 basis points. We are experiencing some, I'd say, higher distribution or higher freight costs, but the goods that came through in this quarter's P&L were probably items that we manufactured in the first or fourth quarter of last year. We're starting to see and monitor some increases on some commodity products. We've got a great procurement team. We realize and appreciate just how important our products are to the world. So we have great business continuity plans in place, and we're going to look to adjust and modify those as needed as we go into 2022. So right now, you're not seeing it come through our P&L, but it is something that we are actively monitoring.
Hey, Joe, it's Meg Terrell again. One last one for you, and I'm sorry,
Sure.
I'm so fixed on your vaccine, but it's all I think about for the last year and a half. Are you worried at all about waste here in the United States? We heard that the FDA is unlikely to extend J&J's shelf life again. Is that what you're hearing, or could it be extended another time? How many doses are you worried about potentially expiring on shelves here?
Yeah, right now we haven't really acknowledged that as a concern at this point, Meg. I think as we've seen previously, the FDA will adjust accordingly as long as it's backed by science and ensuring that the product is safe and effective when used. So I don't really have any specific comments on there. We'll just continue to monitor the situation. Waste is not one of the prevalent concerns when it comes to vaccine distribution at this point in time.
All right, Joe, we really appreciate you being with us this morning. Thanks as always for joining us.
Thank you, Meg. Have a good day.
Yeah, and Meg, thank you.
Thank you. Back to you.
When we come back, Procter & Gamble is set to report just in the next few minutes. We've got a First on CNBC interview with the incoming CEO, John Mueller. That is coming up next. And later, an exclusive interview with Google's Chief Health Officer. We'll be right back. Earnings alert. Dow component Procter & Gamble reporting results. We're going to be speaking to the company's vice chairman live. Vaccine mandates and news that the FDA could allow mix and match COVID booster shots making headlines today. Stocks of the vaccine makers are up this morning. We'll get you up to speed on the latest. Plus, AMC Networks is looking to shake up the streaming world. The company's interim CEO joins us to talk about the company's streaming strategy. The second hour of Squawk Box begins right now.
Good morning and welcome back to Squawk Box right here on CNBC. We're live at the NASDAQ market set in Times Square. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin along with Becky Quick and Joe Kernan. Take a look at U.S. equity futures because we do have some green to show you this morning. After yesterday morning we were sitting in the red, but at the end of the day, Dow right now though about 184 points higher. NASDAQ looking to open up as higher as well, 62 points higher. You got the SP500 looking to open about 23 points higher. We got some headlines to bring you as well. Bitcoin moving higher again this morning. This is the first Bitcoin futures ETF gets set to list. The ProShares Bitcoin Strategy ETF will debut today under the ticker BITO. Others are set to debut their own Bitcoin-related ETFs in the very near future. And you can see the price there now over $62,208. Meantime, the FDA now reportedly set to authorize mix and match booster shots. We've been talking about it all morning for COVID-19 vaccines. Multiple reports now saying the agency will allow people to receive booster shots that are from different companies. the vaccine from the original one that they had received. So far, the agency has only approved Pfizer's booster shots, but is expected to okay boosters from Moderna and Johnson & Johnson later this week, and we're going to have a lot more on this story in just a couple of minutes. And meantime, Dow component travelers out with quarterly numbers just a short time ago. The insurer now earning $2.60 per share for the third quarter. It's well above the $1.67 consensus estimate. Revenue also beating forecasts, and travelers noting some upbeat results for both underwriting and investments. And you're looking at that stock up a little over 1% right about now.
And Procter & Gamble out with its quarterly results just moments ago, beating estimates by 2 cents with quarterly profit of $1.61 a share. Joining us now to break down the numbers is John Mueller. Right now, there's a lot of titles. He's vice chairman, chief operating officer of P&G. Soon, we're just going to call you president and CEO, John. And people, I will just say this, people across the board have said you did a great job in your previous roles at P&G. So it probably was not just coming on Squawk Box every quarter that got you that move, right? I mean, it's more than just that, I would say. You earned it.
It played a part, but what's more important is sustainably delivering results. And I'm joined in that effort by 100,000 plus colleagues. We just delivered our 13th consecutive quarter of volume, sales, consumption, and share growth. We grew our top line globally in 9 out of our 10 categories. We held or built share in 36 of our 50 top category country combinations and built aggregate share about 50 basis points. We overcame significant commodity and transportation costs with that strong top line and with our continued cost savings program to deliver earnings per share about equal to last year, down 1%, $5 billion of cash returned to share owners, all in a very difficult and volatile operating environment. The results for the quarter, the strength and the breadth, then give us the confidence to confirm guidance for our fiscal year, which ends in June, top line, bottom line, cash.
We've talked about it the last few times you were on, that you recently were able to be above plan in terms of organic sales growth, and that happened again. It was 4%, but for the year, you're moderating that a little. Maybe not moderating, because I think you were 2 to 4 previously, but did 4, and now you're 2 to 4 again for your forecast, right? Will you be able to beat that, do you think, again, or do you think caution is warranted just with the state of the world?
There's a lot of volatility around the world, whether that's in the supply chain, whether that's in the geopolitical environment. But you know, we're confident in the momentum of the business. Again, consumption continues to grow, which is very important. We just finished our first quarter of 4, so keeping the guidance where it started at 2 to 4 seems prudent for now.
John, it'd be nice if all you had to worry about was, taking market share. I know you're trying to introduce some price increases, and some analysts worry that it could mean a little bit bumpier future in terms of implementing some of these price increases. But what I'm getting to is your second biggest market, and we talk about it a lot here, and that is China. And CEOs are faced with really trying to thread the needle there. We want to satisfy the Chinese consumer, the great people in China, but some people are uncomfortable with some of the moves we're seeing from the leadership there and the CCP, and maybe some of the future moves that could be downright hard to deal with as to whether you want to be seen as enabling that regime. Do you have to think of that very much, John, or you just thinking about, store shelves, keeping them full in a supply chain problem?
We're thinking about, serving consumers and doing it the right way. That business for us has doubled over the last 10 years. As you rightly mentioned, it's our second largest market in both sales and profits. The market was a little flat in the last quarter. We delivered top line in line with a year ago, but on a 2-year stacked basis, we delivered 12% growth, which is about in line with current market growth in our categories of about 6% per annum. So again, we're going to continue focusing on serving consumers in a superior way around the world, doing it the right way.
So would you say, John, just to press the issue a little bit. Are you agnostic on, for lack of a better term, who you're in bed with in terms of, being, I mean, I look at the NBA, I look at Nike, I look at Starbucks. It's just, someone pointed out that the Comcast has a theme park, Universal does. So you have to be there, but there are going to be some ramifications and things are going to be written. You also, Procter & Gamble pointed out, helped develop a technique being tested in China to try to get around some iPhone privacy issues. I don't know if you want to comment on that, but then you've also developed your own way to sort of monitor consumer behavior, and maybe you won't need to do that anymore. But that was written about with sort of a, I don't know, kind of a negative tilt.
Well, we aim to have a one-to-one relationship with consumers around the world where they choose to enter into that relationship and in a manner and fashion that they choose to interact with us. That allows us to serve them optimally, efficiently, effectively for them. And so that's a desired outcome, again, when it's welcomed by consumers.
Do you also, John, think that things are going to loosen up in terms of the supply chain and inflation is only transitory? What are you factoring into your 2- and 3-year projections for inflation? And will we expect any shelves to be downright bare again? I know Christmas could be a problem, maybe consumer goods a little bit less so. But are we on the other side of these disruptions at this point?
I'd say there's still a ways to go for the market forces to work and equalize the supply and demand situation in different parts of the world. So we're not through it. In the quarter we just completed, despite delivering earnings about equal to a year ago, we had about $600 million after tax in increased commodity and transportation costs that relate to those supply chain dynamics that you described. There's another side of the equation, though, which we're not talking a lot about, and that's what's driving that supply shortage, which is demand. And demand is very strong on a global basis. Consumption in the U.S. Continues to grow. Markets growing globally 3 to 4% at an even higher rate in the U.S. So as the supply chain equalizes itself, that underlying consumption and demand should lead to very attractive operating conditions.
So just back to the way that you approach satisfying consumers. There is a sort of a juxtaposition of privacy and having big data that allows you really to serve customers better. Do you have a way of walking that fine line as well? And I guess you can do it with metadata, where it's not actually, you're not invading any individual's privacy, you're looking at large trends. But that's a big part of what Procter & Gamble is trying to do, is it not?
We combine a number of different data sources. Much of it's anonymized, as you described. It does allow us to see underlying trends in real time. And again, where consumers choose, we'll have a one-on-one relationship with them, and they'll decide how much of their information they want to provide us to enable us to serve them better. And all of that gets combined into a really world-class understanding of consumers around the world.
John, do you have a view on where your taxes are headed? Not you, not John Mueller. Yours are headed up because you're going to be CEO. But I'm talking about Procter & Gamble itself. It could be a global tax. Minimum. It looks like there's going to be one. Could be higher corporate taxes in this country. Is any of that? It's out of your control, I guess, unless you have lobbyists. But do you have a problem with where we're headed? And then also comment on rising interest rates and tapering and everything the Fed might be doing. All out of your control, but something you have to think about.
Our biggest desire from a tax standpoint is that American companies be fully competitive with their domestic and multinational competitors, both here and abroad. And we spend a fair amount of time explaining the downsides of not being competitive on a global basis. If you look at our business, for example, roughly 60% of it is outside of the United States, but that business creates U.S. jobs. About 20% of our jobs in the United States support our international business. In Cincinnati, it's even higher, at close to 40%. So it's very important that and most of our competitors, as you know, are domiciled outside the United States. They're companies like Unilever, like L'Oreal, like Henkel, like Kao. And in a very competitive industry, it's important that we have a competitive tax rate.
Okay. If I distill that down, do you think it's a mistake to raise corporate taxes back to 25, 26%? Would that be something that would adversely affect your ability to hire, or adversely affect your ability to satisfy shareholders and other stakeholders?
It certainly affects the attractiveness of investment in this country. But the U.S. rate presumably applies to all competitors. So is less concerning than, for example, a unilateral increase in the tax that we'd pay on overseas earnings that would apply just to U.S. companies. But generally, I mean, look, tax is cash, and it affects a lot of decisions and confidence in investing in a market.
Yep. You're still a big global brand guy, or you're like some of these niche, I heard someone called a Zoomer. I think that was on did you see that on the morning show? A Zoomer is like a Generation Z boomer or something. So, they want all these foo-foo, kale-based, small products. Are you going to keep buying those, or are you going to stick with Tide, things that we can trust because we know about it for 180 years?
Well, we focused our portfolio about 4 years ago into categories where primarily performance drives brand choice. That's certainly the case in laundry detergent. That's the case in baby diapers. And in those categories, daily use categories where performance drives brand choice, trust in the brand and its delivery against my needs are a significant factor in the purchase decision. And over the course of the pandemic, we've actually seen a migration towards those large trusted brands. If I just look at private label market shares as a proxy for that, they're down about 80 basis points. In the U.S. over the last 12 months, they're down about half that amount in Europe. So we're actually seeing migration towards brands that perform in categories where performance drives brand choice to serve me on a daily basis.
Very good. All right, John, just one last prediction. In our lifetime, will the Bengals win a playoff game?
I have to believe so, Joe. That's how I get out of bed in the morning.
When Joe Burrow gets out of the pocket and starts running, do you just go, no? Do you do that like I do? Or he's going to be okay, right? I mean, he's like,
he did much better. He did much better 2 days ago.
Right. But don't you hold your breath?
Protecting himself.
Like that knee that... All right, John Mueller, thank you. And November 1st, we're counting down. Is that the day?
That's the day.
All right, give our best to Mr. Taylor as well on his exit. And next time you're on, I think we're going to be using that acronym, CEO, right? Not everyone hates you.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay, you're welcome. CEOs of it. We'll see you later. Thank you, John.
Joe, speaking as one Zoomer, not interested in any products that have kale in them. Zero.
It's cruciferous. It causes gas problems. I've said that in the past. Kale is on the list. Cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, none of them good. Yeah. None of them good.
Brussels sprouts are okay. Anyway, when we come back, an exclusive interview with Google's chief health officer. We're going to hear a lot about what she has planned. And let's check on the futures after hearing from Dow Component Procter & Gamble about their latest quarter. You see right now, futures are running up. We started the session up about 102 points. Then we heard from Dow Components, Johnson & Johnson, and Procter & Gamble with better than expected results, at least on the bottom line. And you can see right now, Dow futures up by about 190 points. S&P futures are up by 23. The NASDAQ is up by 64. And Squawk Box will be right back.
Coming up, Google made a big bet on a move into healthcare, but now the tech giant has disbanded Google Health. Bertha Coombs will look at what is next.
That's right, Andrew. We're going to be talking to Karen DeSalvo, who is the head of Google Health. But what is that now? It's no longer an individual unit. We'll talk to her about what's next and where tech is headed in healthcare.
Welcome back, everybody. Google made a big bet to move into healthcare to help hospitals find insights into their data. But now the tech giant is stepping back from the business, taking a new tack. Bertha Coombs joins us right now with a look at what's next for Google Health. Hi, Bertha.
Hi, Becky. We are at the health conference in Boston, where a lot of health leaders are meeting here this week. And joining me now is Karen DeSalvo, who is the Chief Health Officer at Google. Thanks for coming.
Bertha, thanks for having me.
So you're the Chief Health Officer, but Google Health has been disbanded. So it's very confusing to me. What is Google doing now that the health unit has been disbanded?
We are still all in on health. We want to bring our best to health, which includes organizing information and technology tools like artificial intelligence. Our journey across COVID really taught us that the best way we can make a difference for billions around the world is to weave health into everything we do, from search to Fitbit to cloud, and leverage our AI where we can to help people better diagnosis and faster therapeutics. So we are growing and we're doing more than ever before to help our partners and to help our users.
You've worked with partners such as HCA, announcing a new partnership with California Blue Cross to speed up billing and for patients to be able to see their billing in real time. And then there was also the deal with Ascension that was a bit controversial. A lot of people were concerned about Google and AI in the midst of healthcare and privacy concerns. Is that part of the reason that you've stepped back and taken more of a consumer approach now?
We're still thinking of three big buckets where we can make a difference. The first is consumer, as you say, because we have people every day coming to us to ask health information. So we want to meet them where they are, search, YouTube, Maps, Fitbit as a more personalized insight. The second bucket is caregivers. So we still are working on tools like Care Studio that give information at the bedside. I mean, I'm a physician, and what you want to do is not have all that time hunting in the electronic health record, but spend more time looking at your patient and being a human. So we have caregiver tools, including cloud tools like you mentioned with Blue Cross. And the third bucket is context, where people live, learn, work, and play, these social determinants of health that really drive health, almost 80%. So we're thinking consumer first, caregiver second, and the community context third. And our work then is working with partners to broaden the ways that we can come to the table. Mayo is a great example where we come to them. They've asked us for help with things like better diagnosis for cancer, for head and neck cancer, and better treatment. So we can leverage AI and we can leverage cloud tools. And they want to message to patients, so they want to take advantage of YouTube. So when we go to partners, it turns out that they want all of those things. And so we're leaning in all of those three areas.
You're leaning in on the private sector side now, but you were part of the director of the Office of National Coordinator for Health IT. I wonder, now that you are on the private sector side, whether you have concerns about just the regulatory environment and whether that is making it harder for technology companies to really disrupt the system.
You know, I bring to my role here at Google my experience practicing medicine, my experience in public health and service, and my experience in the regulatory environment. I think it really helps me think about the work that we're doing. You can get excited about all the ways that tech can help in health and healthcare. I think we also have to be respectful of people's privacy, and we want to weave that into all the work we do. We want to be respectful of the idea that digital can drive equity, and if we're not intentional about it, it can exacerbate disparity. So equity is a value set we have. But this notion of really thinking about, is the regulatory environment ready for some of the innovations? And I'll tell you, I think it is. We've done a lot of deep work in this country to see that we're building building an environment where consumers should have access to their health data, which we certainly believe in as a country, and I believe in.
It's still difficult, even as the last administration really continued along the same line that you had set up in the Obama administration.
We did. You know, there's been every iteration of making it easier technologically for people to access their data. It's really important for people to know that the technology enables it. And I think you see some great examples of how health systems are able to bring that together, or increasingly health plans. But we have to ensure that the business sector, that the healthcare sector respects and understands that we should be sharing that data with consumers so they can have more control over their health.
You think it's going to be easier 5 years from now?
Oh, absolutely, because in the next few years, what people should be prepared for is the rules are beginning to take effect, and health plans and health systems are going to need to aggregate people's information for them, and we certainly want to be as helpful as we can in that space at Google.
Karen DeSalvo, thank you so much for joining us. Joe, sending it back to you.
Bertha, thank you for that. Still to come, the FDA planning to allow Americans to mix and match COVID boosters. We're going to talk through the news with Dr. Kavita Patel next. That's coming up next. Plus, AMC Networks focusing on a new streaming strategy. Interim CEO Matt Blank, believe it or not, joins us for the latest. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. fallout from the COVID vaccine mandates. Washington State University has fired head football coach Nick Rolovich and 4 of his assistants. I immediately checked it wasn't. I think they're like 3-1. So I was thinking, well, they're not doing that well anyway. That's not it. It really is what we're talking about. After they refused to comply with a state COVID vaccine mandate, Rolovich was the highest paid state employee in Washington with an annual salary of more than $3 million. He said he wouldn't get vaccinated, but had declined for weeks to really say why when he was repeatedly asked. The university said he would be fired for cause because he's unable to meet the requirements that are outlined in his contract. Meantime, ESPN reporter Allison Williams is leaving the network after refusing to comply with Disney's vaccine mandates. He said she decided not to get a vaccine, a COVID vaccine, while she and her husband were trying to have a second child. She also said she wasn't ethically and morally aligned with the vaccine mandate. And overall, 4-3, Becky. They are Washington State 3-2 in the conference. So they're in third behind Oregon and Oregon State. If you were wondering, it made more sense if he was like 0-6 than it'd be like.
Well, look, if you lay down rules and,
even if you get the vaccine
employees
mandate,
don't go
you're
along
out.
with it, right? It has to be enforced all the way up. And honestly, I have to say, at least it's not something that's only being forced on lower level employees. And
Right.
if you make above a certain amount, it's not going to you get to not follow the rules. I mean, this is a case of just saying these are the rules. Everybody has to comply. We require this as a requirement for working here. And if you choose not to, that's your choice. You don't have to get the vaccine, but you can't keep coming into work here. So
I mean, that's painful, though.
It is.
And then Kyrie, you saw what he's leaving on the table, over $10 million or something.
Right.
This
Yeah,
guy-
but he's still getting, by the way, they're
Yeah,
still
still
paying him an
making $13.
enormous amount of money
Right.
to basically sit at home. I mean,
Right.
that part's to me a little crazy. But
You had that deal for a while, right?
I've not.
But you were on the air.
Yeah, I was working.
You were
I was working.
You're on the air, sitting here. He had 3 straight Washington State.
yeah.
Won 3 states.
Well, and look, it's going to be painful for the organization if he's taking 4 of his assistants with him too. I mean, you're talking about some significant loss of the program at that point. So they are, kind of doubling down. Maybe maybe this was a game of chicken. You wonder he thought there's no way they're going to get rid of all of us.
You're going to vote coming up, right? You're going
What's
to
that?
vote. You're going to vote.
Sure.
There's a provision there to allow betting on in-state teams.
Trying to buy my vote?
I am. I'm trying to say I've been unable to bet on Rutgers or against Rutgers.
I don't want you
Seton
betting
Hall.
for Rutgers because you are the kiss of death. Like any team you like goes right down. So please stay away.
Well-
I'm going to vote no. You just sealed my vote. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Just fine.
Let's
I
get back
thought
to-
I thought I could get you on my side.
No way. I don't. We don't want you as a fan. Thank you. The FDA is planning to allow Americans to mix and match COVID boosters receiving a different booster shot than their initial vaccine. Reports say that the agency won't recommend one shot over another and that it might note that using the same vaccine as a booster, when possible, is preferable. The official word could come as soon as this week, and maybe next week those new boosters would get rolled out. But joining us right now to talk about it is Dr. Kavita Patel. She's an NBC News and MSNBC medical contributor and a non-resident fellow at the Brookings Institution, also a primary care physician in Washington, D.C. And she served in the Obama White House as director of policy. And Doctor, again, we come to you with some confusion about what the rules are. People kind of look at this and they say, okay, what should I take away from this? And the honest conversations that we've been having here on the air this morning is it a good idea to mix and match? Would you rather maybe get some of the benefits of, if you've already taken an mRNA, of getting the J&J shot, or vice versa? If you took J&J, would you rather get the cross benefits of mRNA? And I think that there are a lot of questions that people still have around this.
Yeah, Becky, I think these are the questions that the FDA is going to have to kind of thread carefully when they issue an emergency authorization, and the language, as you point out. So a couple of things are clear. If you're a Johnson & Johnson recipient, you are incredibly kind of maximally benefited from an mRNA vaccine. That much is clear. Now, the best matchup was J&J and Moderna, but keep in mind that was with a full dose of Moderna, and what Moderna has asked for in their booster is a half dose. But again, one would say that J&J to an mRNA gives you the most optimal outcome. To your question, Becky, the mix and match studies were small, only over 400 patients across the board. So we don't want to extrapolate too much from it, but I would say that the ability to have mix and match as an option is certainly something that makes it easier for me to administer vaccines. We're already getting a lot of booster confusion, and just being able to get somebody in the door when they need it. Here's where I think the real confusion is going to lie. It's that Moderna and Pfizer recipients are still going to probably be bound, Becky, by those high-risk conditions and limited to 65 and older. But as you might recall, the FDA Advisory Committee struck a pretty serious tone when they said that all J&J recipients 18 and above must get basically a second shot 2 months or later. So I think J&J recipients are in a little bit of a different category, and Moderna and Pfizer ones, if you can stick with the same one, fine. And that's what the agency is probably going to nod towards, as you mentioned. Or if you need to mix and match, that's fine too. Moderna, mRNA, and J&J wasn't necessarily more beneficial, so I wouldn't necessarily go out of your way to look for that. And I still have concerns about the safety profile, just given that one dose J&J, rare occurrences in women, especially under the age of 50, with rare clots, but it would just be something to talk about. So it's really the J&J original recipients that we're discussing the benefit.
So, look, we all say you want to follow the science, but the problem is there's not a lot of science to follow.
Right.
And reasonable scientists at the FDA and CDC are coming to different conclusions than reasonable science at the authorities in other countries, where they are saying you should get a booster shot, even if you're under the age of 65. How do you follow the science when there's so little science and when reasonable people can walk away with different opinions based on the science they do see?
Yeah, I think look, I probably will echo what I sense are frustrations amongst public health providers, clinical people, because I do think we all do need boosters. And I think it's a question of when. Let's put aside the global supply, because I think that those are two issues, very important ones, but put aside the global equity issue, which I know comes up in the topic of boosters. To your point, Becky, the science is very clear. Is Israel's data, or even looking at UK's data, one of the reasons that we think UK had that decline in Delta and then this plateau had a lot to do with probably waning immunity in their population. So they had AstraZeneca, wasn't as effective as our mRNA vaccines, but still immunity decreases over time. So I think that for a lot of reasons, including some legal ones, we're going to follow the science around boosters. But if you'll notice, Becky, these emergency authorizations for Pfizer and what I expect will come out from Moderna and J&J give doctors like me an incredible amount of flexibility. They're not bound by a rigid set of conditions in people ages 18 to 64. So I do think that people can have, in fact, obesity, for example, is one of those conditions. So I do think there's some flexibility and latitude for people of all ages above 18 to talk to their doctors, especially if they're concerned, especially as we're going into household Thanksgivings and Christmas and holidays, where you might have that immunocompromised adult in your household making a conversation about your booster very relevant for their health.
Doctor, two questions for you. One is just to put a fine point on the mix and match program that you're talking about, because we've been having this conversation in the 6 o'clock hour and then, of course, earlier in the 7 o'clock hour. The idea is that if you've taken the J&J, the one-shot J&J, clearly you need to be taking, it seems like, either Pfizer or, even better yet, Moderna, right, based on the data. But just to clarify, those who have already taken Pfizer or Moderna, when they think about the booster, you would not be taking necessarily a J&J booster.
Right, and there are several reasons for that, Andrew. Just number one, I do think that if you look at the data, you will see that, especially, for example, Moderna recipients, if you started with Moderna, it's still incredibly effective to stick with that mRNA category. And with that Moderna and Pfizer set that did have the J&J shot, I'm just bringing up the fact that we didn't have enough in that population, and it wasn't powered to necessarily look for some of the safety signals. They didn't see anything concerning, but small population. And I don't want to go back to kind of those dark days of J&J and those initial weeks, but when we had the pause and we started to see the clinical guidance around J&J to warn people, especially about the risk, those risks still apply in a booster setting. So those are all reasons that I would mRNA, stick with the category. J&J, I would advocate mRNA.
Fair enough. And then, Doctor, here's where it's going to get more complicated. We have a lot of business leaders, CEOs, and the like who are watching us this morning, many of whom have already, of course, mandated the vaccine at their company. once boosters are approved, at what point would you recommend that they mandate the booster, not just the original vaccine, but the booster, recognizing that it appears that the diminishing efficacy of the original vaccine is real?
Yeah, Andrew, I also talked to some of these both small and large business owners, and my advice to them is the same. Do not start to count a booster as part of kind of a mandated series for return to employment criteria, simply because of exactly what Becky and I were discussing, that there are still criteria. All people are not eligible, and you do not want to create an incredibly strange set of incentives in the workplace. There's already confusion about boosters, and if employers start to put into their pass cards a requirement timed from that day to the second dose, it could be that people are not eligible for that dose. And I do think that until we see broader approval and broader recommendation around boosters for any eligible adult, which I think we'll get to, Andrew, I just think it's going to take several months. It feels like we're still kind of a snail's pace behind other countries, but we will get there. Until then, employers should stick with the original series. I think a question for employers is going to be whether Johnson & Johnson recipients need to have those 2 doses to count. But we'll save that for another day.
Great to see you.
Thanks.
All right, coming up, we're going to talk to AMC Networks interim CEO on the company's strategy to expand streaming services and compete against Netflix, Disney, and Peacock may be the toughest competitor, and others. And take a look at Walmart, Goldman Sachs adding the buy-rated stock to the America's conviction list. I've always thought they should use that term when we're talking about companies, but they still have one, the conviction list for companies. And removing buy-rated target. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. Take a look at futures. We're in the green across the board. The Dow up about 162 points. If we open up right now, NASDAQ looking to open higher as well, about 68 points higher. And the SP 500 looking to open about 22 points higher. Here's what's leading the Dow higher right now. We got Travelers up more than 3%. This after reporting results. Walmart also getting a boost. And as we said before the break, the company added to Goldman America's conviction buy list. Speaking of Goldman Sachs, another big day for the firm. It's now up about 8% just in the past week.
Right after this coming up, streaming and entertainment company AMC Networks looking to expand its portfolio of products. Interim CEO Matt Blank will join us to talk about the company's streaming strategy and much more. Squawk Box will be right back.
Welcome back to Squawk. Streaming services are in an all-out brawl right about now, with Disney and Netflix fighting for who has the most subscribers. Our next guest is focusing on a new strategy of bringing linear television content to the streaming space. Joining us right now to discuss more is AMC Network's interim CEO, Matt Blank. Matt, it's nice to see you.
Good morning.
In this new
How are you,
role,
Andrew?
no less. In this new role. Congratulations. It's been a while. It's been a minute, as the kids say.
Yep.
Let's talk about what's happening in the streaming space, and in particular, what you're trying to do with AMC. We've spent a lot of time, as you know, on this broadcast talking about Netflix and Disney. But where does the linear world fit in the streaming world?
Well, look, the linear world is certainly from an AMC standpoint is still a pretty strong business. We're having a great year. But we know what the future is. The future is streaming. And frankly, the linear world gives us an opportunity to produce a tremendous amount of programming in a revenue-rich environment, which will then, inform our entry and growth in the streaming business. And, as you know, we have been in this business for a short period of time, but feel very strongly about the opportunities for the future.
Matt, I don't need to tell you, because all the headlines say it. Is AMC Networks for sale? That is always the question. How do you think about that, though, in the context of a streaming universe?
Well, no, I'm here to do one thing, and that's build shareholder value. And we're going to do that in several ways. We're increasing our production of proprietary content. I think one of the myths about AMC Networks is that we don't own any content. In fact, we own 6,000 hours or 6,000 episodes of series content, something close to 1,500 movies, other content around the world, and some very valuable licenses around the world. So, I think we've got to do a better job of telling our story to our various publics. And of course, the most important public is going to be the ultimate consumer of our streaming services.
How do you think about cost right now when it comes to producing new content, new programming? Obviously, there is an all-out brawl between Netflix and Disney and Apple and others, some of whom seem to be willing, in certain cases, to effectively overpay for content to get people on their streamers.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. We think we have the ability to play our own game. People talk about the end of curation. I don't believe that. I think we are curating a wide variety of networks here for a targeted consumer, and we've had the ability to control those costs. We can't compete on a cost basis with Netflix or HBO Max or Prime. So we'll continue to do our thing, and you never know where the next great hit is going to come from. We've seen that with this amazing show in the past few weeks, Squid Games, that, where was that show a month ago? And where did it come from? That could have been AMC. It could have been anybody who found that amazing culture-changing show. And,
right.
We're going to keep doing that.
Do you think that the market for TV right now is rational? Is it irrational? We just had an analyst on from MoffettNathanson yesterday who was suggesting that actually, when you look at Disney and the growth that they were having, that it's going to get harder. It's going to get a lot harder for them to continue to grow and make it harder for Netflix to grow and the like.
Yeah, I think we have an advantage in this situation. We play the game of the law of small numbers. They're playing in the law of big numbers. Netflix will report today, and they'll say they grew X millions of subs in the quarter. And tomorrow you'll have all these people on the show saying how everybody is hurting Netflix. They only grew 3 million subs, or they only grew 4 million subs. We're not playing that game. We've given some guidance that over the next couple of years, we're going to get to 20 to 25 million subs. We think we can do that. And we're going to do it the way AMC Networks was built before, choosing great targeted programming for our audiences.
You mentioned Squid Games, and one of the details that's come out about Squid Games over the past week is some reporting from Bloomberg that, in fact, it appears Netflix was trying to prevent from being published. Some internal metrics suggesting that they value that program at something like $900 million in terms of increased value to the franchise, to the platform. Do those numbers make sense to you? What did you think when you saw that?
Look, in a premium subscription environment, that was the challenge that HBO and Showtime had for 30 years. How do you come up with a number that values what a given show is worth to a network? What was The Sopranos worth to HBO? What was Homeland worth to Showtime? I'm not really sure I understand the metrics that Netflix is using, but that's a huge company, and that's a huge number that has been put out there. We usually don't see any real numbers of that sort from Netflix, but we don't know how many Squid Games to the world of Squid Games, but what'll be coming next over a period of time. I can't imagine they don't plan to play that franchise out for years and years and years.
Strategically, Matt, in terms of the content and library you do have, how much value will you consider extracting by way of sale to other platforms like a Netflix, a Paramount Plus, a Peacock, and the like? And how much of it is going to be about protecting, if you will, and creating your own streaming platforms with their own subscribers?
I think, like others, that's probably over in terms of distributing to those other platforms. We've got to build these AMC resources with our own proprietary programming, and we got to keep that value in-house, and that's what we're intending to do going forward.
Okay, Matt Blank, it's always good to see you. Thanks for your insight on all of it. You bet.
When we come back, Kevin O'Leary and John Hope Bryant will join us to talk President Biden's tax plan and whether or not corporations pay their fair share. Plus, Netflix reporting after the bell today. We're going to get you up to speed on everything you need to know ahead of those numbers. Netflix shares this morning up $1.53. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC.
Good morning. Here comes the earnings. Futures are up as results pour in from 3 Dow components, and we get set for the first FANG stock to report. And Bitcoin is also gaining. It's closing in on its all-time high as we get set for what's expected to be the first trade of a futures-based ETF product this morning. It's a milestone the crypto industry has been waiting for. And hot energy demand in an ESG world as oil, gas, and coal prices soar worldwide. Our environmental principle is about to vanish in the wind. We're going to speak with a top strategist as the final hour of Squawk Box begins right now.
Good morning and welcome to Squawk Box here on CNBC Live from the NASDAQ market site in Times Square. I'm Joe Kernan, along with Becky Quick and Andrew Ross Sorkin. U.S. equity futures at this hour up 178 points. Treasury yields right around where we've seen it. They've moved backed up to about 1.6 and are kind of like stalled there if they are eventually headed higher. But crude oil yesterday, WTI, hit its highest level in 7 years. And then check out commodities. We've talked a lot about these the past few weeks. Natural gas yesterday fell nearly 8%. That brings its October decline to about 15%. In hindsight, I wish I had asked Matt Blank about like The Walking Dead. You know what I mean? It's how long? No, but my idea was Walking Dead with a Squid Game component.
Interesting.
So that the contestants, you don't need new contestants. Because even though they die, they're still, there they are for the next.
I have yet to. Have you watched Squid Game? I have not seen it yet.
I saw the first episode.
And are you hooked?
No.
You're not?
No. I'm going to try the second. Because I didn't really like the first set.
The subtitles? What was the conundrum for you?
Watch the first episode, and you'll see like the
I'm
last half hour is just people moving forward and just getting, their head getting blown off one by one.
Isn't that fun?
Needless.
Yeah, gratuitous nastiness, gratuitous violence. That
here,
famous Roman emperor.
Okay.
Right. We're also paying close attention to Bitcoin this morning. That's because the cryptocurrency is adding to its October gains, closing in on its all-time high of about $65,000. Right now, it's above $62,000 at $62,067. Some of the bullishness stems from the expected kickoff of the trading of the first American Bitcoin futures ETF starts today on the New York Stock Exchange. It doesn't invest directly in Bitcoin, but it is still expected to draw more investors into the crypto world, and that's why you've seen this run-up, a pretty steady run-up over the last couple of weeks. The SEC out with a long-awaited report on the frenzied trading in meme stocks earlier this year. One of the main takeaways was that retail traders, say that 5 times fast, quickly bidding up GameStop's share price tested the markets, but overall operations remained sound. The report also found that it was mainly positive sentiment around GameStop that led to its share price spiking, not a short squeeze that many retailers hope to put on the hedge funds betting against the video game company. It cautioned also, this SEC report, that online brokerages like Robinhood could be hooking users with features reminiscent of video games like points and leaderboards. Yesterday, we heard comments on the so-called gamification of trading from a prominent Robinhood shareholder. Kathy Wood spoke at the Milken Institute's global conference.
I know a lot of people are concerned about the gamification that the Robin Hoods of the world represent. But I'm not worried at all about that. I think what happened after the tech and telecom bust and the 08-09 meltdown, the fear and risk aversion that permeated the markets took the joy out of the markets and took the creativity and the imagination. Now it's coming back, and I really think it's starting with the millennials. They are excited.
Gamification of trading. The SEC's report and much more will be on the table when the SEC chair joins Squawk on the Street in the next hour. We'll hear what he thinks about those comments from Kathy Wood, who, again, is an investor in Robinhood. And finally, some earnings news from this morning. Johnson & Johnson missed estimates on the top line, but they beat on profits and raised the full-year outlook for the company. The company's CFO joined us a little earlier in the show. He wouldn't comment substantively on reports that federal health authorities may allow Americans to get different booster shots of the COVID vaccine than the ones they initially received. But he praised J&J's shot for its effectiveness.
The booster will only build upon the 94% efficacy that we have established through the data that was seen last week, as well as what I would say is best-in-class durability. A booster should only help that going forward.
Shares of Johnson & Johnson were higher immediately after the news, but they've since turned down, right now down by about 0.5 percentage point. And there is a news alert on a possible COVID treatment, this time with some bad news. Meg Terrell joins us with the details on that. Hey, Meg.
Hey, Becky, this is another one of these COVID antiviral drugs that's been in development, which would compete potentially with Merck's Molnupiravir. But some disappointing news from a company called Atea this morning, which has partnered with Roche on this drug. And that's sending shares down dramatically in the pre-market. They were halted for a short period of time. Now they're down 75%. This is a company with about a $3.5 billion market cap before this move this morning. Now, here's what happened. They were testing a COVID antiviral drug, similar in its mechanism, at least, to Merck's Molnupiravir. And they found in this phase 2 trial, it missed its primary goal of reducing the SARS-CoV-2 virus versus placebo in the overall study population. Now, the company noted they enrolled essentially all comers, and they said 2/3 of the people in this study were essentially young, healthy people without high-risk conditions for progressing to severe COVID. They said among high-risk patients, they did see a reduction versus placebo in the virus with people who got the drug. As a result of this, they're pushing their expected phase 3 results back to the second half of 2022. They're going to use these results to sort of retool the plans for that trial. So you can see that Merck this morning is actually rising. It's up 3% in the pre-market. Because they've got molnupiravir, which showed to work in a phase 3 trial. Notably, Merck enrolled only high-risk patients in that trial, and they didn't include anybody who was vaccinated, whereas Atia says they did have vaccinated people in their study. And so we're going to be parsing out the implications of this overall for the COVID antiviral space, but it's a setback, obviously, for Atia and its partner Roche. Guys?
Meg, that's so interesting. So this was a very similar drug, but the test that they set up was different. The trial they set up was different, and maybe not able to leap the hurdles because you were mixing it up with people who weren't going to have a bad reaction from COVID anyway. It just speaks volumes about what you have to do to get a drug approved by the FDA, to get something out there. This is going to set them back, but it's not necessarily that the drug doesn't work in the targeted population, right?
Yeah, it's really unclear right now. I mean, these drugs are different. And one of the things that Atia really emphasized here is the safety profile of this drug. It's not mutagenic, which is something that has been a concern around Merck's drug for potential birth defects or cancer risk. And of course, Merck has looked at this very carefully and says the short duration of treatment makes it think that those are not high risks for this drug. That will all be adjudicated through the FDA approval process, which will happen in late November. But right now, this study design did not work for Atia and Roche. And Merck, notably, had already narrowed its study design only to high-risk patients. So it had seen that it was useful to do that.
What did you say it's not? It's not something that gives the risk of birth defects. Why? What's different between the two drugs in that respect?
So I don't understand the design of the drugs well enough to explain why molnupiravir contains this risk of mutagenic effects. But it is something that had been identified with this drug in the early days, and there were concerns about it. Merck has vetted this very thoroughly, and it will be vetted further through the FDA process. And it's notable you only get the drug for a few days, so it's not a huge exposure to this. But it is a difference in the side effect profiles, potentially, or the safety profiles of these drugs.
Meaning that they wouldn't recommend pregnant women take the drug.
It's possible, and they were excluded very strictly from the Merck phase 3 trial. And so that will all need to be something that gets looked at through the evaluation process.
All right, Meg, thank you. Thanks for the quick update.
Thanks.
Meantime, I want to get back to the broader markets this morning. Futures improving throughout the morning. Bitcoin moving as well. Mr. Santoli, Mike Santoli has been taking a look at what the markets are saying about the health of the American consumer right now amidst all these earnings reports we've been getting. Mike?
Yeah, Andrew, it's been a pretty consistent positive message, even when the market was having a little bit of its struggles. It was not necessarily saying that the consumer was in bad shape. Look at the overall market, SP 500, making further progress back toward those highs, which were reached in early September. 45.45 was the intraday high, a little bit below that on a closing basis. So the market making its case that it did have a proper shakeout, a reset. Everyone's expectations went down. Earnings forecast maybe got a little more conservative along the way. You can't say that, in the clear, but the market's definitely much more back in balance, and we have some traction. Very much a growth-led move yesterday and so far this morning, though. Keep in mind that it's the NASDAQ stocks that had to punch above their weight yesterday. Take a look at the consumer discretionary versus consumer staples area. This is ETFs that equal weight those sectors. In other words, it takes away the outsized effect on consumer discretionary of things like Tesla, for example. And so it's been, pretty much nudging toward new highs, sideways for months. But look at this big spread between discretionary and consumer staples. If the market was concerned about the consumer spending power, if the market was concerned about the overall economy and stresses building up, you would see consumer staples probably doing better relative to discretionary. So that's a somewhat reassuring internal message of the market. We have Netflix earnings later. Look at the paths of Netflix shares versus Disney. This is dated from the very low in the market, March of 2020. And keep in mind, before this, Disney really crashed because, of course, the theme park business. So this is a huge rebound move from Disney. That's the white line here. And you can see, though, it built up this massive premium. People got very, very excited about how much you should pay for the Disney Plus subscribers. They had great momentum for a bit. And now, look, Netflix comes right back. You really did embed a Netflix-type multiple on Disney subs, much lower base, obviously, than Netflix. And now you see them kind of coming together. Now, Netflix still a more expensive stock if you looked at it based on cash flow and earnings and things like that, but certainly kind of coming into parity from that COVID crash low, guys.
Mike, here's the question. I know you're not supposed to project out, but if we're going to look at that chart, if we looked at that chart 12 months from now, what do you think it looks like?
You know, I'm not going to project out exactly what it looks like.
Do they cross?
What I will say is Netflix now has the somewhat better technical profile. What's interesting about Disney is there's still billions of dollars in operating income the company had from theme parks that are absent right now. So it has this continued kind of potential energy of the reopening behind it, whereas Netflix, doesn't it feel like people just quickly got newly excited about the Netflix story, even though they've kind of been doing more of the same? And I think you have to be very aggressive right now if you're an analyst projecting much higher share prices for Netflix based on, valuations on cash flows for the years to come. So I think maybe they're going to trade off. They're going to continue to trade off in terms of favor for the next, who knows, indefinitely.
I'm just waiting for Tiger King 2, so I'm long. Mike, thank you.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Coming up.
You watched Tiger King 1?
I saw a couple episodes. I got too weirded
Mom,
by the whole
was that great or what?
I don't know.
No?
Okay, I'm trying to think of a Tiger King Squid Game.
Combo?
Yeah, running from tigers, maybe. Coming up, President Biden, all the Democrats jonesing to hike corporate tax rates. Jonesing, that's the five if you're wondering, have a strong desire or a craving to raise taxes on companies. But what if we told you that U.S. corporations have never paid more? Got some new data that you're going to want to hear, or maybe not. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC.
Welcome back to Squawk Box, everybody. This is CNBC, and we're watching what's happening with the futures this morning. You're going to see right now the Dow futures are indicated up by about 172 points. Johnson & Johnson had been higher earlier when it first reported earnings. It's turned back a little bit now. Procter & Gamble was up higher, too, when it first reported its earnings, and that's been helping the Dow a little bit this morning, which was already up triple digits before we heard from those two Dow components. Andrew?
Thanks, Becky. We got some new data coming out showing companies paid a record amount of taxes last year. We get more on all of this from Robert Frank. Robert.
Good morning, Andrew. Well, corporate tax revenue hitting an all-time high in the latest fiscal year. That's according to the Congressional Budget Office. Corporate income tax receipts hitting $370 billion. That's in the 2021 fiscal year ended September 30th. That was up 71%, or I should say 75% over last year, and up 61% over 2019. It was also higher than the period before the Trump tax cuts, which of course brought that corporate rate down from 35 to 21%. So you had lower rates and more revenue. Now, as a share of GDP, corporate taxes are also higher, now at about 1.63%. The reason for these higher revenues? Well, record corporate profits. Many say this won't be repeatable since the surge in profits followed the shutdowns of the pandemic. But if you look at revenue from the wealthy, that was also near records. Income tax revenue up 28%, expected to top $2 trillion. Tax experts say much of that was from capital gains, with the wealthy cashing in on their gains from stocks and other assets. But if you look at total federal taxes paid in the fiscal year, they reached an all-time high in nominal terms of more than $4 trillion. That was the highest share of GDP in taxes paid in almost 20 years. Andrew?
Robert, was there any sense that when you talk about the capital gains issue and people selling stock, that was done as a function of an expectation that we would have higher tax rates?
It could be. We don't really know why people sold. Certainly, every time in history when you have market run-ups like we've had in 2020 after March and certainly 2021, you're going to see a huge increase in capital gains. That happens in almost every market boom. So it's unclear how much of that was in anticipation of gains. Of course, we know that some people sold anticipating gains, especially private companies they were planning to sell. But so far this year, we've also seen strong gains, and many people say you're probably too late if you were taking a gain in 2021.
Robert, before I let you go, what did the CBO expect? So I always think it's interesting to think about this because you have the CBO and others projecting out what kind of revenue we're going to get, where we're going to be on the budget and the like. Were they planning and expecting for this?
All of the financial predictions, whether you look on the state level or the federal level, way undershot on tax revenue. If you look at New York State, if you look at D.C., if you look at any tax prognosticator, they all undershot revenues because we thought, the economy would take a long time to recover. We didn't expect asset prices to go where they are. And so the CBO, everyone expected lower taxes than we've gotten.
Okay. Robert Frank, thank you.
All right, let's talk more. I'm joined now by investor and venture capitalist Kevin O'Leary. Also joining us, Operation Hope founder and CEO John Hope Bryan. He's hosting the 8th annual Hope Global Forum in Atlanta, which over the next 3 days, which Atlanta famous for some other things going on down there, the hot Braves. We'll see what happens. Kevin and John, thanks for joining us. So I want to start with you, John, and just to ask you whether in a moment of weakness, John, do you ever think, wow, every single government job needs to be paid for by taxes we levy on private company employees? So we want as many private companies employees as we can paying taxes. Did it ever occur to you that we should really keep taxes as low as we can on those entities so that they can innovate, so they can do research and development, so that they can hire people, so they can compete globally, and so that they might even return money to shareholders? Aren't these all good things, John? Why would you tax from where all good things flow? Why tax them higher?
I love you, Joe. If I was there, I'd kiss you on the forehead. But you're wrong.
You do.
But you're with all due respect, you're partially wrong. I understand why you say it. Look, you said all these government jobs. 88% of all jobs in America are private sector jobs, not government jobs. Local, state, federal jobs are only 12%. So the engine is entrepreneurship, but the government is a bit of a venture capitalist, and you need roads to drive on for those companies. You need bridges to cross for those companies. You need workers who are not incompetent or unintelligent. You need workers who are trained for the jobs of the future. You need people at the bottom who can come to the top, like the founder of Walmart, who came from nothing. You can't do that without the government using tax revenue smartly to invest at the bottom of the pyramid, which is what all smart taxes should be about. So in other words, my rich friends need my poor friends to do better, if only to stay rich. This concept that somehow we're at odds with each other is a false narrative, and we're not going to play that game, at least today, as smart or as cute as it might sound. We are making smart investments. And by the way, with the numbers you just heard, my friend Joe, those numbers from Robert, that's because the government Fed window stayed open at Wall Street and kept asset prices high. So hello, $7 trillion that everybody benefited from. And corporate profits were up because we were all at home Zooming and ordering stuff.
Kevin, I want to get to you. I want to ask John, I always hear about fair share, and I don't know if he's got a calculation of what fair means for corporations. I don't know how you arrive at it. I don't know what the fair number is, but I don't, that would be a rhetorical question because no one obviously has it. But Kevin, how about this? When we see different states on a relative basis go much higher than their peers, we see companies move out of the state, and the higher taxes, you don't get any revenue from that because some of them are leaving. Why doesn't that happen to a whole country? Oh, wait a minute, it has in the past.
It's happening right now. It's happening between New York and Florida, New York and Texas, California and Texas. You just saw Tesla move its headquarters to Texas out of California. Can't do business in California anymore. I want to go back to something John said. The government is a terrible venture capitalist. The last place you want to put an incremental dollar of profit is in the government's hands. There's no accountability. I estimate, it's a personal estimation, but I'm sure I'm right, a third of it gets wasted. But I really want to talk about policy. I don't want to get into politics. What happened here, these record tax revenues, are a result of making America competitive in its tax rate corporately. You just heard the CEO of P&G talk about the effect of being uncompetitive in a corporate tax environment. It really stops people from investing in America. Right now, as we speak, Joe, Bill Gates is sitting with Boris, the Prime Minister of England. Why? Not to see the change of the guard. He wants Bill's money. He wants Bill to invest in a new competitive England. We're in a competition with England, with Asia, with Europe, with everybody. The Biden proposals would take the American corporate tax rate from the middle of the G20 to the highest ever. We would be the #1 tax jurisdiction. But the insanity of that is worse because at the same time, he would be raising personal taxes so that people, and I've said this like a mantra, in New York, in Massachusetts, in California, and other states like New Jersey, they'd be the highest taxed people on earth. Why would you do that to an economy that just generated the most tax revenue in history as a percentage of GDP in the last 20 years? These are numbers that are irrefutably show you that when you give corporations and the American entrepreneur and the American individual and the American small business person a chance to compete, they come out on top. And so does the government. We shouldn't touch anything. And one last thought, Yellen was running around the country and all around the world just a couple of months ago talking about a 15% tax rate. Well, that's where I want to go. America should go from 21 to 15. Then we can really compete and we'll get even more tax revenue. This is the end of the story, in my view, for even considering killing us with tax rates that put us at the top of the list. What a huge mistake that would be.
Hey, John, that was a big number that Robert Frank was talking about. I couldn't help thinking that, wow, couldn't we spend it a little bit better? What if we means tested a lot of the big lion's share of what we spend on all the entitlements? What if we mean tested that and gave you all that money, gave you and others that have great ideas of where to spend it, And we gave you that, and we just kept it where there's plenty of money there, but the government has no idea how to spend it successfully, or has a lot of trouble spending it effectively.
So first of all, I want to get my man Kevin some tea this morning versus more coffee. He's far too loving to be this angry. Look, the government created him. I've said that before. I'm going to say it again. And I don't mean the government literally, but the Fed window and all this Fed investment allowed him to be who he is. And me too. I'm a capitalist. Let me be clear on that. And I do believe that entrepreneurs are the engine for everything. And I actually believe with you, Kevin, that states are shooting themselves in the foot. I know you may fall out when I say that, but I do agree with you that some of these taxes are wrong-headed. And Joe, I would like a means-tested strategy where, because I do believe there is some waste. But by the way, Kevin, the government that you're talking about created us and the biggest economy in the world, so we're doing something right. But Joe, I would like to invest in financial literacy for all. I would like to invest in targeted worker education, worker retraining for the skills of the future. Only 5% of engineers are black. That's a problem. The dropout rate at the bottom end of socioeconomic strata for poor whites and blacks too is 5 times everybody else. Why are black homeownership rates 41%? Because the penalties are too high and the incentives are too low, and there's not enough education. All these things need to be targeted and smartly done, but we do need, we also need infrastructure investment because we're 13th in the world. So all that stuff that Kevin just said, you're rearranging the deck chairs in the Titanic. If we don't fix that in the next decade, the environment's going to the crapper. The roads are going to the crapper. You know, his Ferrari's going to get lost in a pothole. So we got to do both at the same time.
John, if Kevin's point was the current tax regime is what created these record profits. Why not take that huge amount of money we were just talking about and use it effectively? Why would you want to mess with that so that next year you might have lower overall revenue but feel good about how you're redistributing it? That doesn't make any. That's always the mantra.
Have you guys forgot there was a pandemic last year? With all due respect, am I the only person here? The government poured several $1 trillion into the economy, most of which affected the investor economy. I'm repeating myself now, which caused assets to go up. So the government did stimulate. That's one of the reasons you're seeing record profits at the corporate level, not the tax rate, with all due respect. By the way, the government has suggested, why am I sound like I'm an advocate of the government? I just think that some of this stuff is smart. Yellen is talking about, Secretary Yellen, a global tax policy for all countries so that folks cannot go hide places. I think it's 10%. That's smart, all right? But we should all pay our fair share for investing in the future of this country, myself included, because you cannot pull something from nothing. You can't pull something from nothing. And America is the largest economy in the world, but we're at war, Joe. Right. China wants to be us, and they're not fighting fair. Russia wants to be us. They're not fighting fair. Okay,
Kevin, you know how progressive the taxation system is. Who's not paying their fair share? I guess the billionaires? I don't know, but because just average, I think high-income people are at 50 or 60% on the East Coast. Not every state.
Once you start taking more than 50% from an individual, they start to contort their practices. They move from where they're living. They try and figure out a way to. It's just unfair to do that, and now you have that happening in many states. Remember, the president just called out to all of these private businesses last week to start investing in infrastructure and in some way try and help the supply chain. Let's just take the chip shortage, which affects all 11 sectors of the S&P. That's multi-billion-dollar investments. The U.S. only produces 25% of the chips on Earth. The rest are in Asia. You want that money back, you need a competitive tax rate to attract capital, and ask Bill Gates to come home, stop talking to Boris, and invest here in the United States. He'll do that when you make it competitive. All we have to do is compete. We don't have to be the lowest. These proposals ignore the fact that there's a global competition, and it's happening at the individual level and the corporate level. We don't want to make and break at the same time. The economy is on fire because of great policy. It doesn't matter who put it in place. My point is, don't change it. This is the golden goose. Leave it alone. And let's proceed forward. I'm not angry. I'm happy. I just don't want anything bad to happen to us. And what I hear are dark clouds of very bad tax policy that will damage America in perpetuity.
Okay. They told me to wrap, John, but I just feel like that wouldn't be fair. Do you want to quickly have the last word? And it's all about fair. I keep hearing that word, fair. And God forbid if I'm not fair, like taxes. So
we are exactly where we were after World War II. We were higher in debt and reinvestment than we were in GDP. Right after 1945. By 1950, the tax rate had began to come down. The GDP, the debt had come down, and revenues went up. We are exactly that place again. We're at war. This is an economic war, and we have got to reinvest at the bottom of the pyramid to get the return that Kevin wants to sustain. And I do agree that some states are overtaxing, so we actually end on an agreement, Kevin.
Okay, that's good. That's good. And
look at that.
Yeah, good that we can end. All right, thanks, Kevin O'Leary, JHB, John Hope Bryant. We'll do this again, no doubt.
Love you.
Good luck with the big event, John.
We are just now getting some new housing starts data. Rick Santelli is standing by at the CME in Chicago. And Rick, the numbers, please.
Yes, Becky, a bit of a miss on housing starts. We're expecting a number around 1.6 million seasonally adjusted annualized units. We end up with 1,555,000 and a slight downward revision to last month. So that puts this number down a little over 1.5%. And if we look at permits, also a miss, expecting a number close to 1.7 million. We ended up close to 1.6, 1,589,000. Also a subtle down revision on last month, but that puts it down over 7.5% on permits. And permits is what we were sort of counting on. We know there's a backlog. We know there are issues, whether it's labor or materials, and prices up, close to 20% year over year, but permits really got dumped. And in terms of starts, we know there's issues between single family and multifamily, but in the end, maybe even interest rates, which have crept up a bit, could become part of the picture, although still historically low. And speaking of interest rates, short maturities are coming down in yield, up in price a bit. We do know that we touched 43, 44 basis points in a 2-year note yesterday. That was close to a 20-month high, basically right around the beginning of COVID. Whereas the longer maturities, well, a little bit different scenario. So much of the flattening has been done on the long end. Now we're going to see if we get a little steepening because maybe short rates have gotten ahead of themselves. I can't expect that the Fed is going to be tightening aggressively in the future. But inflation has gone from transitory to a big hunk of gum on the bottom of our shoes. And I think the long end is evident by flirting with the weak unemployment. High yield closes around 161 is an area we want to keep up with. And 30-year bonds seem to be the most aggressive as of late. And anything that includes the 30-year, as I said earlier, is more inclined to be moving from steepening more toward a flattening mode. We want to pay attention to the yen. It's at a 3-year low against the dollar, but the dollar is at a 3-week low against all European currencies. Becky, back to you.
Rick, let's hope inflation is just gum on the bottom of our shoes and not something much smellier that we stepped in along the way.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, no matter how we slice it, inflation is going to be hotter for longer. And the problem is, once things are hotter for longer on the pricing side, there's just certain issues that aren't going to reverse themselves down. We see big general moves in commodities, but even some of those, of course, have reversed some of their come downs and reversed higher. Think energy. I think at the end of the day, the Fed's biggest problem is going to be how much higher interest rates can go without affecting the servicing of the debt and how the Fed fits into that process.
Yeah, a lot of questions to be answered. Rick, thank you. Steve Leisman joins us with more right now. What do you think of the numbers, Steve?
I thought they were okay. The big decline or the big miss there was in the multifamily area. That had rocketed up a bit in August, and so some payback was expected. It came down to 475. Actually, if I got this right, single family starts were pretty much in line with August. So it was really a change in multifamily, and there's a lot of volatility there. The other thing that's kind of interesting is looking at it by region. You had this 27% decline in the Northeast for starts and a 6% decline in the South. We had Hurricane Ida moving through that month, so there might be a reason here for what's going on there. Same thing in when it came to permits, minus 20%. I don't know if that had an effect. The other big question, Becky, I think you have to ask yourself is the extent to which This number is limited or will be limited by some of the supply shortages, with builders not having the ability to get either the workers or the materials to make the to build their homes. On the Fed, we've been watching this, and I think Rick for sure alluded to this when it looks at the probabilities. Becky, I'm just looking at about a 50% probability of that July rate hike, and what's happening, I think, is that people are building in a little, a hedge on what the possibilities, how the Fed might respond to persistent inflation. You have a story where it's going to last longer, and whether once the Fed gets done with reducing its purchases, if that then brings the Fed to rate hikes in the summer of 2022. Becky?
Steve, let me ask you about another situation of odds, and that has to do with Fed Chair Jay Powell, whether he's going to be renominated, because Predicted has been showing a pretty steep decline in their odds on it. It dropped all the way down to 64% yesterday from 79% the day before and from the 90s about a week and a half ago. And this came as there was a story that was reported from the American Prospect talking about some of Jay Powell's own trading somewhere between $1 and $5 million. I mean, as this continues to drip out, what do you hear? What do you think? Because that may be a pretty key question to the markets. Who's going to be the Fed chair?
Yeah, and I want to answer that two ways, Becky. And the first question you asked is a really interesting one, which is, will he be renominated? But I want to answer the second question you didn't ask, which is about the stories themselves. I've reported 2 or 3 of these stories because I think they're legitimate, but it looks like there's a whole rung of other stories that I just don't quite know what to make of. The one about Richard Clarida and the one about Jay Powell yesterday, I'm seeing those in a somewhat different category from the ones that we've reported, which are about the transactions made by Kaplan, the transactions made by Rosengren, and the idea that Powell, who admitted this himself, held assets before the Fed started buying those assets, and the question around that. But these other things about trading, I'm having a little trouble finding the gain or the rationale behind those being controversial issues. But you're right in getting back to the first question. All of this is adding up, and I think there's a progressive part of the Democratic Party that wants to see somebody else out there in that job. And I think his chances of being renominated are reduced, but I still think he's probably the odds-on favorite.
Steve, thank you. When we come back, we're going to be talking about the global run-up in energy prices, what you need to know for your portfolio, and what it all means for the environmental component of ESG. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC.
Welcome back to Squawk. I want to take a look now at what we can expect later today from Netflix when it reports its earnings after the bell. Julia Borston joins us with more. Julia.
Good morning, Andrew. The big question for Netflix is whether it can re-accelerate user growth after last quarter its stock dropped on weaker than expected subscriber guidance. The numbers to watch are two. There's 3.5 million. That's how many subscriber additions the company forecast it would add in the third quarter. And then 8.5 million. That is the street's guidance for fourth quarter subscriber additions. Analysts are expecting the company to grow revenue 16% to $7.5 billion on a 47% increase in earnings per share. The stock is now up about 18% year to date after a dip. It's actually up about 20% just in the past 3 months, bolstered in part by optimism about the effect of Squid Game, which set a record as the most watched show ever. We'll also be looking for any guidance on what's next for the video game business after Netflix bought a video game studio, and also for any commentary on the outrage over Dave Chappelle's comedy special. That special did prompt the schedule of a virtual walkout set for tomorrow afternoon. I did interview Netflix co-CEO Reed Hastings yesterday afternoon at the Milken Global Summit in Los Angeles. The panel was on philanthropy, but I did push him for any commentary on the controversy, how he feels about what is an appropriate line of content to cross. He would not answer even one bit.
Hey, Julia, before you go, are you expecting them to comment on that later today?
You know, I was shocked that Reed Hastings went on stage with me and didn't comment at all yesterday. So needless to say, I wouldn't be surprised again now after that experience if they didn't make any comment on it. But look, Ted Sarandos has gone out, defended the decision to put this special on the air. I think that perhaps Hastings is going to let his co-CEO handle that one. But it would be, you know, I was really surprised by the fact that Hastings was on stage with me for 45 minutes and really wouldn't weigh in one bit. The one thing, you know, he was talking about education, though. The one thing he said, though, Andrew, was that it was easier to challenge Disney than it was to reform the education system. So that was the best I got out of him about the streaming landscape.
Julia Borston, we will be watching you later today when those earnings cross and getting that reaction. Thank you.
Coming up, can companies still afford to prioritize ESG principles during an energy squeeze like the current one? We're going to talk about the wide-ranging impact of commodity prices on that. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC.
Welcome back. I want to get down to the New York Stock Exchange, where our good friend Jim Cramer joins us now. Jim, I read your emails now. I feel like I'm part of the investing club, and I have a couple of questions, including maybe you can give us a preview of what I will expect in my inbox soon. So here's this. Last night you talked about Apple, and you said own but don't trade Apple. And that fascinated me. Why are you saying that?
Well, because I think that this is going to be a decent launch. I think that they've got this thing that they have not revealed yet that I'm trying to get them to reveal, which is the lifetime value of a customer. I mean, if you get people buying old phones, buying new phones, whatever, you end up with this tremendous ecosystem that is still an ecosystem of the best technology. So, I mean, I know that there are people who are saying, listen, the numbers are too high, but I also see people who are saying, you know what, they'll navigate this supply shortages. In general, I got to tell you, there was a big tech move yesterday, Andrew, and Apple was part of it. It does seem like some big money is moving into the old-fashioned names. Just take a look at Facebook. I mean, could they have done anything more wrong last week? And there the stock's flying. So these stocks are doing better. And we also have some stocks this morning doing better. I just did my what I'm looking at, and I talk about J&J. It wasn't enough, but it's still good enough. So I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of stuff that tells me that we're kind of we got a lot of buyers for things, Andrew. A lot.
We got Netflix this afternoon. What are you expecting?
Squid. I mean, it's just going to be huge. And they can talk about, I mean, they could actually raise price right now. I really think that what I'm thinking about now is HBO Max and whether that can possibly deliver something. Whereas the AT&T Discovery deal, just a morass. I don't know. Maybe you've got some thoughts on that.
You know, I'm not sure where to land, but I have one more for you before we go. Bitcoin. Sure. You had sort of suggested, I think, that with this ETF, which is about to launch, that we would actually see a run up and then a sell off. Are you still there? Is that still the view?
Yeah, I sold a tenth of my Ethereum yesterday, and I sold a tenth of my Ethereum about 5 minutes ago.
Another 5. Okay, so this is the second tenth, if you will.
Yes. And here's why I feel about this. I mean, does anybody not know that there's an ETF? These things are up gigantic. I don't want to hurt Mike Novogratz's feelings. So don't worry, he won't. But I do think that there are levels where you need to sell. I know that the orthodoxy says that selling is criminal, but I don't care. I like making money.
Hands.
I made a lot of money.
Paper hands, Mr. Kramer. That's what they're going to start calling you.
You know what? They've been calling a lot. They've been calling me a lot of bad things, but they've ruined my mentions column, Andrew. So it's no longer fun. You know, my kids just won't even look at it, which is bad.
Jim, we're going to see you in just a couple minutes. I know you got Gary Gensler coming up.
Twitter, but you know they wrecked Twitter, right? They wrecked it.
Don't I know
and
it?
Twitter doesn't want to do anything about it. One of the things that's great about Twitter is all they care about is how many users. They don't care about is how many people they drive out, like you, like me, Joe. So they can have all the non-influencers.
Which is better, Twitter or Facebook? Or
Instagram's
worse?
Great. I like Instagram's very nice.
Okay, we got to go, Jimbo. We're going to see you in the next hour very, very soon. And, of course, everybody should get on the CNBC Investing Club bandwagon. You can sign up for it right now. Shoot your phone at that code right on the screen as we speak.
Coal, natural gas, and oil, also gasoline prices, they've all shot up in recent weeks. That last one particularly squeezing Americans' pocketbooks right now particularly hard. And we are about to head into the winter. If it's a cold one, energy prices and demand will go even higher. Right now, we want to talk about the impact these higher energy prices are having on the broader markets and what they may say about ESG investing. Joining us right now is Thomas Marchetti. He's global market strategist at Cornerstone Macro. And Thomas, what would you say? What are the reason or the reasons that prices have skyrocketed in recent months?
Yeah, thanks, Becky, and appreciate you having me on. So on one side, it's complicated, but on the other side, it's not. We've seen a surge in demand, poor performance from renewables, and underinvestment in fossil fuels. So I think one of the points that investors don't fully appreciate is it's likely to add duration to this commodity cycle. And for one of the main reasons is going to be ESG. You're not going to see the same hyper-cyclical type of cycles we've had in the past. You think about the reopening of the global economies, the fits and starts that we've had. Obviously, stimulus has been, a part of that, and it's spurred demand. OPEC has very effectively managed supply and how that supply is being returned to the market. But on that side, it's not just OPEC. Outages like we've seen this summer on the Mexican side of the Gulf of Mexico. Again, to your point, it's not just crude. We've seen utilization rates for LNG liquefaction at very low levels. You have coal production, trade disputes with China, Australia, as well as rationalization because of climate emissions. On the other side of that, you have renewables, and what we're seeing, and this is global, the effects are becoming increasingly reliant upon variable sources of power generation, and we're becoming increasingly dependent on weather. So poor hydro in California, you've had poor hydro in China, you've had poor wind in Europe, and a number of these factors are continuing to take place. What we've talked about so far in terms of the energy transition is the need to reduce emissions. It's also the cost of the energy transition. But until now, one of the main points that hasn't been a factor is reliability. And that's where I think the discussion is moving on to next.
It's not just reliability, it's also cost. And I think one of the things that really caught me off guard yesterday, we've been using less and less coal for year after year after year. U.S. energy companies have moved away from coal. But this year, for the first time in 7 years, they've actually started firing coal plants back up again, and in a major way. It's the first time in 7 years we've seen an increase in this. And it's because coal all of a sudden looks a heck of a lot cheaper when you're looking at natural gas prices that have gone up so significantly. Maybe that's one of the unintended consequences here, that while you're trying to get cleaner and move to these alternative forms of energy, it's not going to happen when it gets way too expensive, because the energy company can't turn around to a consumer and say, we're going to charge you 500 times what we did last year.
I think that's absolutely right. And certainly during 2019 and the COVID years, a lot of the industrial production, which was based off of coal, actually pulled down. So this year we actually did forecast to see a rebound in coal-fired generation. But as you look at what the export markets are paying for natural gas, certainly coal represents a cheaper option. The problem that you have with that, if you take a look at coal production in the United States, we're still not back to 2020 levels, let alone getting back to 2019 levels. So if you don't have coal stockpiles or you've rationalized your coal-fired capacity, you don't have another choice but to start using natural gas. And where we are right now is the international markets still offer a better price for our domestic U.S. production. And that's not just on coal, but that's on natural gas as well. And the only thing that's really saving us right now from being linked further to global markets in terms of cost, to your point, is that we have limited export capacity. And that's actually helping the U.S. at this point.
So, Thomas, what does this mean for investors? Let's kind of break that down right now. You've got these climate change talks coming up at the end of the month. You have the administration's efforts to try and spend more on climate change, kind of hitting ahead right now and running into Joe Manchin in a big way. What do you do right now as an investor?
Well, let's be clear. I mean, one of the biggest headwinds for the fossil fuel industry has been ESG. They've been under a microscope. But at this point, what you're seeing is ESG has shifted from being a headwind to a tailwind for the duration of the commodity cycle. And when you factor that in, that means there's going to be much more higher prices, and there's also going to be a need to grow. I think what people fail to realize is that a lot of these commodities are going to be required until there is a new technology that kind of bridges the energy transition. And at this point, we don't have a solution. So what we've been recommending and where we still see value is traditional oil and gas companies. I mean, very strong free cash flow yields, very strong discipline. A lot of them have done financial engineering, return the cash flow versus dividends. So again, I mean, they present better opportunities at this point than a lot of the renewable stocks.
Thomas, thank you for your time today. Thomas Marchetti. Folks, that does it for us this morning. We will see you right back here tomorrow morning. Squawk on the Street is coming up after a quick break.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer at the New York Stock Exchange. David Faber's in Los Angeles for the Milken Institute Global Conference. Meantime, we are looking to add to 4 straight wins for the S&P NASDAQ. Futures reflecting some solid earnings and guidance from Procter & J&J. Don't forget Netflix tonight, Bitcoin near 63K. Our roadmap begins with retail traders versus the mighty short sellers. A long-awaited SEC report playing down that meme madness narrative. We are going to break it down with SEC Chair Gary Gensler live this hour.
Plus, speaking of live, we are back live at the Milken Conference. I will be joined by the CEO of Ares Management and Guggenheim's executive chair, Alan Schwartz. We'll also find out why Cathie Wood thinks gamification is exciting for investors.
And as we said, Bitcoin getting close to some record highs. The crypto's first approved U.S. ETF set to begin trading here this morning. But, Jim, everybody's watching the raised guidance at J&J and, more importantly, the cost outlook and the guide hold at P&G.
Yeah, look, I mean, you over at P&G, it's very clear that they are telling you right now we are going to be spending far more money than we like, and they don't have the organic growth to be able to make it go better. The July to September organic growth, you know, beauty 2% organic sales, grooming 4%. We got healthcare 7%, but I get that from J&J. J&J is a little bit lower. But the most important thing that I thought was gross margin for the quarter decreased 370 basis points versus a year ago. Now, I mean, the decrease in gross margin is driven by commodity costs, unfavorable mix, product and pack mix, you know, higher transportation. I mean, Carl, they did not triumph over it the way PepsiCo did. I was surprised that this very good company they weren't bushwhacked by it, but the street clearly kind of felt that maybe they would have more buying power. Maybe they would avoid these issues. They didn't. J&J obviously doesn't have. You know, they have the regular stuff that Neutrogena, I guess we could call it.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, J&J to me should be up more. I think J&J has some phenomenal growth in pharma, and pharma in the end is what people want. Now they could have immediately. They could have raised. You could have raised the buyback, whatever. I think they're trying to figure out what to do. But I think that you can get this thing 982 that they might do. That's just a very inexpensive stock versus what I'm used to with J&J. So I like that one. I like sales up 11. I love pharma 13. Holy cow.
Yep.
People don't talk enough about what they've got going. I mean, you know, when you get, if you have the unfortunate to get prostate cancer, you get J&J's drug. It used to be you had to go down to Florida and get the nuclear radiation or put seeds in. They've got first line, and they're doing first line in a lot of different cancers. It's an undervalued stock.
So you're not buying this morning's narrative that low tax bill means a low quality quarter or low quality print?
No, I get that kind of growth. It's what I want. I just didn't see that growth in P&G. I saw similar growth in Pepsi, and PepsiCo really stock did quite well.
Well, it is a question this morning whether or not cutting guidance is a victory. Here's what John Mueller told the guys on Squawk this morning.
We overcame significant commodity and transportation costs with that strong top line and with our continued cost savings program to deliver earnings per share about equal to last year, down 1%, $5 billion of cash returned to share owners, all in a very difficult and volatile operating environment. The results for the quarter, the strength and the breadth, then give us the confidence to confirm guidance for our fiscal year, which ends in June, top line, bottom line, cash.
So this is interesting because you got Dover under the same pressures. They raised margins year on year. You got Goldman upping Walmart to conviction buy on the idea that profitability is going to be better in the years ahead.
That was a great, look, my charitable trust, you follow the investment club, we have a giant position in Walmart. We've been waiting for a call like this because Walmart's doing quite well. But people are far excited about other things. I mean, they were more excited about Albertsons when it came to grocery until today. They were more excited about Costco, obviously, because they've got some very good numbers. Target was downgraded from conviction buy. This new conviction buy. This is a strong call. You know, I got to tell you, is David on?
Yeah.
David, Procter & Gamble did not raise. We know that this quarter has become the beat and raise quarter. So if you don't raise, David, we just decide we don't want you.
Okay, I'll accept that, I guess. So you're saying, how long is that going to be the case? You know, backing up for a minute, Jim, a 370 basis point reduction, as you were right to note immediately at the top in margins is pretty extraordinary. And obviously reflects all of the pressures that we've been talking about every single day, whether it's rising commodity costs and or supply chain and the additional costs coming from a result of that. But if you can't, all right, you're not beating and raising, but you're sticking with what you've got. I don't know. I could argue that that's actually pretty positive given this environment. And then I'll come back to you, as I always do, with a question, which is, do we get any sense as to when this is going to start to abate?
I think that we look at the earnings estimates of packaging companies next year, and they're all down. And these estimates are not made idly. So if you get the kinds of declines that we're hearing in packaging, plastics, I don't know how much higher diesel can go. I think, David, you're going to see some earnings, you can see some margin expansion next year. But, David, no one cares right now about next year. They're looking at this year, and they're making a judgment that we don't want Procter, we want PepsiCo. And you may think that Procter is such a great company that you should hold it. Now, Carl, I'm of the opinion that if you're trading around Procter, you just don't understand Procter. Procter is a juggernaut, and they're going to solve what they're faced with. But they didn't solve it this quarter, so people just say, give me something else.
Well, I guess we're going to do this every day. We're going to take a report card and argue whether or not corporates are managing input costs effectively.
Exactly. I mean, even Apple. I mean, David, there are notes coming out saying that Apple is able to manage its supply chain. Now, David, did you ever even care about Apple's supply chain? Like, whoever's in charge of supply chain is suddenly king.
I don't remember really worrying too much about it. And obviously, they are moving away, as we know, from the Intel chips to their own, which you would think would be helpful for them as well. No, I guess I have to admit that that's not something I had thought that much about. But by the way, I don't remember thinking that much about supply chain a couple of years ago either. Something we all sort of took for granted until we learned about the inner workings of it in a way that perhaps we wish we hadn't, given all the problems that we suddenly are aware of. Jim, I want to come back to Walmart for a second because, you know, I do listen to you. I know sometimes you think I just look askance at you, but I do listen.
No, I know. Well,
and
no,
I don't
a lot
feel
of times
like
you look at your phone, you'll get a picture of your dog. I mean, sometimes it hurts my feelings. Go ahead.
I don't have any pictures of my dog. I feel like you have not been particularly positive on Walmart for a period of time, that you've been concerned about some things. And so I'm a little surprised.
You know why? Because I was
not that you haven't owned it. Right. Not that you haven't owned it in the investment club. I'm not saying that. I know you have, as we look at it being, you know, added to the conviction buy list. But, you know, I hear your enthusiasm this morning, but at the same time, I feel like your recent commentary has much more been focused on challenges for the company as opposed to positives.
Well, I think that what's happened, David, is this is not the way you want to get an upgrade. But it's because everything else moved other than Walmart. So Walmart has now become cheaper. I was hoping to see that Walmart Plus, which, you know, whenever you say plus, David, that means you got a Disney Plus, Paramount Plus, plus. Well, David, it's been minus, okay? And minus is not plus. There's something you just learned from me.
Instead of max min, I guess?
Yes,
okay.
max min. Max min is right. So, I mean, but they didn't even, they don't even talk about plus, increasing market share in grocery. It is one of the most boring conviction buys I've ever seen. But you know what? When I look at everything else, David, it's the only one that hasn't moved. The only one. I mean, David, Tractor Supply has had a huge year versus them. You know what I mean?
I do. I know what you mean. All right. So you look for the ones that haven't moved, and that's what you do. And on the research side, why not? Why not be more convicted if you're Goldman Sachs? You might as well.
Well, but that's not a bad thing. I mean, you know.
Well, the one thing they do say is that higher profitability is going to allow them to invest more in what? Supply chain.
Supply chain. I mean, I think that if we were supply chain analysts, I mean, the Chinese understood. They do just in case. We do just in time. But we need, who is in charge of supply chain analysis at CNBC?
David, I think.
David.
Yes.
All right, so David,
I'm going to go down to the port. I'm going to go down to the port. I'm going to get in one of the, you know, loading. I'm going to actually go to China. How about that? I'm going to experience the whole thing live, and I'll stream it on
makes a
Peacock.
ton of sense.
Yeah.
Peacock Plus or just Peacock?
And then we'll all know about supply chain.
How about ESPN Plus, David? What is ESPN Plus really giving you? Does that put you in on the field trying to stop Derrick Henry? Are you allowed to do that?
Honestly, I saw I saw them playing that thing. What's it called, Carl? The one that you play on the beach? They actually had that on, was it ESPN? It was, wasn't it? Spike ball.
Really?
They actually had spike ball. Yeah, spike
okay,
ball.
all right.
Okay.
That's what you get. That's what you get. You get a very high level of spike ball play on ESPN.
Are you the only guy who's wearing a jacket out there? I mean, people just like are tieless. What are anybody's wearing like, sleeveless? What? Short?
No, people still wear ties here a little bit, but most people are not happy about it.
Hey, he's our supply chain czar. He can do whatever he wants.
Look, I'm a supply chain. I'm going to be an aficionado of supply chain by the time this quarter's over. I'm the guy to see.
Still ahead this morning, SEC Chair Gensler's with us on that big GameStop report. We'll talk about this new Bitcoin ETF, futures, and a lot more. In fact, take a look at futures on equities. We're looking for a fifth day of gains here as the S&P and NAS are within about a percentage point of an all-time high. Don't go away. Turning to that SEC report on GameStop, with the agency saying, quote, payment for order flow and the incentives it creates may cause broker-dealers to find novel ways to increase customer trading, including through the use of digital engagement practices. SEC Chair Gensler will join us in the next half hour on that report that, Jim, some said was short on recommendations.
Oh, thank God you said that. That quote is actually from page 44. And I did some work. I did like a textual analysis. They dodged everything, and we got to talk to Chairman Gensler, because literally, I mean, they say they found novel ways to increase customer trading. Well, it's novel bad? Well, they didn't reach a conclusion. Is it okay to have customer trading be using digital engagement practices? Well, it doesn't sound like. Or how about celebrity animations? Why don't you just draw a conclusion that celebrity animations are not good? Likely intended to create positive feedback from trading lead investors to trade more than they would otherwise. Is this something we want? Do we want more trading? I mean, in the previous couple of paragraphs, he talks about owning stock. I mean, there's a moment. I happen to like Gary very much, so I'm not trying to slag him. And it's a staff, it's a commission report. But there's a moment in this thing where you suddenly realize what the reality is. And the reality is, is underneath underneath the memes are actual companies with employees, with customers, and plans to invest in the future. I mean, basically, you're saying, listen, meme guys, do you even understand what you're doing? But they don't say that. So it's just like, it's one of those gold star reports. Everybody gets a gold star. Everybody. You trade a lot, you gold star.
Is there anything wrong with taking a light touch?
Well, I think that, yes, because the younger people are not. I think that if you wanted to step back from it, what it says is these companies are encouraging a level of trading that, particularly with 19-year-olds, where they're playing with fire. And I just want, even though they've got very good documentation about what options did to calm and things like that, they have these kind of subtle references to, we don't really want this, but, you know, to each his own. And I think they have to be saying, listen, and people who are under 21 or whatever, people who are unsophisticated, you need to do more to know your customer. So I think look, Chairman Gensler's done a remarkable job, and you're right. You might step back and say, well, everybody, he just gave you a sense of where he's headed, so fix it. But I also read it as like, you know, we got 1 million people under 19 under, and welcome to the club. But there is no club. And there's no money back. There's no guarantee. And, you know, you bring in with about 1 million of those accounts belonging to investors with an average age of 19. I would have liked there having to say, which is an age of people that may not know enough. Or we want them to be more sophisticated. No conclusions reached whatsoever in this. None.
David, I'm curious to know your thoughts, because I can easily imagine somebody saying that the opposite would have been a move toward a nanny state.
Ooh. Yep, and the law of unintended consequences. I mean, you know, you can talk to people who are far more studied in these matters than I am, looking back at various things the SEC has done or Congress has done that led to diminishing ability to, you know, for the formation of capital. And so, Jim, I mean, a light touch, not necessarily always a bad thing when it comes from the SEC. And as you know, Chair Gensler certainly, and we'll talk to him, you know, has a lot of appreciation in history on these various matters. So they are aware of the unintended consequences of too heavy a hand sometimes on these kinds of things. Certainly education's got to be an important part of this. But wait, Jim, I do want to give Kathy Wood a chance to comment, too. She was here late yesterday on a panel. Actually was a pretty interesting panel. Jeff Solomon, our old from Cowen, was on there as well. And she defended gamification. Take a listen.
I know a lot of people are concerned about the gamification that the Robin Hoods of the world represent. But I'm not worried at all about that. I think what happened after the tech and telecom bust and the 08-09 meltdown, the fear and risk aversion that permeated the markets took the joy out of the markets and took the creativity and the imagination. Now it's coming back, and I really think it's starting with the millennials. They are excited.
Joy, Jim, the creativity, the imagination. Come on.
It's about trying to make money, not lose money, which seems to be lost in this. It's about investing for the future. It's what the capital markets do. It's not a game. Hey, listen, you know what's a game? How about you figure out whether if Josh Allen crosses the goal line, then you go ahead in fantasy and you win. Okay, you want that? Why not call fantasy? It's fine. I mean, I was a little let down. The Eagles aren't playing Miles Sanders enough. That's disappointing. Is that investing? I guess so. By her take, investing is basically the same as gambling. And it isn't. It's not the same as gambling.
Right. These are important points that we're going to address with the SEC chair in just a few moments. We hope you'll stick around for that. We'll get Cramer's Mad Dash. We'll count down to the opening bell, which we'll get in just a few moments here on a day where futures are solid and pretty steady all morning long. We're back in a moment. Time for Kramer's Mad Dash as we count down to the opening bell. I think you're watching Cloudflare.
Yeah, it's good. Gamer name. All right, this is a name that you'll see like Upstart last week when someone said, why do you like Upstart? Well, it goes higher. What do they do? It goes higher. I mean, one of the things that I like about Kathy Wood is if you want to do a little gamify, look at this. This is where you drafted this. This is daily fantasy, okay? You dropped whoever you had. Maybe someone went on IR, and then you pick this guy up in the waivers. I mean, this is the kind of stuff. You want to play that game, play it with Cloud. Now, Cloudflare, what do they really do? They do security, net balance. They're basically a streaming content company. I have them on every quarter, and they're fabulous. But what I worry about with gamification, what that says to me is people don't know what they are. Now, maybe that's okay. I mean, but you know, if let's say you went to the horses and you bet the farm on, say, Mainstay in the 6th at Belmont 2 weeks ago, which was a 6-to-1 shot, at least you might know that it's a filly riding for the first time on turf. I am saying that people know more about a horse race than they know about Cloudflare, and I don't like that.
Well, you mentioned Upstart. I mean, we did see a similar move, but then it got a double downgrade yesterday. I mean, the street will react.
It was too hot. But I read that downgrade, and it seemed like it was made for the gamers. It's like, well, you know what? You probably want to. That guy got 60 points last week. No, you want to drop. You want to trade that guy for someone. I'm not kidding, Carl. Fantasy is more significant than gamifying. And, you know, gamification started. Why? Because you couldn't gamble. There was nothing to game. There was nothing to be on. I mean, it was like, you know, it just wasn't a season. Well, now we have a season. These people are moving over to playing the bar stools, doing, and suddenly it's like, you know, Michigan State. That's what I'll bet on.
You don't think they've learned a lesson from the names that have fallen from January or March?
Well, they've learned that there's better games. You know, see, here's what they're thinking. Cloudflare, I want it, but I need 10 points. Give me 10 points in Cloudflare and I'll buy it. But not the money line. I am telling you, that's what they're doing. And if that's fine, if we just want to make it into just one giant casino, I suggest at least we have a game like Blackjack where there is skill.
Yeah. Again, Chair Gensler from the SEC is going to join us on the other side of this break. Take one more look at futures here, and we'll get that opening bell in about 4 minutes.
far as I'm concerned, the market one day, and I believe one day in the long run, and I don't know how long it is, and I think you have to be a fool to try to tell you how long it is in this kind of a market. In the long run, we're certainly going to hit the wall. And people may say to me, well, anybody can say that. No, but I really think there will be a crisis, the way we're going. The way we're printing up money, the way we're going into inflation. I mean, if you look around you, you see this inflation all around you, and I don't know how you deal with that in the long term.
That was Icahn on the half yesterday as the judge and the half are celebrating 10 years of amazing content. What'd you think of that, especially the open-ended timeline on his thought?
Well, I think that that's an older person's view, which is fine because it's an older person who recognizes what's happened in inflation. A lot of people do not remember 1980, 1981, 1982, where we ended up having to crack inflation by raising rates, go into a recession. So you don't want that to happen, obviously. But what I really disagreed with Mr. Icahn on was that he was still saying that there are a lot of corporations run badly. And I think that's a stretch to find ones that really run badly.
Of course, activists would like to think that, yes.
But there aren't that many. Every playbook has been used. Do we have David?
Think so.
David, you know that the activists are kind of out of things. You know, there are not that many companies that are so poorly run. I mean, you want to take on Macy's and have it split off their e-com. I mean, you want to do stuff like that? I mean, true financial engineering.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can always find a company that could be better run and or have a more responsive board of directors that's more focused. There are certainly, I think, there's plenty of them out there, Jim, but your point is also, I agree with in the sense of, I think corporations are better than they were, certainly in terms of a lot of things. By the way, at the Milken Conference over these last couple of days that I've been here, I mean, it's been all about ESG, and you know, the governance part of that is still a very important part, Carl, as well. And you are seeing a great focus on diversity and inclusion and all the other important initiatives that have been undertaken by corporate America, really in a very real and positive way over these last couple of years.
Let's get the opening bell here, guys, and the CNBC real-time exchange. And you see at the big board, it is ProShares celebrating the first U.S. Bitcoin-linked ETF. Ticker BITO at the NASDAQ. Vivid Seats, an online ticket marketplace celebrating its listing via SPAC. So here we are with the ETF, Jim, and the question for many is, if I want to own Bitcoin, do I just own it or own the ETF?
Well, I think that this kind of reminds me of owning gold. I mean, when you own gold, you might want to put it in a depository. You don't want to bury it in the backyard. I mean, here you want to own the Bitcoin. Well, it's ethereal, and I wish that I've had a struggle with J.P. Morgan. I want to deposit my crypto with J.P. Morgan, and they've got like, go speak to people and speak to them. They're always very kind about it, but it should just be like PayPal. Okay, and I trust PayPal. So it is easier. It's easier to own than gold. So I don't know if you need the ETF, but people want it.
Is this a landmark moment, though, for the asset as a whole?
Yes, I think it is. But it's also a great reason to trim. I've been selling Ethereum. Had a big gain in Ethereum. And I took some of my profit in Bitcoin and bought a farm. Now we know that real estate seems to be peaking, according to various reports that we get, including my friend Ivy Zellman and maybe Zillow. But I think that real estate is a little bit more timeless and valuable in inflation than these might.
Sure. We did get a disappointment on housing starts, largely due to multifamily, which has been on fire for the last couple of months. You mentioned Zillow today, downgraded at Wedbush, down to neutral. Many unanswered questions.
Yes, that was a good
in the near term.
That was funny. I mean, why not just slow down purchases rather than stop altogether? That did raise a good point. Carl, I know before we get Chairman Gensler, I think if you get all of Congress against you, you have a 10-part series in the Wall Street Journal that basically shames you every day. You have people who criticize your business model and think basically you're trying to ruin society. That's how you get your stock going. Facebook has been unstoppable.
Wow,
I mean, Mark Zuckerberg must be standing there saying, you know what? Bring it on, man. This is like great. We want more hearings. We want Frank Pantangeli, for heaven's sake.
That's a high for the month.
I know. I mean, is the Journal out of bullets? I mean, is that it? Is that it with the revelations? We tried to get teenagers to watch, like Snap? I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe that's all she's got.
By the way, as we're talking, BITO is open with a 41. What is that? Yeah, opening at 41. I guess we'll track this, Jim.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it can lead things up, but I think it's a great opportunity to trim because this is true hype today. Now, look, there's guys, the Pomp and Novogratz, to mention the word sell, and this is ridiculous. I think they feel like it's, when Google came public, it was at 88. So what were you kidding? I mean, you sold it for a double, you sold it for a triple, you sold it for quadruple, you're a fool. And I think that they feel that way, but I come back and say, look, I'm up huge, and I'm not greedy. They're greedy, and I'm not greedy. McTeague, I'm not greedy. I think greed is bad. But, you know, I also got rid of my Sills suits and stopped talking about
your Lamborghini
blue horseshoe loves.
You mentioned Facebook back to 340. You got Microsoft fresh all-time high today.
Yeah, that stock is a juggernaut.
Apple back to the 50-day after, I don't know, probably about a month below. Jim, what is FANG? How important is it to track?
FANG is so important. And, you know, Amazon, I had Amazon Web Services on. I had Adam Slipsky on. $60 billion company, growing like mad, 37%. And, you know, it would be a Fortune 50 company, and by next year, it'll be a Fortune 25 company. And it's buried within Amazon. And all people think about Amazon is, well, maybe, I don't know, the movies aren't that good, or, you know, maybe Alexa's stalling. Remember, I had a discussion with Siri last night about Alexa. Very apologetic. I made a mistake. She goes, no worries. I mean, Alexa's very powerful. And Alexa, I know.
Yeah. Well, David, maybe we need to ask Alexa for exculpatory evidence after that bipartisan letter from Congress yesterday.
Yeah, we may need to. I know. Guys, you know, forgive me, Alexa, for moving on, but I did want to focus on another area. We haven't actually talked at all about COVID this morning, which is nice. But unfortunately, another antiviral under development to treat early and moderate symptoms of COVID essentially failed. And it does kind of point to the fact that, hey, molnupiravir, the drug that obviously is awaiting FDA, emergency use FDA approval from Merck and Ridgeback, not that easy to get the science right. Here I'm talking about Atia. Take a look at that. They were partnered with Roche on an antiviral. And they just said on the call, by the way, they went to 1,100 milligrams twice daily because they were seeing half the patients treated at 550 milligrams, not getting great blood levels. The 1,100, well, that may also have caused nausea, vomiting. People fell off at that level. By the way, the FDA didn't even let them enroll patients here in the U.S. The drug had a similar structure to a drug from Inhibitix that was discontinued a few years ago as well due to toxicity for heart and kidney. We'll see what happens. They've got very little data here in terms of the safety profile for them to go forward, but perhaps they will. But, Jim, it does point to the success that Merck was able to have. Although, interestingly, while Merck shares are up now, they retreated dramatically from that great week they had when we first heard about the success for molnupiravir.
Yeah, look, I'm still hoping that one day Regeneron will be approved for, the FDA's not approved it, for another form of immune response to be able to get it so you don't get very sick. But I don't know. You're absolutely right, David. This is a hard drug to make. Hard drug.
Yeah. Meantime, we are watching that variant in the UK, which thankfully at this point is spreading not as quickly as Delta did over the prior variant, but it's an important point to David's point. We're watching BITO, obviously, this first U.S. listed Bitcoin ETF, up about 4% today. Speaking of which, Bob Pisani joins us this morning on set with the SEC chair, Gary Gensler. Hey, Bob.
Good morning, guys. A lot to talk about today. We've got a Bitcoin futures ETF trading. We've got the GameStop report out. What do they all have in common? Well, they're all regulated by the SEC. Let's talk to the man in charge. SEC Chair Gary Gensler joins us right now. Mr. Chairman, thanks very much for joining us.
Good to be with you, Bob.
So I want to talk about your GameStop report, but I have to start with Bitcoin. We've got a raft of cheering people down here from ProShares. The ProShares Bitcoin ETF, the futures ETF, is starting trading. Just started a few moments ago. I have to ask you, can you explain to our viewers why you chose to allow a Bitcoin futures ETF to begin trading, but have not yet approved a regular Bitcoin ETF?
Bob, thank you for that question. Just to give you a little context, I think that we in the official sector should be technology neutral, but not policy neutral. And so what we're trying to do is ensure to the best we can within our authorities to bring projects into the investor protection perimeter. And so what you just mentioned, Bitcoin futures have been overseen by our sibling agency, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which I was once honored and proud to serve there. And that's been 4 years. And some of these applications came in and went effective. As you said, one of them went effective with regard to those products over at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange that our sibling agency oversees.
I think the important thing here is you've made it clear in the past that this does not have some of the concerns that approving a full Bitcoin ETF would have. You don't have people breaking into exchanges, for example. You don't have problems with fraud or manipulation. Was that a factor? It seems that that was a factor in the fact that you went ahead and allowed the Bitcoin futures ETF. You don't have those particular problems here.
Well, while I'm not going to get into any one application or project, I think what you have here is a product that's been overseen for 4 years by a U.S. federal regulator, the CFTC, and that's being wrapped inside of something which is within our jurisdiction called the Investment Company Act of 1940. So we have some ability to bring it inside of investor protection. It's still a highly speculative asset class, and listeners should understand that underneath this, it still has that same aspect of volatility and speculation. But there's our sister agency has overseen this for 4 years, and then it brings it inside, as I said, an 80-year-old law here at the SEC.
Let me move on to the GameStop report. A usual thorough report from your staff. I think this will be the historical record of what happened, but I'm curious about the recommendations. You have been talking for many months about payment for order flow and gamification and the potential deleterious effects of both of these on the U.S. trading system. And yet there was no discussion about how this might have impacted the trading for GameStop. I'm wondering if there is some kind of connection. Was payment for order flow and gamification a factor in what happened with GameStop or not? The report doesn't say.
So I think that the events of January revealed a number of things, and as the staff suggested for additional consideration, these 2 topics plus 2 others, that we look out for the investing public when brokerage apps, when robo-advisors are using new data analytics and marketing to us using behavioral prompts to possibly get us to trade in a way that benefits them, benefits the application and the program, in conflict potentially with what benefits us, the investing public. Also, embedded in some of those issues are the structure of the stock market itself. It's so much of the market now is evidenced in the report. In January, in these months, about half of the market is not going to the transparent sort of market, that fully lit market that you earlier showed, but it's going to dark pools and wholesalers. So those issues the staff suggested up. We're going to take a closer look in terms of what policies can help the public.
Chairman Gensler, it's great to have you on the show again. I know that your position on trying to invest well. I read a great book that you wrote about no free lunch. That's why we have diversification. And then I read this report, and I absolutely understand. It's very thorough. It's got great stuff and talks about how options didn't really affect things and what did impact. And then on page, the last notes, number 2, there's this sentence. payment for order flow and the incentives it creates may cause broker-dealers to find novel ways to increase customer trading, including through the use of digital engagement practices. I read this, and it felt like a bit of a lamentation. I felt that right before that you talked about, don't forget, companies underneath the memes are actual employees, customers, plans to invest. And then you get to this, and I wanted you to be able to say, maybe this is unfortunate. Because I know that people want, they want to open and have as much engineering, financial, but this is not Chairman Gensler. Chairman Gensler is against any idea that we should be doing these digital engagement practices that might hurt investors.
So let me sort of address that. I think that we've found throughout our economy, on platform after platform, whether it's in streaming apps, retail apps, various social media, that we're in a transformative time. The 2020s is rapidly changing. On top of the invention of the internet many decades ago, we have data analytics, artificial intelligence that markets to each of us a little differently. I mean, you might type something in a text and then all of a sudden find you're being advertised something you typed to a personal friend in the text. So those features are all around. What we're raising the question is in finance, what does that mean for finance? These digital engagement practices, the underlying separating you from me and from all of us, and then if the application's marketing for their revenues. And payment for order flow does have an inherent conflict that the brokerage application is increasing their revenues if we trade more. And so are they using these behavioral prompts to get us to trade more or to move to different products, options trading or trading on margin, which inherently have more risk in them? And where do we, the SEC, help the investing public out to help them do well when there's these inherent conflicts inside the kind of inside the box?
Right, but I guess what I struggle with is you've got this great moment here. There are 1 million of these accounts belong to investors with an average age of 19. I think these investors, if they're focusing on, let's say, trying to put together a fantasy team, I think they're spending a lot more time on fantasy, trying to figure out who's on waivers tonight, how to be able to make it. So what's the line? What's the over? They're spending more time, Chairman Gensler, on their fantasy lineup than they are trading. They're trading like banshees. Don't we want to encourage them to spend as much time as they do in their fantasy lineup?
Well, I think that investing for the long term tends to have higher returns than day trading or even hourly trading. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes these applications encourage individuals to have high trading volumes or trade on margin or options that have inherently higher risks. And so that's where there's a worthwhile public debate. And I thank the staff of the SEC to serve up this report. I think, yes, as you said earlier, now it's the job of the commission to sort through what we do with these additional considerations.
Mr. Chairman, the staff determined that a short selling squeeze was a factor, but it wasn't the primary reason for the big sell-up price run-up in GameStop. It was positive sentiment, I'm reading from the report here, that sustained the weeks-long price appreciation. Positive sentiment, not the short squeeze. Short covering was a small fraction of the overall buying volume. I guess I'm wondering, though, despite that, you've been talking about potential changes in short selling rules. Do we need to make any changes? Do we need more, for example, disclosure about short selling?
I think that the markets could benefit from greater transparency, not only on short selling, but a related activity in the markets, which is called stock loan. When you borrow a stock to sell it short, Congress actually, our U.S. Congress actually about 11 years ago passed 2 provisions that directed the SEC to do greater transparency in short selling and this related activity, stock loan. So I have asked staff for recommendations on this to promote, meaning that on a regular basis, the market would benefit from seeing the volumes and activity in the lending market, meaning lending securities, and also this short selling activity.
Just to follow up on payment for order flow, I mean, most viewers of the trading activity in the last 30, 40 years agree that the American investor has never gotten a better deal. Not only have commissions essentially go to zero, but even trading costs are much lower. Execution quality has improved dramatically in the last 30 years. I know there's a little bit of debate about exactly how much, but the average investor seems to be getting a very good deal. Do you feel you're going to be actually able to demonstrate a real harm from payment for order flow, number one? And number two, could you tell us what comes next here? You've got the commission with your staff with a very excellent report on the facts, but not a lot of direction about where it should be going. Is the commission then going to meet and make recommendations or make rule changes from here? What's the path here forward after this commission staff report?
Well, let me say this. You're right that our markets have gotten more have moved to zero commission, but it doesn't mean it's free. There's still a payment underneath these applications. It also doesn't mean that it's always best execution. And we've had cases where we've announced in the last 18 months where there has been this conflict between the broker on the one hand and this payment for order flow on the other. And let me just remind your viewer that if you place a retail market order, as shown in this report, the vast majority of those don't go to the transparent lit markets. They go to the dark market, these pools that are not competing. And so I've asked staff, can we achieve this simple concept that your order, when you place it, competes with other orders? And buyers, if you're selling, will compete to get and to pay you, hopefully, the best execution for that price, order by order by order. That's what I've asked staff. And I think that that's an important concept of competition that helps the investors on one side, helps the companies on the other side that are raising money in our markets.
Well, Mr. Chairman, again, I want to praise the staff because those who read this will know there was not a vast conspiracy against them, which was really the topic that I know a lot of us felt we were really razzed by because we were all in on some sort of Citadel conspiracy. I think that's completely bustedness. But there was something on page 12 that disturbed me. You talk about some in the marketplace may possess superior information about underlying assets. That, sir, I think is illegal. Did we discover that some had superior information and therefore should be in front of the commission to find out what the heck went on?
Well, I think that you chose the words carefully, may be there, but when order flow, when trading is being purchased and sent to one wholesaler or another wholesaler, then they have information that the rest of the market may not have, at least for a short period of time. And even milliseconds matter in these markets. And so that's what we're also looking at. You're absolutely right that I think from a policy perspective, want to look at that and how we instill greater competition, in essence, for that data as well as for that order flow.
Chair Gensler, David Faber here. You know, we had you on not that long ago, obviously a long-ranging interview. I wanted to come back to SPACs, if I might, just for a moment. Haven't really heard that much from the SEC yet, and I wonder where you are, because it does appear that the market has been making its voice heard when it comes to SPACs. We are seeing the sponsors changing their compensation arrangements. We've seen the PIPE market really freeze up. And so is the market doing its job, and the SEC therefore perhaps doesn't have to take significant action in any way in terms of regulation for SPACs?
I think that there is a need here for greater transparency, greater disclosure. These are innovations that have happened in our market, special purpose acquisition companies, but they're costly, and they may also have inherent conflicts between a promoter or sponsor who's taking generally about 20% of the offering. That if you raise $1 billion, that's $200 million. Can I repeat the number? $200 million. to basically raise money in a blank check type of shell company. And then you have 2 years to go out and try to buy something. And there's also this conflict that if you don't buy something, you don't get, the promoter, the sponsor doesn't get that 20%. So there's an incentive to buy something even if it's not the best purchase in the world, particularly as the clock is ticking and you get to the end of the 2 years. So I know I've said this a lot about staff working on recommendations. These rules are highly detailed. We need to work on the economic analysis, which is so critical to good decision making. There are 5 commissioners, and so the process does take a number of months. And sometimes the public says, oh, where's that document or where's that rule proposal? But I would envision that staff will put something up to our 5-member commission, and if there's the support of the commission, we'll put it out to public comment with regard to SPACs, with regard to a number of these other topics we've talked about as well.
Just a follow-up to my question, the second part you didn't quite answer. What's next here? What happens after this report? Does the commission meet? Your 5 commissioners discuss what you want to do? Are you going to propose rule changes? I know you have a request for comment on digital engagement practices that are out there. What will become of that? I guess I'm looking for a roadmap for what you're trying to accomplish here.
So the 5 of us generally meet bilaterally, and then sometimes we meet as a group. And as a group, when we do that, often that leads to what's called a public meeting, and the cameras are on and the like. In terms of what's next is staff recommendations on the plumbing. This is called the clearing and settling side. There seems to be broad support in market participants to shorten the settlement cycle. We are secondly assessing the comments that came in on digital engagement. I've asked staff to consider whether there's some recommendations we'd have on those potential conflicts and also better protecting the public. And then the third area that was highlighted was market structure, the entire equity market structure. We haven't updated it in 16 years, since 2005. And I think technology has changed so dramatically that it's worthwhile taking a very close look and seeing if we propose something out. In all of these areas, as well as short selling, which I talked about earlier, that I would anticipate we'd propose things because Congress has told us, mandated that we need to. In these 4 areas, I'd envision as staff is debating it, commissioners will weigh in, and then if we think so, we'll put it out to public comment. My hope is that we put it out and have a lively public debate and see what's best for the markets and for the investing public.
Mr. Chairman, on page 6, in order for a customer to trade options, broker-dealers must conduct due diligence that option trading is appropriate for the individual customer. Sir, Robinhood has millions of customers. There's no way they're doing that. I mean, isn't it time we examine that process?
Well, so this is one of the challenges that to get greater access, our user interfaces on our mobile phones have made it very efficient. But then the question that you've just raised is also appropriate. Is somebody on the other side looking as to whether, doing the due diligence, as you say, about that customer opening a higher risk account, an options trading account, for instance, or a margin trading account? And I think the staff appropriately flagged this issue.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for coming on and giving us your thoughts, and we very much appreciate the work of your staff in laying out the facts. And obviously, this is a very important historical document in terms of what happened, and we look forward to having you on again soon to let us know what the next steps are. Gary Gensler, Chairman of the SEC, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Bob, appreciate that.
Thank you,
Bob.
Yeah, it's great, Bob. Thank you.
Jim, how about tonight?
Yeah, just so you know, if you go to DraftKings, you can't use margin. Why? Because they know that people aren't responsible. But on Robinhood, you get all the margin you want. But they're spending more time learning on Robinhood and not doing the right thing versus DraftKings when they're doing it right. And I think it's an outrage. It's an outrage. Options, they're doing everything on options. It's really 50% of those people trading options, they don't know what they're doing. They don't. Anyway, tonight I got Splunk. Look, the commissioner's excellent, and the commission is fantastic. There's nothing we can do. We can't, Bob, we can't just say no options. I mean, they're vehicles, but we can't make a horse. I mean, you can lead a horse to water, man.
As we've often said, never mistake an up market for being a genius. Going long options is a great little business as long as the market is going up. And the minute it turns, a lot of people are going to get religion.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you for bringing us that great interview.
Yep, that was good stuff.
Yeah.
We are back above 4,500 for the first time since mid-September. Squawk on the Street continues after a break. Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to another hour of Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Morgan Brennan and David Faber, who is live from day 2 of the Milken Institute Global Conference in Los Angeles. Back about 4,500 this morning, as we are definitely wading into Q3 earnings. Procter, J&J, Dover, and a lot more, Morgan.
Yeah, and speaking of that, we are 30 minutes into the trading session. So here are 3 of the big movers we're watching, and there are quite a number of them. But we're going to start with Kansas City Southern, reporting mixed results after earnings missed and volumes dropped 3%. The freight railroad suspending previous guidance due to a lack of visibility. This is thanks to auto plant shutdowns, service interruptions in Mexico, refined fuel product supply chain disruptions. KSU, which as of last month is now merging with Canadian Pacific, sliding down about 0.5% right now. Dow Component Travelers, meantime, is higher. That property casualty insurer reporting a drop in Q3 profit, but still beating estimates thanks to higher investment returns from its non-fixed income portfolio that offset a jump in catastrophe losses. You can see those shares are up more than 2% right now. And finally, watch Coinbase. Facebook choosing the cryptocurrency exchange to partner on a digital wallet. The stock also buoyed by Bitcoin, which is now hovering just below its all-time high that was hit back in April, as ProShares Bitcoin Futures ETF begins trading this morning as well. Coinbase now up 1%. So coming off the highs we saw a little bit earlier, Carl.
Yeah, a 6-month high there on Coinbase. Interesting. That Bitcoin ETF, just one of many topics covered last hour with the chair of the SEC, Bob Pisani. I did the interview with David and Kramer. What a conversation. And about the future of what investing should be.
Yeah, it's very interesting because he really drummed up this report as some kind of summary of what would be happening. He told Congress he'd have it. In fact, he told them he'd have it in the summer. So it's a little bit delayed. We were all wondering why it was delayed. We don't know. And secondly, he said that it would go into issues like payment for order flow and gamification of trading. And what's really happened is the SEC staff did what it is supposed to do, which is summarize the facts. Remember, these are historical documents. People will go back years later and say, what the heck happened with GameStop? Well, they outlined blow by blow what happened over a 1-month period, essentially, not only in the stock, but in the futures, as well as any other derivative associated with it. So people are going to consult this as a historical document. That's the primary purpose of it. The problem people are having with the report is Gensler has been talking up payment for order flow as some kind of potential harm. He's been talking up gamification for some kind of potential harm. There is nothing in this report about that. And so what we struggled with here, you and I, when we were chatting with him, is can you show us a connection between the trading in GameStop and some kind of connection to payment for order flow as part of the harm or not harm or gamification? And he struggled with that. I think he is concerned about some aspects of market structure, which is what this is. And he would like to make some reforms and has been vaguely talking about these issues, but he's going to have a hard time connecting this to the GameStop thing. It's almost like a separate legitimate issue. Is payment for order flow good or bad? Is gamification good or bad? But it doesn't have an awful lot to do with the GameStop saga right now.
Yeah, I mean, based on his commentary in recent months and certainly some of the interviews you've done not only today, but in previous months, I mean, he has a busy roster in front of him at the SEC, thinks that he's looking at it and wants to investigate. And you pressed him specifically where this report was concerned about what the next steps are. It sounds like it's going to be a very long and arduous process to actually see any kind of change to market structure if it happens.
Yes, remember, under Clayton, they tried to make some changes to market structure. And what happened was the exchanges objected to them because you could disrupt their business model. So, for example, for payment for order flow, there's payment for order flow on the exchanges. They get paid to put orders or take orders on these exchanges, called the maker-taker model. If you eliminate that, that's a major source of revenue for the exchanges. It's not just Bitcoin. It's not just GameStop. You could eliminate the whole model under which things operate. That's a major problem. So this is a slow, difficult process. There are some things that make a lot of sense. For example, short seller disclosure. You know, my mother asked me when she saw that, she said, Robert, is that right that you can short a stock 122%? My mother understood that that's kind of weird, that they had 122% short on GameStop. There should be more disclosure and maybe some limitations around that. Gensler suggests that seems very reasonable. Other issues that are out there, looking at gamification, yes, I mean, that makes some sense, but can you regulate something like that? You can increase disclosure rules around short selling. You can make people more aware on regulations about what they can and can't do, about balloons popping. So it's a slow process. The next step is, frankly, the commissioners have to meet and agree on what they want to hear about. They had a comment period on gamification, essentially. And they're going to now put that together and come out with a suggestion for rules. This is how the whole thing works. There's an Administrative Procedure Act. They have to follow a procedure in order to enact a new rule that says you can or can't do something. This is a many months process. The important thing is, at least we have some facts around what happened with GameStop. At least we can understand it a little bit. And by the way, a lot of people were rather incredulous by saying it's just short selling wasn't a big thing. It was really just a lot of people really enthusiastic about it was the primary reason that people were given for the GameStop run-up.
Right. He did talk about, interesting comment about being technology neutral. Take a quick listen to what Gensler told Bob.
I think that we in the official sector should be technology neutral, but not policy neutral. And so what we're trying to do is ensure to the best we can within our authorities to bring projects into the investor protection perimeter.
So this was about Bitcoin. And here's the problem that he's got here. Bitcoin futures ETFs solves a problem for him. He wants to be a champion of financial innovation. Bitcoin futures do not involve some guy having a Bitcoin exchange in Taiwan that gets hacked by Russian cyber criminals. There's none of that. You don't lose your password. You don't have any problems with fraud and manipulation. And I think that's why he approved this. But he wants to keep going ahead with financial innovation. The problem is, and we didn't get a chance to talk about this much, he has no control over the regulatory structure. He has no control over Bitcoin exchanges, for example.
Yeah.
And until he does, I don't think he's going to touch a Bitcoin ETF. What we need is national legislation. I think at this point, we really do need national legislation encompassing who controls what at this point, because Gensler does not know. He doesn't know if he controls the exchanges. He's made a little power grab with Coinbase there, saying, you know, that short product Coinbase had, that ability to sell, lend out, that's a security. So they're making a little power grab by claiming certain things are security, certain not. But they need national legislation.
This is such a key point because it does speak to what having a futures ETF enables in terms of that regulatory and oversight and the control that's associated with it. Now, is it the best product for consumers out there when you think about the rolling process, the fees, et cetera? Not necessarily. So we're going to have to see how this evolves. But, you know, especially when you look back at some of the other commodity futures linked ETFs. I mean, I think of US oil last year when we saw those contracts go negative back in April, and just the risks and the volatility that can be associated with that process.
But it is a baby step, and that's why I think
Yes.
the Bitcoin community supports it, the ETF community supports it. But Bitcoin for grandma in an ETF owning pure Bitcoin, I don't think it's going to happen unless Gensler gets very clear instructions over what he controls and what he doesn't. And arguably, he's probably right about that.
All right. Great stuff, Bob. Thank you. Bob Pisani. Meantime, we're going to shift to J&J results as the company reported mixed earnings and revenue this morning, beating on profits thanks to higher sales in consumer health, pharmaceutical, and medical device units, but missing on the top line. The company also raising full-year guidance, though. So here to help us break down the quarter, Louise Chen, Cantor Fitzgerald analyst. Louise, thanks for being with us today. Do want to get your thoughts, as I know you've just hopped off of the earnings call, on the results we got this morning and how it speaks to really strength, it seems like, across the board for this company right now.
Yeah, I would agree with you. So I think kind of the big take is no surprises really during the quarter. Yes, the results were mixed relative to consensus. You know, they missed on EPS. They beat on EPS, but they missed on sales, really due to lower than anticipated vaccine sales and the med device business. But these pockets of weakness were largely anticipated, given some of the things that we've seen throughout the quarter. And overall, I think we think the fundamentals remain strong. Pipeline's progressing. They're spending on R&D. They increased R&D spend 20%, and that's off of a strong year last year of R&D spend. There's continued recovery in pharma med devices. That will happen through fourth quarter 21 and in the first quarter 22. And that will really be a tailwind for sales and EPS in the upcoming quarters as we look at J&J. And then thinking ahead, I think we're looking for approvals and advancements of their first-in-class, best-in-class drugs. No backward step on the med device recovery. The vision of the new CEO and CSO company this morning talked about a very smooth transition that they anticipate, and then for them to continue to lean forward in R&D.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks to how diversified the portfolio is. That being said, vaccines been such a key focus for investors and really the American public at large. Given the fact that you do have the green light on boosters, but then you also have the FDA saying mix and match with booster shots as possible too. How much of a boost could boosters be for J&J?
Yeah, I don't anticipate boosters to be a big boost for J&J. And for me, I think that vaccine sales for J&J are somewhat overemphasized, and it, you know, kind of covers up the rest of the underlying business and the strong fundamentals there. But the company does anticipate shipping all that they manufacture in the fourth quarter, and they've put out a $2.5 billion revenue guidance, which means a big step up in the fourth quarter for vaccine sales for the company.
How does this set us up for the rest of earnings season, where the other companies that you cover that are tied to COVID, whether it's treatments or whether it's vaccines, are concerned?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I think one of the things that really underscore here is we're still in a recovery period for COVID for some aspects of pharmaceuticals and med devices as well. And one of the things the company mentioned in the call that's also been in the headlines, the shortage of staff in hospitals and physician offices. Those seem to be short-term in nature, and I think that they will recover over time. But when we think about 2022 for our companies, that could be a real tailwind that people hadn't anticipated they thought would be done in 2021.
All right, just quickly, you have a buy rating on J&J?
Yes.
Okay. Louise, thank you.
Thank you.
As we head to a quick break, here's a look at our roadmap for the rest of the hour. We've got more on today's biggest earnings movers as names like Halliburton and P&G report results.
Then Apple announcing those new AirPods, the MacBook Pros, the M1 chips, and more. What does it all mean for the stock?
And after the break, our Milken coverage continues as well with exclusive this hour with the CEO of Ares Management and the executive chairman of Guggenheim. We have a big hour ahead of Squawk on the Street. Stay with us.
Welcome back. We're live from the Milken Institute Global Conference in Los Angeles. Joining me now is Ares Management President and CEO Michael Arrighetti. Michael, good to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Nice to have you as well. I want to start off on a subject that I talked about a bit on our air some time ago when I noticed the financing for a fairly large private equity deal. It was a Stamps.com deal. What is happening in terms of firms like your own replacing banks as a main financier for private equity deals? Is this a trend that's here to stay?
Yeah, I would take issue with the word replace. So if you don't mind, I'll just to contextualize it historically and then in what's going on in the market today. So if you look historically at the rise of private credit, it's really been the outcome of consolidation within the banks. So if you look at the big U.S. money center banks, they're an aggregation of lots and lots of middle market banks that used to service the private equity and SME community. They've now gotten so large, their primary focus is going to be on corporate high grade, small business consumer, and then the distribution of securities. So that consolidation trend in and of itself has created momentum for private credit. At the same time, the high yield and leveraged loan markets have also moved to scale and liquidity. So to put that in perspective, if you look at the high yield market 15 years ago, about 37% of it had issue size below 300 million. Today it's 2%. Leveraged loan market, 35%. Today it's less than 10%. So there's been this huge move to scale in the liquid markets, and it's created this part at the lower end that's now available for larger private credit managers like us.
Right.
So I'd expect this trend to continue, but it's not really a replacement so much as the whole market is scaling and we're backfilling.
And is changing to a certain extent. Why is it an attractive asset class for you at Ares? Why is it something that you are focused on?
Yeah, one of the large consumers of these loans is the private equity community. So another thing, if you look at the liquid leverage finance markets, the high yield market used to be 35% sponsor backed. Today it's 10 to 13%. So as the private equity firms are getting more comfortable borrowing in the private credit markets because of the value that we deliver, it's created the opportunity for us to do more and more. For us as a private credit manager, we get access to high quality companies, larger, higher institutional quality management, and for our investors, they're getting a very attractive yield with a very high quality asset backing.
And the deals have a lot more equity in them too these days.
For sure,
than they used to,
exactly,
right?
exactly
So,
right.
Yeah,
exactly. Right.
Well, let's talk more about the larger business itself. Of course, you guys have had great success, as have any number of the larger platforms, raising a good deal of money this year. I think over the first 6 months, you almost were at the same pace you were for all of last year.
We did.
You know, some people might say that's a great sign of a top.
I'm not one of them.
Why not?
Well, again, there are long-term secular trends that are driving growth in private markets versus public markets. It's a function of the structure of the public markets. It's also just the structure of the private market. So if you look at the U.S. economy, there are probably 33,000 private companies with revenue between 50 million and $1 billion. That's 30 times the number of public companies. And the reason for that is the ecosystem of capital and resources available to these companies is greater than it's ever been. Companies are staying private longer, right? They're borrowing in the markets, they're borrowing from VC firms, et cetera, et cetera. So as they stay in those markets and the solutions increase, investors now have the opportunity to allocate into those markets. So similar to what I said about high yield and leverage finance, you can make a similar comment on private equity and public equity.
Yep.
So as the public equity markets go to indexation and consolidate, you're seeing the private equity markets grow as well. And I just don't see anything.
You don't see it stopping. I mean, listen, I see it obviously in terms of the hedge funds that have taken meaningful, made meaningful businesses in private. And in fact, a lot of the year has been made for public equity investors in their private investments.
That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right.
But some of the valuations are fairly staggering that we start to see.
Yeah, you have to think about valuation in the context of interest rates and discount rates. So we actually go through an analysis every quarter where we aggregate public information and look at our private equity yield expressed as a premium to the debt spread. And if you actually look at where private equity values are trading today, they're at a pretty consistent spread of about 600 basis points to the leveraged loan index. So what that really means is as these markets are maturing, I think they're starting to trade more in concert as they evolve. So yes, the multiples are high, but in this rate environment, when you apply the discount rate to growing cash flows, you can get your head around it.
And if we move into next year and the Fed does start to tighten in some meaningful way, what's that going to mean for your business?
Yeah, I think for us, being heavily oriented toward credit, that's going to be a good thing, right? We're tightening because the economy is growing. Most of our assets are floating rate, short duration. But to your valuation point, you change that discount rate and the valuations will obviously follow.
Yeah. Well, what do you look at right now as something that is a risk for your business, if there is one, given you don't seem to think it's necessarily related to valuation?
Yeah, there aren't. In terms of on-the-ground investing, there's not a lot of fundamental risk. One of the reasons why investors are flocking to alternatives is the duration, right? And the fact that we don't need to put capital in the ground the same way a liquid manager does. So when our investor gives us $1, we put it in the ground when it's appropriate, and we take it out of the ground when it's appropriate. So in markets like this, you're constantly looking for the best risk-adjusted return, but don't feel rushed to be in or out. So we're feeling really good about the positioning of the company, and I would expect the growth to continue.
You have a target of what, getting to $500 billion or more within the next 4 years in assets under management?
Yeah, we've been growing pretty handily, organically, about 24% per year, plus acquisitions over 30. So we've put out a target getting to about $500 billion over the next 4.5 years.
Are we in an environment where the big will continue to get bigger? You being perhaps one of them?
Yeah, you could see this if you look at the growth trends. So alts are clearly outperforming traditionals, both in terms of return and fundraising by a multiple of 2. The larger, called the top 5, 10 platforms, are outperforming the alt industry by a multiple of 2. And that consolidation trend is going to continue. The larger we get, the more we can invest in people, origination resources, investor relations resources, systems, technology, all of the things that drive out performance. And when we drive out performance, the assets keep coming. So yeah.
You guys ever actually do any go privates yourself anymore?
We try. It's hard in this type of market. But yeah, we're constantly looking.
One thing you did do was a SPAC.
Yes.
I guess you priced it early this year.
We did.
Back in February, $1 billion. You haven't found a target yet, correct?
We're looking. We are looking, obviously.
So is everybody else, Michael. I mean, over 400 SPACs are looking.
Yeah, so we're trying to take a differentiated approach as a private equity manager with operating expertise. So what we've told the market to expect from us is to find an operating business with a real operating history, real cash flow that we can make better in the public markets, given our private equity and public company expertise. So I think we're fishing in a slightly different pond than some of the smaller SPACs, both due to our size and our PE orientation.
So you think you'll be able to beat the clock on that?
I would hope so.
Finally, I guess you're going to have an in-person board meeting.
Yes, we are. That's one of the reasons I'm out here in addition to the conference.
First time since?
Q4 2019. So this will be a wonderful couple of days. It's so interesting. Post-COVID, we've all survived great.
Are we post-COVID? Is that
I
what
feel
we
like
think
I'm feeling like I'm post-COVID. Here we are, having a nice in-person conversation.
You got people back in the office?
We do. We fully started on Monday. People have been coming back pretty regularly, and we were at 85% capacity. Now we're at 100. And to be honest with you, I think people seem really happy to be back and see their friends, colleagues, and collaborate. No, we're not 5 days a week. Not quite yet.
Michael, thank you. Appreciate
it's great
taking
to see
some
you.
time.
Thanks for having me.
Michael Arrighetti from Ares. We're going to have more exclusive interviews, by the way, from Milken. Still ahead, Guggenheim's Executive Chairman Alan Schwartz is going to join me later this hour. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. I'm Christina Parts-Nevelis. Stocks are mostly higher this morning, though consumer staples are among the relative laggards and extends a recent run of weakness for the sector, which is down more than 1% over the past 4 weeks, one of the worst performers among the S&P sectors in that period. Names like Church & Dwight, Clorox, Estee Lauder are some of the biggest decliners there today. Procter & Gamble also coming under pressure this morning. And for that, I'll have to toss it over to Carl for the details.
Indeed. K Parts, shares of P&G under pressure after the company reported results that did beat estimates but saw higher costs across the board. And while price hikes on some products helped boost organic, the company did raise its forecast for freight and commodity costs for the year and warned that higher inflation could still be ahead. Here's Vice Chair John Mueller's take this morning on Squawk Box.
I'd say there's still a ways to go for the market forces to work and equalize the supply and demand situation in different parts of the world. So we're not through it. In the quarter we just completed, despite delivering earnings about equal to a year ago, we had about $600 million after tax in increased commodity and transportation costs that relate to those supply chain dynamics.
And of course, that means higher prices on more goods made by Procter & Gamble for consumers. Organic sales were up in every segment, though. It's worth noting. Shares under pressure. Apple, meantime, out with a slew of product announcements yesterday. We're going to break all of those down as well. That's coming up after the break. Stay with us.
I'm back. I'm Christina Parts-Nevelis, and here is your CNBC News update at this hour. In New York City Hall, a statue of Thomas Jefferson will be removed because of his ownership of slaves. A city commission voting unanimously to move the statue by the end of the year. The statue has had a prominent place in the city council chamber since 1915. Washington State University has fired its head football coach after he refused to get vaccinated against COVID-19. Nick Rolovich is the first major college coach to lose his job over vaccination status. Rolovich sought a religious exemption but was denied. North Korea has launched at least one missile over the Sea of Japan. South Korean military officials say it's likely designed for launch from submarines. The missile test comes hours after the United States reaffirmed an offer to resume talks on North Korea's nuclear weapons program. And in Spain's Canary Islands, a volcano is still spewing lava and toxic smoke a month after the first eruption. Scientists monitoring the volcano are seeing no signs of a slowdown. So far, more than 1,800 buildings have been destroyed. Carl, back to you.
All right, Christina, thank you very much. Apple shares are up following yesterday's Unleashed event, announcing their latest products like the new MacBook Pros, the AirPods, the colorful HomePod Minis, and a lot more. Joining with some reaction this morning is BofA Securities senior analyst Wamsi Mohan. Wamsi, I'm thinking about the AirPods and the Mac business. It seems like the thing people want to talk about the most is their willingness to delve even further into chips.
Yeah, absolutely, Carl. Thanks for having me. Look, I mean, I think that this event yet again solidifies Apple as a real powerhouse in the semiconductor space. They've started this innovation a long time ago. They're on a quest to do more and more vertical integration. What you're really seeing out of them is this path of trying to make the hardware and software very specifically all Apple, and that gives them a performance advantage. It really gives them control over the power envelope, which they spoke about a lot, and this is the way in which ultimately this company will be able to lower its dependency on external suppliers. Plus, it'll be able to improve its gross margin structure, which is always deflationary in tech. So the semi component just cannot be understated. It's a massive thing for Apple, and they're obviously delivering really fantastically in that department.
Yeah. Now I remember when you went to Neutral, we had a long talk about it. Probably maybe last summer or the summer before. Does this dynamic make you get more constructive?
So, Carl, when we went to Neutral, that was last summer, our call was that this is a stock that's really not going to outperform, given the previous couple of years of outperformance and what we knew about the product cadence coming out. And we think that that's what's playing out. I mean, year to date, Apple has significantly lagged the S&P, and we think that this is a trend that was put in place because of the expectation of how good the 5G cycle was going to be. So I think that's starting to get discounted. I mean, there are obviously other worries about the stock in terms of deceleration potential and services growth, the COVID comps. So there's a whole host of worries that we can go through. But some of those are starting to get discounted in the stock, given the materiality of how much underperformance we've seen.
Yeah, and I do want to dig into the MacBooks themselves with you, Wamsi. But first, just to put a bow on this, how negative is this development for Intel?
Well, we don't really cover Intel. I don't. But I would say that this has been a quest for a long time from an Apple perspective, where they have tried to decouple their reliance from all sorts of suppliers within the semiconductor space. They've acquired a whole ton of companies to increase their own modem development, which is an asset that they acquired from Intel. So they're basically marching to a completely separate beat over here in terms of semi development, because they see that the innovation that third-party suppliers actually can deliver to Apple is significantly lower than the things that they can do themselves. And so what has really happened is that they're now looking at sort of a product that is 4, 5, 6 years out and thinking about how to best vertically integrate and deliver that price performance that they can only do, whereas the suppliers might not be able to keep up with that pace of innovation. So it's a real decoupling that they're trying to achieve across all their product lines.
Yeah, so let's talk about the MacBook. I mean, we've seen this PC boom during the pandemic. We've also seen signs that it is slowing down given all the pull forward in demand that we saw last year. Now that Apple has these new updated laptops, I mean, does it face the same types of slowdown risks as you start to see normalization in that market, or does this actually buffer it?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Morgan. Look, when we look at the broader PC market, I mean, we just saw third quarter IDC PC data come out of Gartner, and the market's decelerating significantly, right? Like the consumer market, the Chromebook market down double digits. You've had sort of probably fourth quarter going into negative year-on-year growth rates from an overall PC market standpoint. And when you look into 2022, we think the PC market units are going to be down and revenues are going to be down 5-6%. So this is a real deceleration coming off very strong years driven by COVID pull forward demand. Now, there is some of that for Apple as well, and so we're cautious. But at the same time, we think that the M1 and sort of this new innovation with the last 2 chips that they introduced yesterday, that does help them offset some of the headwinds related to the COVID related impact for slowdown. But I also think that it helps them take market share. So we published our note today where we've shown sort of where Apple is really taking share. It is in the premium segment. It's in the greater than $1,000 notebooks. And this is something that will help them sort of catalyze that lead in that category even more so. So if you want to put sort of the aggregate PC trends in perspective, there's a lot of deceleration, but I think Apple's going to buck that trend. So we think Apple might do somewhat flattish revenues next year in Mac, and that's definitely a lot better than what the overall PC market's going to do.
Yeah. You know, as we pay attention to holiday and think about what's going to be available for consumers, there is this narrative from the bulls that demand at Apple doesn't just go to demand heaven. If you can't get it for the holiday, there's a good chance you'll get it for somebody or get it for yourself when it's eventually available. Maybe that's in Q1 or Q2. Who knows? I wonder, does that mean that seasonality is going to be out of whack for the next few quarters?
Yeah, definitely. That's a great question to Carl. Look, I mean, seasonality has been sort of just off for a long time now because of COVID. But when you look at last year, right, we had a delayed launch of the iPhone. There was a staggered launch of the iPhone, and that really benefited the March quarter, not just sort of from a revenue perspective, but aggregate number of units that got shipped in the quarter and the ASPs and the stimulus in December. So there were a lot of things that were skewing seasonality last year. We think this year it's sort of interesting, right? The product launched on time, so we're actually going to see a relatively strong September. That's our view. For December, I think it gets more challenging, partly because of supply, but all our checks that we've looked at sort of across the board at stores, online, at channel partners, retailers, what you see is that it's a mixed bag. I think the sellout data that we've looked at is reasonably in line, but I would say that given last year's really tough comps, it's going to be very hard for Apple to have flattish iPhone revenues in the December quarter. And then in the March quarter, it's just extremely hard comparisons given the push out that happened from last year. So our view is you got a couple of challenging quarters to go through, and then you sort of hit a more normalized base by the time you get into June quarter.
Yeah, we're going to need 2-year stacks, 3-year stacks for the next few quarters, that's for sure, to help things make sense. Wamsi, thanks. Good to see you. Wamsi Moen.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you.
Energy stocks in the green again today as the S&P sector trades higher. We're going to check in on those moves a bit later this hour. Plus, Guggenheim's executive chairman Alan Schwartz joins us next. Don't go anywhere.
A long-term bull suggests inflation shouldn't scare investors. That story and more on tradingnation.cnbc.com. More Squawk on the Street ahead.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. We are live from the Milken Institute Global Conference in Los Angeles. Joining me now is Guggenheim Partners Executive Chairman Alan Schwartz. Alan, it's good to see you.
Nice to see you.
You know, a great amount of talk here at the conference about ESG, about sustainability, comes up all the time. Many of the CEOs and other participants talking about it in earnest. What has it meant for your business in terms of capital formation and flows and, you know, opportunity, I guess?
Yeah, it's a big subject. Thanks. And I'm doing a panel on ESG in a little bit because I actually decided to take over our ESG effort about 3 years ago.
Why did you decide to do that?
Well, you know, I was seeing coming up through there, you know, that there's a lot of technologies. There's a lot of capital that was demanding ESG, but there were very few businesses or technologies that were at the stage of development that could attract a lot of capital. So there've been a lot of things in the, you know, in the works, in the labs, that all of a sudden we started seeing were coming to what we thought were takeoff velocity for the markets. And so we decided to form an effort to pull together all our groups, power and energy, autos, and all of our groups to talk about where is ESG going, where are the new technologies. And we're now seeing it happen right in front of our eyes.
So give me some examples when you say we're seeing it happen.
Well, there's a tremendous wave of new investment coming behind new technologies. In fact, the estimates, we've seen different estimates of a number like $10 trillion of investment over the next decade.
$1 trillion a year.
$1 trillion a year of capital deployment behind launching the new technologies that are ESG. And that's really, candidly, that's the E side. That's not the S side, you know, but that's, you know, the environmental and climate impact technologies that are reaching takeoff velocity, and we're seeing it right in front of our eyes.
Right. And we're also seeing a lot of business models. You know, I can think about the SPAC world. That's just one part of it. But with projections that you could argue, I mean, come on, you know, how are you going to get there? I would assume that there is going to be a lot of failures, aren't there, given this rush of capital?
Anytime there's innovation, there should be failure, or you're not innovating hard enough. So let's go back to the dot-com boom, right? You know, you looked at all these companies that got started, the markets got very excited. And this is a pattern that's gone. When the auto was invented, there were like 35 or 40 auto companies that went public, right? So you always get, you know, excess optimism about how many different companies are going to be successful. But take the dot-com boom. A few companies like Amazon, Google, and Facebook, and what Apple has done turned out to really be, you know, sustainable. So we're going to see winners and losers, but there is going to be, I am highly confident, there is going to be a tremendous amount of investment in scaling new technologies, because it's already beginning to happen.
All right. So, but, you know, in terms of trying to understand who has a business model that is going to be sustainable, how are you guys going about doing that?
Well, you
and
know,
where are you looking in particular? Is there one area that you think has perhaps more promise than another within this broader context?
Yeah, I think there's a few areas we're very focused on. We're very focused on direct air capture, global thermostat, carbon engineering, Climeworks. We're working with Occidental Petroleum to roll out a tremendous amount of the carbon engineering in the Permian Basin. We're working with Global Thermostat with partners like Siemens and Exxon to work out their technology. So
is this thing for real? I mean, it is. The technology is there right now?
The technology is proven. That's the important part. It's been in the lab for a long time. The key now is the engineering, right? So when you move from breakthrough technology to engineering, you know you're in a good place, because the engineering is using things that have been known before to get them to scale. And there is a tremendous market to buy, for example, carbon offsets. And the reason is that corporations understand. See, we're in an era, it used to be that the government was the one who priced externalities to the economy, right, or to the environment. So you take air pollution. The government would set up a set of rules, business would follow. That doesn't work anymore. Government's too far behind. So investors and consumers are demanding from corporations that corporations really lead the way, and corporations are embracing that.
Yeah.
So companies like Microsoft and a bunch of others are willing to buy the credits from the technologies that they see are going to work, because they know that will create the investment that brings the things down to scale. Give you an example. Think about it. When solar and wind started, right, it was the government that time around
a lot of
offering
subsidies.
credits.
Yep.
And everybody said you can't do that. Well, they're now the cheapest form of electric power there is.
But you bring up an important point. It was the government. And here you just said the government is lagging. We all know it is. In fact, it's still unclear whether we're even going to get the basic infrastructure bill, not to mention the other one that one would expect will set rules and deliver capital that will help what you're talking about get off the ground.
Right. And I think that they
Can you do it without the government?
Yeah, not without the government, but the government's not in the lead. That is my point. Corporations are in the lead. And corporations then will want recognition for what they're doing. And to get recognition, you have to have a set of standards. That's something the government can still do, is authorize that something works upon, and is what it says it is and does what it says it's going to do. But the corporations are going to lead the way. I believe we're entering an era of what I call profit with a purpose. Right? I think consumers and investors are looking to corporations to do things that do well. But the reason we're entering that profit for a purpose, my opinion, is things are coming together, i.e., you can do the right things with new technologies, and if you bring them down the learning curve, you can actually do them cheaper and more profitably. So this is coming together and is going to be a major wave.
All right, so when I sit here with Alan Schwartz, who I've known for many years, a guy who advised on so many deals, obviously he's run a company as well, it's kind of surprising to hear you become such an evangelist for this.
Well, it's a profit with a purpose is for Guggenheim too, right? In other words, we're doing something because we really believe in it, but at the same time, if you're going to see trillions of dollars of capital deployed into new technologies and new industries, that's a tremendous opportunity for an investment bank to be an intermediator in those flows. That's what we do for a living.
Yeah, it is. Now, something you used to do for a living, I don't know if you still do, is advise on mergers and acquisitions. I mean, some of the largest deals that we've seen. I wonder, just to quickly pivot to that side, regulation, the FTC, the DOJ, are we going to see any sizable transactions, the likes that get the big headlines, or are the brakes on because of what we're seeing out of Washington?
Well, I think the FTC plays a role, but a minor role in the change in the M&A environment. I said when we started Guggenheim, we participated in a lot of very large deals. As you mentioned, that was the end of what I would call a dumb device era, which was an era where you got consolidation around the businesses that have been triggered by dumb devices and the internet. And now we're in the smart device era because, the iPhone didn't come along till 2007. And as it came along, it changed the way business is done. And in the end of an era is consolidation of the giants. The beginning of an era is now M&A is much less about consolidation and much more about creating new capabilities, both offensively and defensively, to be able to do business in a new way. And that's a very different M&A environment. So, yes, we're very active in it, but it's smaller deals on average. But a lot more activity, which is really good. And there's a lot of private equity. And so, there's a lot of transactions. And at the same time, it triggers the capital markets. So when we started, we had a strong M&A business. The capital markets were a little slow. This year, we're having record underwriting businesses, too. So it's a great environment. I always tell our guys, don't confuse a bull market with brains. But as long as we're doing, yeah, they do. But as long as we're doing well, you wouldn't not want to do well in the bull market, right? But I think the market environment is much different from the environment back there. It's a lot more activity and in a lot of different ways. And so you got to be out there and be flexible.
All right. Well, we're going to leave it there. But Alan, good to see you, and I appreciate you taking time. Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Carl, over to you.
All right, David, thank you very much. Don't forget, Netflix is set to report tonight after the bell. We've got what to expect coming up next hour on Tech Check, as we are still hovering right above 4,500. Best level for the S&P in a little bit more than a month. We're back in a moment.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. It is now time for our ETF Spotlight. We're taking a look at the Energy Select Spider Fund. This is ticker XLE. It's up about 0.5% right now. It's up almost 30% in just 2 months as rising demand coupled with supply constraints continues to push oil prices higher. Oilfield services company Halliburton, which is a core holding of the ETF, reporting results this morning that matched profit expectations but missed on revenue. This was just a day after shares closed at a 2.5-year high. They're actually up more than 40% since late August. CEO Jeff Miller saying demand is only headed higher with a, quote, multi-year upcycle unfolding. More Squawk on the Street after this. Corporate tax revenue is at all-time highs. This is thanks in large part to record profits. Robert Frank's got the details for us. Hi, Robert.
Hey, Morgan. Corporate tax revenue hitting a new record in the latest fiscal year. That's according to the Congressional Budget Office. Corporate income tax receipts topping $370 billion in the 2021 fiscal year that ended September 30th. That was up 75% over last year and up 61% over 2019. It was also higher than the period before the Trump tax cuts, which of course brought that corporate rate from 35 to 21%. So we have lower rates and higher revenue. Now, the reason for this record revenue is record corporate profits. Many say the numbers may be a one-off since the surge in profits followed the shutdowns from the pandemic. Now, if you look at revenue from the wealthy, that was also approaching records. Income tax revenue up 28%, expected to top $2 trillion. Tax experts say much of that was from capital gains, with the wealthy cashing in on their gains from rising stocks and other assets. If you look at total federal taxes paid in the latest fiscal year, they reached an all-time high in nominal terms of more than $4 trillion. It was the highest share of GDP paid in taxes in almost 20 years. Morgan?
This research is just fascinating, Robert. And of course, the timing of it cannot be overstated either, given the fact that we do see these fiscal bills being batted around in Congress right now. I mean, what does this do, I guess if anything, but what does this do to the debate back and forth about higher corporate tax rates, higher rates on the rich?
There's no question, Morgan, it's going to be in the mix. For those on the left who say they don't pay their fair share, they're going to keep arguing that. And those on the right will hold this up, saying, what's fair share when we have record income tax collections from the wealthy and from companies? So no question, this will add to that debate.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Robert, thank you for bringing us the latest on this. We're just going to get a quick check on the markets right now, with the major averages all trading higher. The S&P is up about 0.6%. 45.11 is the level there. The Dow is also up 147 points right now. We're being powered by earnings. Speaking of earnings, United Airlines and Netflix after the bell, so we'll keep an eye on that. That's going to do it for Squawk on the Street. Tech Check starts now.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Tech Check. I'm Carl Quintanilla with John Fort and Deirdre Bosa. Today, Apple's getting chippy, ramps up the pressure on competitors, what it means for the rest of the PC ecosystem, plus the future of Bitcoin. What is next for crypto as the first Bitcoin futures ETF debuts today? And then the SEC says this is not a game. A new report outlines how payment for order flow entices brokers to promote risky retail trading behavior. John?
Yeah, let's take a bite out of Apple just to start, announcing new MacBook Pro designs with their own M1 Pro and Max chips at yesterday's Unleashed event. The raw performance and ambition in these chip designs have the industry reeling a bit this morning. 32-core GPU in the Max, 57 billion transistors. This move puts pressure on the rest of the PC ecosystem, including Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA, perhaps creating some opportunity for them, too. While the new M1 Pro and Max chips are currently in higher-end machines, we can expect to see the concepts and architecture trickle into more mainstream computer sales in 2022 and 2023, if history is any guide. And also the next generation of AirPods also making headlines, starting at $179. That's kind of in between the higher end with noise cancellation. And now there's a lower end, more pricing tiers starting at $129, D. But these M1 Pro and Max chips, I mean, we can geek out a little bit on chips, but what this is doing, Lisa Su was just talking a couple of weeks ago at Code about heterogeneous computing and the ability to turn different cores on and off, graphics, CPU, depending on what the user is doing. That's what Apple is trying to take the lead in here. And I mean, they're going to grab share if the others don't answer.
Right. I mean, the first 9 minutes of that event yesterday dedicated to chips. It was clearly the star. And as you mentioned at the top, John, you're seeing this sort of as a threat to the traditional chip makers, and not just on the PC front, but on the data servers overnight, right? Alibaba unveiling a chip. It's the most advanced in China so far, and doing it itself. Amazon, Google are doing the same as well. But the fact that a Chinese company, Carl, is unveiling this sort of advanced chip perhaps raises questions as Xi Jinping's, drive for China to get better at chip making. Is that actually bearing fruit right now? And what does that mean to the complex?
Yeah, and as for Apple, guys, Morgan Stanley this morning, the most aggressive step yet to strip Intel chips out of their PCs. John, they make the point by adding the M1 Pro and the M1 Max, they can essentially take their chip line and decide whether they want to go high or low within their own in-house production.
That is true. At the same time, we expect to get some technology announcements from Pat Gelsinger after earnings this week into next week. I want to talk to him about that. This, in a way, is a validation of this strategy that he has, not only to do Foundry, but to bring more focus to graphics and high performance. Intel's got to do that. They can't just be a component maker. They've got to be a solution provider. But can they execute is the question, because the market will run away, D, if they don't.
Yeah, and clearly the bar has been raised here. Meanwhile, guys, another big story we're following, the first Bitcoin ETF. It's a Bitcoin futures ETF that is debuting on the NYSE today. Kate Rooney is here with me in San Francisco. Feels good to be here in person.
I know,
Kate.
this is the best.
Now, a lot of folks are wondering, why do you need a Bitcoin futures ETF when you can just own the underlying asset? But this is really about regulation here. We heard from SEC Chair Gary Gensler earlier this morning. He kept alluding to the idea that Bitcoin futures are traded on the CME, which is regulated by the SEC's sibling agency, and that's why we have this. But when we look at this landscape, there's more competition coming.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's this flood of other applications in the works. You have one from Valkyrie this week. There's a whole list of other futures-based Bitcoin ETFs, but other spot-based ETFs, and companies are getting a little bit excited saying, okay, we're seeing these futures-based ETFs approved. This probably means that they're at least open to the idea of a spot-based ETF, so something that would track the underlying price of Bitcoin or hold Bitcoin versus tracking Bitcoin futures. So it's way more tightly correlated to Bitcoin itself. Bigger risk in the eyes of Gary Gensler.
Exactly. And so what makes, folks out there think that the SEC would be open to that when he does talk so much about the CME? Would you have to have, let's say, a Coinbase become a trusted exchange, which hasn't exactly, endeared themselves to regulators?
One of the things, so I spoke to Grayscale CEO Michael Sonnenschein. They applied today to convert their Bitcoin fund, Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, into an ETF eventually. Folks I'm talking to say, listen, this is going to take a while. It's probably not imminent. But one of the things he mentioned is sort of the correlation between Bitcoin prices and Bitcoin futures, and saying one of the things that Gary Gensler was really worried about was price discovery and the idea that they needed predictability in the prices. And they were saying, what? Futures have shown that they really do track the price of Bitcoin. He was saying the market has matured, and this particular fund owns about 3% of the Bitcoin in circulation, so saying they probably have the scale at this point, and they could easily convert into an ETF.
Right, so it's a good candidate. Well, speaking about the price, last I checked this morning, but yeah, above 62,000. The last time we saw it at this level, right, was when Coinbase
IPO'd.
Went public, and that was really the peak, right? We're seeing that happen again. Could we see the same thing, after today? Is that the price come down quite a bit?
People who are a little bit more skeptical, maybe the bears out there, would say that, well, if you look at CME futures, when those were approved in 2017, it was December 2017, right before the last crypto winter that people talk about, that where the price dropped by something like 80% of the time. So people have said this could be very much a buy the rumor, sell the news thing. But, I mean, the Bitcoin ETF is live, and it's almost...
And the winter that second time around earlier this year was a lot. It wasn't exactly a winter.
Yeah,
it was like a blip.
It was a blizzard, right?
Because here we are.
Exactly. So those who have said a spot ETF is on the way, they say the market's way more mature. It's at the point where there's more predictability, and you have the underlying asset is a lot more protected.
Right.
But Gary Gensler, I mean, it feels like the takeaway from his interview was investor protection. We need to make sure that the underlying asset isn't vulnerable to fraud, hacks, cybersecurity
Right. And we're
risk.
still some ways from there, but anyways, a key moment for the crypto community and ETF community. Carl, over to you.
All right, guys, everything you've just been talking about ties to our interview with Gensler this morning. Our Bob Pisani sat down with us on Squawk on the Street and talked about crypto, gamification, and a lot more, Bob.
Yeah, important. A lot of things we went over with Chair Gensler. We spoke with him about the new Bitcoin futures ETF and his staff report on the GameStop saga. What caused the GameStop run-up? Well, the report says that while short covering was a factor on key days, it was, in reality, a wave of positive investor sentiment that was the primary cause of the price run-up. The staff did consider but rejected other explanations for the price rise, included naked short selling and a so-called gamma squeeze. Now, what, if anything, should be done about this? The report is very long on facts, but very short on recommendations. Gensler has spoken for months about the deleterious effects of payment for order flow and gamification of trading. Here's what he said on payment for order flow.
There's still a payment underneath these applications. It also doesn't mean that it's always best execution. And we've had cases where we've announced in the last 18 months where there has been this conflict between the broker on the one hand and this payment for order flow on the other. And let me just remind your viewer that if you place a retail market order, as shown in this report, the vast majority of those don't go to the transparent lit markets, they go to the dark.
However, the report did not tie the GameStop saga to payment for order flow or gamification. Now, on Bitcoin, I asked him why he had green-lighted a Bitcoin futures ETF, but not a pure play Bitcoin ETF. Here's what he had to say.
I think that we in the official sector should be technology neutral, but not policy neutral. And so what we're trying to do is ensure to the best we can within our authorities to bring projects into the investor protection perimeter.
Now, while many in the Bitcoin and ETF community are unhappy that a Bitcoin futures ETF has been approved over a pure play Bitcoin ETF, most are happy with this very small first step. Next, Congress needs to make it clear who has regulatory control over the crypto world, including crypto exchanges. And Deirdre and Carl, that is the problem right here. Congress can't even agree on a debt ceiling right now. Gensler has repeatedly said, I have problems with a pure play Bitcoin ETF because I don't have control over large parts of the ecosystem, for example, like exchanges. And for that reason, a lot of people feel the chances of any imminent approval of a Bitcoin ETF are very, very small. Guys?
Interesting, Bob. But given the freedom that he's giving BITO today, I wonder, all those in crypto who were sort of denouncing his general stance on regulation, not that he cares, but do you think they're having to reconsider him today?
Yeah, he has a problem. He wants to be seen as a champion of financial innovation, but he's now not a professor at MIT. He's in charge of the SEC, which is specifically charged with investor protection. He's in a very different role now than when he was a professor at MIT. Futures solves a problem for him. It's a regulated market. It doesn't involve fraud on exchanges, people breaking into exchanges, people forgetting their passports. It doesn't involve any of that. It solves a problem for him. In the meantime, he has to work on getting the regulatory approval that he feels he needs in order to get his hands around the universe, and then you can advance it. I think he's in favor of a Bitcoin ETF, but not without clear understanding of what his regulatory bound is and whether he's part of the CFTC he's got to work with. Who else? Who else in the regulatory agencies do we need to get a clear understanding? And I think it really might require congressional approval at this point, Carl.
Bob, he also talked about the changing nature of platforms, not just financial, but from retail to streaming to gaming, and what that means for finance. And what we've seen this year certainly is a lot of gamification over the last few years. So I just want to point out, throw to this soundbite from Kathy Woods recently. Take a listen.
I know a lot of people are concerned about the gamification that the Robin Hoods of the world represent. But I'm not worried at all about that. I think what happened after the tech and telecom bust and the 08-09 meltdown, the fear and risk aversion that permeated the markets took the joy out of the markets and took the creativity and the imagination. Now it's coming back, and I really think it's starting with the millennials. They are excited.
Now, Gensler talked about this, and he said, are they, as in trading platforms, the Robin Hoods, using behavioral prompts to trade more or move more options trading or trading on margin? But has he given us a really clear answer whether he thinks that needs to be changed, what the SEC can actually do to help the public, or if they need help?
His body language clearly indicates he does want a change to be made. And I think he's on to something. With all due respect to Kathy Woods, who gave a nice, oh, people are excited, rah-rah little speech there, I think he's directionally correct. It does likely encourage more trading. What he needs to be able to show is there is some kind of harm for this. Is there a problem with more trading? Does it make people prone to errors? Does it make people prone to trade too much? If you can show a demonstrable harm, there might be a reason for enhanced guidelines from the SEC. I think it's going to be a little more difficult on payment for order flow, and I pressed him on this morning. I think he's going to have a much harder time demonstrating that the public is really getting harmed or ripped off by payment for order flow, because the average investor is getting a better deal now than they've ever gotten in history. Commissions are essentially zero, costs are down dramatically, and even execution quality has been outstanding. There's a little debate about that, but overall, I think he's got a point on gamification. I think he'll have a tougher time on payment for order flow.
Yeah, well, important to read that body language, and you have brought us your expertise and continue to. We appreciate that. Thank you, Bob Pisani. Now, after the break, what to expect from Netflix as it reports after the bell, plus the star of Apple TV's Ted Lasso, Jason Sudeikis, going to join the show. Tech Check, just getting started.
Let's get a gut check on Chinese tech stocks. Making a comeback since the start of the month, Alibaba and JD.com, they are up more than 15%. Bilibili higher by 21%. Now, this is a bounce off some very steep declines. Look at these year-to-date charts. You're probably aware, but it's pretty ugly. Alibaba lowered by more than 25% in particular as that crackdown continues to depress valuations. Baba, we just mentioned it. The stock is getting a pop this morning on news that it launched a new chip to power its data center business. The company is looking to ramp up its cloud business, compete with the giants, Amazon and Microsoft. And guys, this doesn't get talked about a lot, but Alibaba is the third largest cloud vendor worldwide, according to Gartner, ahead of Google and IBM. And Carl is just one of a few, actually, Chinese companies in that top 10. Huawei, another one that's making moves in the cloud space.
Yeah, definitely breaking that downtrend, pretty interesting. Meantime, Netflix earnings are, of course, tonight as the company continues to deal with the blowback from the Dave Chappelle special. Julia talked to Netflix co-CEO Reed Hastings last night about that, and maybe even Squid Game, JB.
Well, he didn't give me much on Squid Game, but let's start with earnings. The company is under pressure to jumpstart user growth after its stock plummeted on weaker than expected user guidance last quarter. So 2 numbers to watch today. 3.5 million. That's how many subscriber additions the company forecast for the third quarter. Now, even more important is fourth quarter guidance. 8.5 million subscribers. That's what analysts expect the company to guide towards in Q4. Now, we're also listening for commentary on a couple of other key things. How the surprise success of Squid Game will influence strategy and results. Also, what's next for games. And, of course, the outrage over Dave Chappelle's comedy special, which prompted some employees to plan a walkout for tomorrow. Now, it was the elephant in the room at a philanthropy panel that I moderated yesterday with Reed Hastings at the Milken Institute Global Summit. After half an hour of talking about his philanthropy, I tried to get him to comment. So I need to ask if you're going to respond to those employee demands and how this whole situation is prompting you to think differently, if you are, about what are the lines of content you want to cross and what type of content you want to promote on the platform.
You know, the fundamental thing about charter schools and the way this works at this conference is to focus on what we're here for. And we have earnings tomorrow, and we have a lead CNBC reporter.
I will move on, but I got to say, is that a no comment?
Sure, it's a no comment.
I continued to press Hastings a number of times on that topic, but no avail. His co-CEO, Ted Sarandos, did defend the company's stance on Dave Chappelle in that special. Maybe Sarandos will weigh in on what's going on with that this afternoon. John?
You continue to press, Julia? You? I don't know. I think that could be your epitaph, continued to press, for sure. We can always count on you for that. Stick with us. We also want to bring in Bank of America Securities' Nat Schindler about Netflix. Nat, the outsized success of Squid Game, important. There's this metric that often gets talked about, you know, the efficiency cost versus what viewership brings in. It's been quite high for Squid Game, surprise breakout hit. For Chappelle's last special, wasn't so high. So I wonder, as you look at, say, Squid Game versus the Chappelle special, what does Chappelle do for Netflix? Because certainly, I mean, it's popular content, but it's expensive. Is there a chance that they lose out here, or is it probably going to work out for them?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think it's very difficult to tell. So it would be difficult not just for us to tell from the outside. It's difficult for Netflix to tell. You've seen reports that I've seen that internal estimates suggested that Squid Games would generate 900 million. That's very difficult to know. It probably generated a large amount because it is the fastest show in user views that we've ever seen. It has the largest Google Trends effect. You know, I think on the order of a third bigger than The Witcher with Henry Cavill. And I think it's very important to look at that. But one, it's very difficult to predict what shows will do that, even for Netflix. And it's very difficult to say afterwards, did that show hold that value over time? Because it could bring in subscribers from South Korea and around the world for a month. But if they don't stay because that's what brought them in, it's not enough. So you need to have lots of different content. And that's what Netflix does so well, is they bring out so much content over so much time. Now, you can quibble about any particular piece of content that they create on whether or not that piece of content is too expensive for what they get out of it. One, you don't know because you don't even get the data that they have internally, and they don't know because they can't know whether or not the consumer subscribed to see Dave Chappelle but didn't like it and quit or they stayed because they wanted to see Red Notice that's coming out later this year. So it's very difficult for anyone to get to really concrete numbers on that.
Julia, from your years covering the company, have you ever gotten the sense that people churn, people actually leave because of individual pieces of content? And then Chappelle did say in the special, this is the last time he's going to talk about this stuff. So I wonder, as Sarandos is trying to build this comedy franchise in part around Chappelle, is that a good sign for them that from here, maybe it'll be smoother sailing?
Well, John, look, there are multiple questions packed in there. I think that Netflix has talked about how particular titles, whether it's a series or movie, do get people to sign on. The rule with streaming services, and this is sort of commonly held belief, is that new titles, big high-profile titles, get people to join, and then they stick around to watch the library. They stick around to watch Friends or Seinfeld or stuff where there's a really deep library of older shows. Now, so I don't think we've heard anything about how people leave because of a certain piece of content. I think the question is with Chappelle is, this is the last in his series that he is committed to already doing for Netflix. So he said this was the last time he was going to talk about this because his run doing these sort of pricey specials for Netflix was over, not because this was his choice to make this the last one, but that was sort of part of the contractual deal with Netflix. So I think that Netflix has a wide range of different types of comedians on the platform, and I think no service would want to be too reliant on just one particular comedian.
Hey, Nat, I'm much more interested in the Squid Game phenomenon, and I know the B of A trading desk this morning mentions your coverage. They talk about the fact that it's been a disappointment around earnings for really a couple of years, I think 10 of the last 13 quarters, as subs are always a big question mark going in, but that somehow Squid Game is a new differentiated skill in which they can take a show from a foreign country and have it be a phenomenon all around the world. Do you think there's a stair-step function there?
Well, I think that's the real key of Squid Games here, is that we know it didn't cost very much relative to other shows. And one of the things Netflix has said for a long time is that they could democratize the production of content around the world. One of the reasons Hollywood had won for years in its production, the quality of content, was really the production values and the expense paid for Hollywood content. Now you're getting that level of production values everywhere else in the world. So if you could create shows from all over the world with actors that people have never heard of, but still love the content, and directors that they haven't seen before, and even in languages that they don't know, that's a huge advantage because now you could potentially lower the whole cost of creating great content. As you see with Squid Games, it looks as one of the most popular shows that Netflix has ever produced at a fraction of the cost of a Stranger Games series.
Yeah, but is it repeatable? It's like the anti-Disney. It's nice when it works, but is it repeatable?
I mean, if I was Dwayne Johnson or Gal Gadot or Ryan Reynolds right now, I wouldn't be so worried that I'm going to see my salary collapse because someone could be creating content out of Malaysia that beats my Red Notice coming out. But it is something to be concerned about.
Something to be concerned about, for sure. We got to leave it there.
It's something to be excited about for Netflix.
Nat, Julia, thank you.
Interim AMC Network CEO said this morning, it could have been anyone. It could have been them that discovered Squid Game. Anyways, after the break, more on what is next for Apple and its competitive position. Apple's coming off a big rally, up 5% in the last 5 days, but still underperforming the broader market this year. And don't miss AMC CEO Adam Aron speaking of meme stocks at 2 p.m. Eastern right here on CNBC.
Welcome back to Tech Check. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Deirdre Bosa and John Ford. Get a check on the biggest gainers on the NDX this morning. You got some Chinese tech in there as well as DocuSign and Adobe. By the way, SP 4513 is about a 1-month high. We got the banks at an all-time high as well. We'll talk software in just a moment. But first, a news update with Christina Partsinevelos. Christina?
Hi, Carl. Here is what is happening at this hour. Home builders starting construction on fewer homes in September. The 1.6% decline was far larger than expected, fueled by ongoing shortages of materials and labor. The pace of new housing permits has also slowed. $2.3 billion. That's the added cost of shipping and commodities Procter & Gamble expects over the next year. P&G also reporting shrinking margins as price increases are not keeping pace with rising expenses. The cost concerns helping push the company's stock lower despite a Q3 earnings beat. Shares of Atea Pharmaceutical now down only about 60% after plunging more than 70%. The biotech saying its oral treatment for COVID failed in a mid-stage trial. Atea shares now trading around $15, down from a high of $94 in February. And Southwest Air is ending plans to offer unpaid leave to employees who do not get vaccinated before a federal deadline in December. The company is giving workers until November 24th to show proof of vaccination or apply for an exemption. Carl, Deirdre, John, back to you.
I'll take it, Christina. Thank you.
Thanks.
Meanwhile, software stocks, Carl mentioned this, they're shooting back up to record highs, retaking the September top. Mike Santoli joins us to break down the snapback rally. Mike.
Yeah, pretty resilient here. Not necessarily as broadly inclusive a move as you might expect, but the software sector has been leadership for various parts of this year for the overall market. The software ETF here, IGV, is in green. You see, not only is it at a new record high, but also has nosed ahead of the SP 500 on a year-to-date basis, with the significant help, though, of two of the heavyweights. Microsoft and Salesforce together are about, I guess, 18% or so of that ETF of the overall sector. Just the mega caps really doing more of the heavy lifting. Take a look at more broadly in technology. If you do an equal weighted version of the S&P 500 technology sector, the ticker of this ETF is RYT. It's also reasserted itself a little bit, got that sort of double bottom look to it in September, October, but not quite yet back up to those highs, similar to the overall market. So obviously semis might have a little more room to come back. So it seems like the growth trade is back in gear to some degree. It's been pretty tough to extrapolate that all year because we swapped off leadership. Cyclical's also looking okay today. So perhaps after we get back to highs, we figure out exactly whether there's going to be a leadership tilt one way or the other, Dean.
Yeah, we'll continue watching, Mike. Thanks for that. Tim, let's get back to Apple now. What came of yesterday's announcements? We've talked a lot about chips, but let's talk about the products, too. Let's bring in Cowen's Krish Sankar and The Verge's Neely Patel to break it all down. Neely, let me start with you. There was so much excitement. There was all these close-up pictures of the MacBook Pros and the ports on Twitter. A lot of enthusiasm, but let's remember that these haven't been in the hands of any journalists quite yet. Is it justified, or do we have to wait a little bit to see if they actually deliver?
I think it's justified. Obviously, I'm a product reviewer. I'm going to tell everyone to wait for reviews. But you give the people what they want, they turn out in force. Give them the ports back, take the dongles away, add the buttons at the top of the keyboard. I have got to say, I think people were more excited about this laptop than they were for this round of iPhones. Apple's store slowed down yesterday. It was hard to buy the machine for a while from Apple. The ship date slipped immediately. I heard from Apple folks themselves that they were having a hard time buying their own machine. There's a lot of pent-up demand for a useful Pro machine from Apple, and they deliver.
Pent-up demand certainly among creatives, Krish, but I wonder, is the investment community as excited as that professional community that is going out there to buy them? And, you know, it's a significant group, but not a mainstream group.
Yeah, that's right, Deirdre, and thanks for having me. You know, the MacBook has kind of taken the back seat for a while, ever since the advent of the iPhone. It's not a meaningful driver of revenue and earnings, but to your point, it is incremental, and every bit helps. I think the biggest thing here was the whole fact that, you know, both the M1 Pro and the M1 Max, it kind of shows that Apple's decision to move to custom silicon through TSMC and away from Intel is really paying very well, right? You can see all the benchmark testing and everything. I'm sure Neely can attest to this, that the chip is really performing amusingly well. And that is actually good for Apple on two things. Number one, they're always on the leading edge now, thanks to TSMC's roadmap. And number two is it's actually incremental to gross margins. We think it's like 3 to 5% accretive to EPS because bringing it all in-house as a custom silicon and a really strong product benefits. But to your point, iPhone is the bigger part of the thesis. Every bit helps with the MacBook.
Nilay, I want to go back to the chip conversation as it relates to Apple right now, because I think we're seeing something that, in a way, maybe we're too close to it to appreciate the significance. We're seeing ARM-based computing taking the lead in the performance conversation in PCs right now. What do you think that means for Apple and potential market share gains over the next couple of years, given how well they're doing at this so far? And what kind of danger does it represent for the other OEMs, players, PC makers in the ecosystem?
Yeah, I think the shift to ARM as an architecture overall has been slow throughout non-phone computing. We've seen a lot of attempts to do it. We've seen a lot of attempts to do it in the data center where it has taken hold. It has not taken hold for consumers, for regular people, desktops, laptops. Apple is proving that they can just go right into it, that they don't have to baby step into it. They don't have to issue a cut down machine that can't run the apps. They can take their most popular machines, their most powerful machines now, and put an ARM-based chip in there. Obviously, it's a very custom ARM-based chip. It is not necessarily related to what the other folks in ARM are doing, but they can do it. And I think that is a big wake-up call for the industry, that they need to refocus on battery life and performance while delivering long battery life in a way that Intel and AMD have just not been able to do for a long time.
Hey, Chris, just on the pull forward for hardware in general, I guess specifically at the enterprise level, we seem to be at this moment where you got some people arguing we pulled a lot of demand forward and look out below. On the other hand, others argue the reinvention of corporate IT is just beginning as we get our hands around remote work. Do you have to be on either side of that debate?
I think you don't have to, especially as an Apple shareholder, because I would say there are two parts to the debate. The number one is, like I said, Mac is actually more a niche market. If you look at the bigger part of the PC market between Dell, HP, and Lenovo, they have like 2/3 of the market share. So I think the shift between consumer to commercial is more of a debate between those three big players. I think when it comes to Apple, I don't think it necessarily matters because Apple is being more a niche product with creators, etc., who are driving a lot of the adoption. But I think when it comes to the bigger part of the PC market, yeah, the longer it takes to return back to the office, it does seem to push out that IT spending budget by that much. And therefore, that effectively pushes out the commercial PC adoption. You already saw a massive consumer PC adoption last year, and that's moderating already.
Nilay and Krish, thanks so much for your insights this morning. We'll talk to you both again soon.
And speaking of Apple, after the break, don't miss an interview with Ted Lasso's Jason Sudeikis. Plus, the big week for halftime continues. David Tepper, Jim Reynolds, and Nelson Peltz join that show. It starts at noon Eastern, right after Tech Check. We're back in Q. What a year Jason Sudeikis is having. The actor currently writing and shooting season 3 of his Emmy-winning show on Apple TV, Ted Lasso. Sudeikis also hosting SNL this weekend, nearly a decade after leaving the show. I asked him about his time at Studio 8H and what it means to be a creator during a golden era for digital content.
I bridge that gap between analog and digital. You know what I mean? Like I do the bulk of my rewrites, with a red pen on actual script that I learned, from my SNL days. And I was at SNL when you'd get your sketch back and you'd watch it on VHS. Now you pull it up on your phone and you can, scrub through it. What I think the coolest thing for me as someone that's as much of a fan as someone that makes this stuff is that everybody, alive has these things. And I'm excited for, people like even my children's, age who are 5 and 7, them having a movie studio, a television studio in their mom or dad's, pocket or purse, when they get to an age, if they have the ability to have one of those themselves, like it's not the setup you used to have. It's not as, finite of a group of people, and to not have to go through a film school or anything like that to then have access to that type of material, that type of equipment to then tell your stories is going to have a profound effect, more so than I think, or probably in relationship to the internet, because what that also does is it allows the best to be found. I mean, I remember in my basketball days, I wasn't great at basketball, but I was decent. And I remember hearing something that if you're good, they'll find you. You know what I mean? And they were talking about some, 6'9", 14-year-old kid that lives in Alaska, not me necessarily, but it's like, if someone's good, they'll find you. And so now in this streaming age, if you make good stories, whether they're 12 seconds long or, 12 hours long, you have a place to put them and people will find you. And hopefully you will then have the opportunity to have someone else pay for them, and get paid to make them.
Found Ted Lasso, and what brought him to us, his worlds colliding. He's been a longtime advocate of children's health. Abbott put him and Real Madrid together to talk about nutrition. So that's ostensibly the reason. But, we talked about digital content and streaming because this is Tech Check.
I was just going to ask that. Why was the Real Madrid logo in the background? Was this some kind of tie-in to Richmond? I love that analogy he uses playing basketball, that they will find you. Good content will be found these days. And increasingly, Carl, that's to be found overseas, internationally, as evidenced by, some of Netflix's biggest hits these days. 3 of the top 10 shows now, they're international.
Yeah, and I love that idea of kids, John, using cinematic mode on the Pro, doing movies that you can literally be compared to a Hollywood director or writer or actor. It's really going to change the game about talent discovery in the years to come. Meantime, the Nasdaq's trying to make up 5 days up in a row. Not all the stocks are in the green this morning, though. Take a look at some of the losers. Big downgrade over at Marriott, watching some of the discounters and consumer package companies as well. But we're hanging on to 45.13. Back in a moment.
Gut check on Roku. That stock climbing 10% since the start of October, looking to snap a 3-month losing streak, which is its longest since early 2020. Roku now positive for the year, though that stock is still about 30% off its highs. So what is the street stake? Well, 74% of analysts are bullish on that stock, calling it a buy. Average price target, $471. That's more than $100 from here going into earnings. And in the meantime, speaking of TV hardware, we do have some news from our own parent company, Comcast. Julia, what are the details?
Well, that's right, Deirdre. CNBC parent company Comcast just announced its first TV sets for here in the U.S. They're called X-Class TV. These are smart TV sets, and they're built for streaming. And they make Comcast's streaming entertainment platform available for the first time to consumers across the U.S. who don't have an Xfinity subscription or live in that Xfinity footprint. Now, the TVs, which are built by Hisense, they cost $300 or $350, will include a year of Peacock Premium subscription at no extra cost. And people will be able to buy live pay TV services from Hulu, YouTube, and others. And then they will have access to streaming services, including Netflix, HBO Max, Disney Plus, and others. And Comcast will make it possible to sign up for pay TV streaming services from Xfinity if you're in the Comcast footprint, or Charter Communications if you're in that footprint, and that will all be through X-Class TV. Now, all of this enables Comcast to scale its tech platform to reach more consumers outside of its footprint. They can reach them with the ads and Peacock and other services as well. Guys?
Julia, it's an interesting strategy in a way taken from Roku's playbook, because from dongles to TVs, they've been doing this for a while. But it's interesting to me that now is the time when we're seeing this surge into lower cost TVs. It looks like they're 43 and 50 inches, 4K Ultra HD, which sounds pretty good, but refresh rates probably aren't going to be great for gaming, I'm guessing. This is more of like a guest room or bedroom TV. Do you think this is a method that's going to have legs in the cable industry in general?
Well, what I think is so interesting here, John, is that Comcast has developed all of this expertise with Xfinity. The Xfinity boxes win awards. People love them. They figured out how to bridge both live TV and streaming and make it possible to search between both regular linear TV and also these different streaming services. And so Comcast is saying, we have all this expertise, we have this technology, let's figure out how to make it available to people in cities such as me in Los Angeles who are not within that Comcast footprint. So it's really trying to leverage everything they've learned. They recently just launched a television in the UK that's called Sky, because of course that's the brand there. So I think this is them trying to take advantage of all of their capabilities. And then once you have reached into these new markets, there's so much opportunity for targeting ads and the like.
Yeah, that's certainly the line from companies like Netflix over the last couple of weeks. Just a huge percentage of TVs around the world, but even in this country, that are still not connected are smart. That's pretty fascinating. Thanks, Julia. Still to come this morning, Clover Health down big after since going public via that SPAC, and Chamath Palihapitiya. We'll talk about the health of health tech in a moment.
Clover Health came public via SPAC earlier this year, backed by Chamath Palihapitiya. But like a lot of upstart health tech firms, investors so far cool to the company. Bertha Coombs joins us now from Boston, where she sat down with Clover's CTO. Bertha?
That's right, John. We are at Health in Boston, where a lot of health tech companies have come together. And I spoke with Andrew Choi. He says, when he sits down with investors and explains the company's mission, they get it. Clover Health basically tries to leverage its software, which it gives for free to the doctors on its network, in order to improve the health of its members, bringing down those costs, and that ultimately, they say, will lead to profitability. But so far, the company is not profitable, and its shares up now only for the 4th time since going public in January. Choi says this is about a long-term strategy.
I think that makes it harder for investors in the shorter term to get a feel for certain statistics around the company. But that's why I encourage folks, as for your question, to take the longer view.
It's interesting that he talks about the fact that retail investors seem to get it. So far, Clover has been a better bet on the short side than the long, with a 14% short interest. That has also made it a favorite of the meme traders on Reddit. And when I talked to Toy about that, he said, that's actually a good thing. He says he's read some of those spots, and he says one of the things that's happening is that people are understanding Medicare and understanding its mission. But at the moment, it's not necessarily giving the stock any leverage. It's down some 72% from its high in June. But we are in the middle of Medicare open enrollment, and they are doubling their footprint this year. If you take a look at the map, they are now going to be in 9 states, and they are continuing to target those underserved areas, particularly in the South. They're expanding into Mississippi this year. So they say they're continuing on their mission, and they think longer term, this is going to prove right, and investors are going to get it. Carl?
Some fantastic coverage today, Bertha, whether it's Google Health or Clover. That's our Bertha Coombs. Bertha, thanks. If you missed part of the show, don't forget to follow and subscribe to our podcast. You can listen anytime, anywhere, wherever you download podcasts. And Tech Check is back in just a moment.
Grocery delivery startup Instacart announcing its largest ever acquisition this morning of Caper AI, an AI-powered shopping cart and smart checkout platform for about $350 million. I caught up with Instacart CEO Fiji Simo, who said that Caper's advantage is that its smart grocery carts, they go right into stores, they're already being tested, versus what Amazon is developing with its Go technology. She said that that requires retrofitting of stores and significant capital investment. I also asked Simo about growth post-pandemic, and she pointed to the company's, what she called it, a new resting heart rate.
We're continuing to grow, and we have a new resting heart rate post-pandemic, and that shows that these habits are here to stay. It wasn't a one-time bump. It was really people realizing that there is a lot of value in getting your groceries delivered. However, we also think that people are also going to continue going to stores. Obviously, the online grocery industry is 10% penetrated. We think it will go to 30% in the next 5 to 10 years, but there will still be 70% of shopping that happens offline.
Now, competition also growing, of course, from the likes of DoorDash and Uber. Simo telling me that Instacart is, though, renewing contracts and differentiating itself from those names by not competing directly with grocers. Now, Instacart was one of this year's most anticipated IPOs. It's now valued at $45 billion, though still no official word on that timeline. John, she told me, Apoorva Mehta, the former CEO and founder, told me before the exact same thing, that they want to go public at some point. It's not the most important thing to them, but you got to start to wonder if that window was closing. You saw some of the big sharing economy names, DoorDash and Airbnb, go public and show those strong pandemic numbers late last year. And Instacart may not be able to do that in a post-pandemic world.
Yeah, and Carl, I wonder how they're going to try to set up the narrative ahead of that potential transaction. Usually that's what executives try to do, is say, here are the numbers and the trends that we want you to look at. We'll check that resting heart rate as it proceeds.
Meanwhile, guys, want to get a final check on cloud stocks, mostly higher today and extending their recent significant outperformance. One of the ETFs that tracks those names is SKYY, trading at all-time highs, on pace for the best month since last November. A bunch of constituents posting big gains this month, including Coupa, Fastly, Zscaler, all up double digits. And then, of course, Cloudflare, we mentioned yesterday, a fresh all-time high today, and was in Kramer's radar as well. So tonight, Netflix and UAL, before things start to continue to heat up tomorrow with Verizon and Biogen. Let's get to the half on this anniversary week. Let's get to the judge.
Carl, thanks so much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner. Front and center this hour, the rally in stocks. 4 straight and counting now for the S&P. Altimeter's Brad Gerstner with us exclusively today on where he's investing right now. The investment committee also here to debate your money's next move. And joining me for the hour today, Stephanie Link, Jim Lebenthal, Josh Brown, John Najarian, co-founder of MarketRebellion.com. It's good to see everybody today. Let's go to the wall, take a look at stocks. We're about 1% away from a new high on the S&P. A busy week of earnings is rolling on. As I said, we've got Gerstner coming up along with BlackRock's Rick Reeder. He told you stocks were going higher in his last halftime appearance. We'll find out what he thinks now. Richard Fisher will tell us what the Fed's going to do next month as well. But Dow's good for 161. Farmer Jim, Mr. All In. I guess the market's finally come around to your point of view. It's listening loud and clear, Jimmy.
Well, you know what? It's such an easy point of view to have. First off, 90% of the time you're going to be right if you're just bullish. I really don't understand people who get so bearish and really stick to their guns. You're like a salmon swimming upstream all the time. It's such hard work. Why don't you just go with the flow, which is always higher? And there's reasons for it to be higher, right? We're seeing where earnings are. They're high. They're growing. Yes, there are risks out there. But, Scott, there's always risks out there. There's always risk that Congress does something stupid or that the Fed gets aggressive, which, by the way, it's not going to do anytime soon. What you have here is early in an economic expansion, you got profits growing, you got jobs are plentiful. Yeah, I know there's supply chain bottlenecks. They'll work themselves out. I can't tell you how soon. I have no idea. I can't tell you if it's 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 quarters, but I don't think it's 2 years. And the people who are doing that doomsaying, I think, are a bit ridiculous. This is a good time to be in the cyclical trades. Doesn't mean you give up on FANG. FANG is performing well right now, and for the long run will do well. But right now, the cyclicals, you see energy, you see my Marathon Petroleum, you see industrials, you see my Northrop Grumman. I could go on, but it's a good time for the cyclical trade early in an economic expansion.
I'll tell you what, Steph, it does feel like the whole tone of the market has changed in the balance of a week. So I wonder if it's just time to capitulate on all this correction nonsense. I mean, Baycrest's Jonathan Krinsky out with a new note just before we came on the air. He says, quote, seasonals are now a tailwind. Optimistic sentiment has been reset, and we're seeing consumer discretionary break out of a multi-month base versus staples, which is generally indicative of risk on. I read some comments yesterday from Mike Wilson that are making the rounds where it sounds to me like he's ready to capitulate. Now, we'll find out from him directly if he's willing to do that. But it sure sounds like it. Is it time to capitulate on all that negativity, Steph?
Yes, I mean, I've been positive, especially about 4Q, because seasonally it is strong. I agree with a lot of what Jim just said. There are tailwinds. Liquidity, it's ample. Even with the taper, it's still tremendous in terms of what we're getting. From the monetary side, we might even get more on the fiscal side. Don't know about that, but that could be a possibility. Interest rates are benign. They're rising, but they're rising slowly, and they're rising for the right reasons. Better growth, more inflation. Consumer is 70% of the U.S. GDP. They have jobs if they want them. Wages are going higher, and they have $2 trillion in excess savings. So there's pent-up demand. You add all of this up, and you have earnings that probably get revised higher. And why is that important? Because stocks follow earnings. And I think you're already starting to see earnings go higher. Look at the banks. Every single one of those names beat, and numbers went higher. So that's a good sign. We still have a ways to go. But I am encouraged so far. Now, I worry about inflation. I worry about energy prices and demand destruction, especially for the consumer. So that is a very big watch point for me. But between now and the end of the year, I want to be long, and I want to be in cyclicals and reopen names, because I think that's a theme that's going to carry into 2022 as well. That's
where Marko Kolanovic is talking about again today. Stay cyclicals. Tom Lee, all signs point to more risk on. Josh Brown, I want to know what's on your mind. Beyond the black truffle burger at the Shake Shack.
All right. Let's not overdo it. Listen, 50% of the NDX and SPX names are now back above the 50-day, but 50% are not. So there's still a lot more healing to do beneath the surface. The recovery of that last 50% of stocks that are still below the short-term moving average could be the catalyst for the next market-wide move higher. And when I look at what's working right now, there's no story. There's no rhyme or reason. Almost everything is starting to participate here, which is typical going into year-end. Maybe it doesn't normally start this early. Probably it usually starts around Thanksgiving. But I look at Walmart, Target, Costco, just went on massive runs. Yeah, no kidding, consumer discretionary. The consumer's balance sheet in history has never been in as good a shape as it is right now. That is actually the best part of the economy today. Then you look at the high beta names. The ARK names are running. All the high beta stuff from last year that spent this whole year getting murdered, starting to look like they've bottomed. Zoom is a really great example of that. Shopify, Spotify, both ripping. Even Teladoc, which is one of the worst looking stocks I've ever seen. That looks like it bottomed. And then you look at the big winners. Snow, oh my God. Look at this chart. Put it up there for me, Patty. Unity, ticker symbol U, another red hot. Looks incredible. So that makes sense, right? But then they're also running up the bank stocks. You got a 52-week high in the banks. They're running up REITs. Look at my Simon Property, 52-week high. Solar stocks, I've never seen anything like this. ENPH is the #1 performing stock in the S&P 500 today. A lot of those names look great, and even Apple is running after a decent pullback. So it's forget about this cyclical, non-cyclical, risk on, risk off, reopening. Throw that out. That is last year's news. It's the worst thing I've ever heard. Focus on how many charts in how many different industry groups are starting to set up, either because they've bottomed or because they refused to pull back while the overall market did. And there are just so many opportunities out there.
I love the riff. I just love the riff that you just went on. You highlighted so many important things. Dr. J, look, I mean, you've been a little bit negative relative to other people, right? You thought rates are going to move up a little bit, that the market may not be able to withstand that. Now, I know we're talking about higher levels than this, and that's the Kolanovic point that said, look, oil can go to 130 and rates can go to 2.5, and then the market can withstand that. But you do have rates up, you do have oil up. and you got stocks up, and the S&P is not that far away from a new high. I mean, the tone has changed, Doc. You can feel that, can't you?
Yes, Scott. I think the overall we are getting that lift right now. I'm delighted for it, as the other panel members are, because virtually everything in your portfolio is moving to the upside. Josh cited those solar stocks. He's absolutely right, because of what's going on with coal, what's going on with natural gas, what's going on with oil, uranium stocks. So, of course, TAN has to move as well, because the alternatives, any of the alternatives that people have, become more attractive if they haven't made the similar moves to what we've seen in those other commodities. So the TAN is up almost 5% today. That's a broad swath of those solar stocks and so forth. That feels pretty good. The energy trade is still moving right along. I disagree, as I said, with Kalanovic about $130 oil, but we're not there. You know, we're obviously nearly $50 from that level. I think that would be something, Scott, that would be a big negative. That's not what I'm shooting against right now. I think you just sit back, enjoy the ride, like Farmer Jim has said. And right now, we have massive upside buying into this earnings season. So unless we see significant disappointments from the people that actually have to deliver a product rather than deliver something over the internet, I think this could continue.
All right, let me do this. Let's get to a couple of quick items before we bring in Gerstner, because I can't wait to hear his thoughts on the cloud stocks that are moving up, what's going on in the NASDAQ, et cetera. Josh, you sold Zillow. You bought it in the low 90s. Yep. We know about the news this week. They stopped buying the homes. Just take us through your trade here.
Yeah, so there are too many, as I mentioned, there are so many stocks setting up here nicely. There are so many breakouts happening. I can't have something in my portfolio of individual names where the company is basically admitting that they're not executing and they have no plans to fix it until at least the end of the year. I can't afford it. So there's too much else that I want to do. So I look at what's going on at Zillow, not as their failure, but mine. I bought the stock down 55% on the year. I thought that was enough. Apparently things are going worse there than what the market already had surmised. So it's a very, very short-term trade. It ended up being, it's okay. We move on, we do other things.
Well, what we do on this show, we highlight the good, the bad, the ugly. I mean, that's what we do. That's what we've always done over the last 10 years. Now let's talk about the good.
I was going to say, you saw me pull the ripcord in Leslie's this year. That didn't work. You saw me pull the ripcord in Bristol Myers, a failed technical breakout. If you're not like acknowledging when you're wrong and moving on, you're not really doing this in real life. Like the only people who are playing for batting average are on Twitter. In real life, it's about dollars. Wins and losses aren't as important. It's what are you losing or what are you making.
Well,
so I was wrong. You have to be willing to say, this was my idea. It's not panning out the way I thought it would.
Speaking of pulling the ripcord, I mean, when you bought Coinbase at 250, 255, it sounded like you had the parachute on just in case things fell apart. And I guess you've taken it off because the stock's at 303, 304 as we speak. It's moving higher. You got the new Bitcoin ETF. So your thoughts on Coinbase, just a great call.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to move this fast, frankly. I'll probably move up a trailing stop. I'm not going to leave my original in. But the idea behind Coinbase was very simple. I'm speaking to people all the time in our industry. Everybody is trying to figure out how to make crypto a part of what they're doing. And again, I do believe Gemini and Coinbase are going to be the two biggest winners coming out of this. Only one of them is publicly traded. So I think Coinbase is setting itself up as a 21st century custodian for the digital economy, and they have a really, really big lead. And that's about as much thought as I put into it.
All right, let's bring in Brad Gerstner. He's our first headliner of the day, the founder and CEO of Altimeter Capital. He joins us out from Los Angeles. Good to see you. Thanks for being a part of this week.
Hey, Scott. Thanks for having me, and happy 10th.
Yeah, thank you.
From Milken and all the investors out here.
Yeah, I appreciate it very much. How timely to have you, given the conversation that we were just having. from software like Snowflake, which are ripping. It's up 5% this week. Stocks are not that far away from a new high. We spoke 3 weeks ago or so at Delivering Alpha, which wasn't televised. Snippets of our conversation were played. You said at that point you were 55% net long versus 75 last year, and that the NASDAQ needed to come in fairly substantially from the levels that it was at a few weeks ago. It's going the opposite direction. What's going on now?
Well, listen, after listening to Josh, I'm all fired up, and I probably need to go buy some more stuff. But, you know, listen, we're in the business of assessing probabilities, and there's a distribution of probabilities here. Everybody agrees that rates and liquidity are having an impact on multiples. And what I said is, you know, we've decided that we're going to have a little less on, right, than we did at this time last year because multiples have come up a lot. Let me just give you one statistic. If the NASDAQ were to correct, the growth multiples were to correct to January 2020 levels, pre-COVID. In January 20, nobody thought that multiples were too low. We'd have about a 30% correction in the NASDAQ. So I think when you're looking at the distribution of probabilities, whether you're playing from home or whether you're doing this for a living, you need to leave open the possibility that as rates begin to move up, as the world normalizes, multiples are going to normalize. That can occur, and at the same time, great fundamental innovations will lead to value creation that will continue to be investable.
Well, have you changed your positioning since we last spoke? Have you increased your long exposure by virtue of what the market seems to be doing? It's seasonally, as I mentioned already, according to notes and what we know from history's sake, is we are entering a period that's usually pretty good for the market.
I mean, Scott, every day we're in the market adding or subtracting, you know, to positions, but we haven't had any material changes, and we're playing over a longer arc, right? Our largest position is Snowflake, which Josh, you know, just talked about, an incredible business we think will be much larger, you know, 3, 4, 5 years from now. But if the market corrects due to interest rate corrections, et cetera, it too will come in. And so I think you just have to understand that you're playing in a market where valuations are at or near all-time highs, that there may be corrections, and you need to make sure that your exposures allow you to play through those corrections to buy more when things are off. Remember, in Q2 of this year, Snowflake was at $180 or $190 a share, and I didn't hear too many people banging the table to buy Snowflake in Q2. Today it's at $340, and I think that is representative of the market writ large. People need to assess that distribution of risk and return and make their own calls.
So it sounds, though, like you're not backing away from your call that the NASDAQ needs to correct. And you're expecting it to happen at some point as rates continue to, in your words, normalize, whether that's 2 weeks, 2 months, or whenever. You're not deterred at all by the recent price action in the NASDAQ, which, again, feels like the market wants to continue to move up.
Scott, we're very long this market, right? So we have a hedge fund that is long the market. We have venture capital funds that are very long the market. So we're benefiting from this upward move. All I would say is that the probabilities are, as the world normalizes, as rates normalize, multiples will likely revert closer to the mean. I don't know when that is. We don't call tops or bottoms. But when that occurs, we've probably pulled forward 6, 12, 18 months worth of returns. It could simply mean that the NASDAQ goes sideways for a period of time, or it could mean that we have some air pockets along the way. We've certainly saw those in November of 2018. Remember, just on the fear of rising rates, we had a 30% intra-quarter correction in the NASDAQ. What I fear today is that nobody has any fear. That tells me that the consensus is in the camp that they need to put more money on, likely to have some corrections here. But, you know, we're long the market, and we'll continue to, you know, buy where we see opportunities.
What looks best to you now? I mentioned at the conversation we had in Delivering Alpha, we had broken some news at that point that you had sold out of United Airlines and Expedia, and some of the Chinese internet names that you had owned, and you all but called China uninvestable at this particular time. What looks attractive to you? Have you bought anything new and exciting recently?
Well, I think, as you and I discussed, we had set up a travel recovery fund on April 1st to 2020. We said to our investors who invested in that when we saw TV cameras back in airports that we would distribute those returns. It was a great run for those companies. They all still have a decent future ahead of them, but we saw better opportunities for those dollars, so we rotated into other things. We think that there are always opportunities within the market. Take, for example, Facebook, highly controversial stock, trading at 20 times earnings, 21 times next year's free cash flow for 20% growth. So it's trading at the same multiple of free cash flow as the S&P, but it's growing 4 times as fast. It's investing 5 times as much in R&D on an annual basis as most companies in the S&P. So we think that that's a really interesting opportunity to a very fair valuation in a market that is largely inflated.
Despite all of the stuff around, everything that I'm referring to around Facebook, you can disconnect yourself as an investor, and you're completely willing to do that, to look past all of the ugliness of the story that's been for the last many months and just focus on the fundamental investing analysis. And you don't think that's going to change in any way from a regulatory standpoint or any other?
Well, let me be very clear. I'm a dad of a 13 and a 10-year-old. Facebook is not in my top 5 list of concerns, right? We don't talk about Snapchat. We don't talk about TikTok. I mean, the number of concerns that parents have, we don't talk about companies selling sugary substances to our kids. So I actually applaud Facebook for doing the research they did. I wish they would open source the research that talks about impacts on teens. I wish they would challenge everybody else in the industry to do the same and give parents a quarterly report, a dashboard about the impact of all online activities on kids. So no, I don't think Facebook is uniquely bad. In fact, I think the leadership team there is doing a terrific job. I think it's a great investment, and probably the most innovative company at scale today, other than ByteDance.
You really think that the management team there, in light of some of the stories that have come out recently, whistleblower included and others, is doing, in your words, a terrific job? I mean, come on. I think a lot of people would take issue, Brad, with that statement that Mark Zuckerberg, Sheryl Sandberg, and you can go down the list, could do a lot better than they've done, quite frankly. You don't think so?
Listen, I communicate with management. I've told them I think it would be a great idea to open source this report, to challenge other people to do the same. I mean, why aren't we asking other companies, Scott, why they're not doing this research? Why aren't we asking them, where is TikTok's research on the impact on kids? Snapchat's research on the impact on kids? The fact that the media is unilaterally focusing on Facebook seems to me to be misdirected. I would also point out that the leadership team at Facebook have young kids. I know them personally, and I do think they take all of this extraordinarily seriously.
Aren't you? Well, why don't you ask TikTok? Aren't you in ByteDance?
We are in ByteDance, and we have raised it to the company, along with other companies. I've tweeted about this, and I think that, listen, you have these guests on all the time, and I think there's an opportunity for you. You've always changed the conversation. This conversation should not just be about Facebook. It should be about the impact generally of these activities, of the most used applications on our children. Apple needs to account for this. Google needs to account for this. Snapchat needs to account for this. And yes, Facebook needs to account for it as well. I think the best thing we could do is open source the research and provide a longitudinal study of the impact of these activities on our kids.
Let's move on to the conversation about private versus public companies and investing, because frankly, I didn't realize that you have more money, I think, under management that's being invested in private companies versus public, which leads to the question of, do you think you can deliver more alpha in the private market versus public? And if so, what does that say about public market investing to our viewers who are watching?
Yeah, Scott, as you know, I started really in the venture capital business, and over the last 20 years, we've seen massive industrialization in venture. I mean, think about it. Salesforce went public at $1 billion valuation. Google went public at a $25 billion valuation. ByteDance will go public at over $500 billion valuation. All of that value creation is occurring in the venture market, not in the public market. So since I started Altimeter, the objective was to be the best crossover fund to help entrepreneurs not only on their venture journey, but as they cross into the public markets, and then to continue being an investor. So what you see is a consolidation of some major brands like Altimeter and Tiger and Cotu that participate in both of those markets. I think there's amazing value creation opportunity in the private markets. It's frankly less competitive because fewer of us have opportunity to invest in those best companies. I think one of the things we need to change in this country is accredited investor rules. We need to make it easier for more people to own these venture quality companies, particularly when they're staying private longer, right? No longer are we living at the moment where companies are coming public at 500 million or $1 billion. They're coming public at 10 or 20 or 30 billion. And all that value capture today is going to venture capitalists as opposed to public market and retail investors.
It reminds me of Uber. It's a perfect segue to talk about Uber, which was, a late stage going public company. And you remain a big supporter, do you not? And so Josh Brown is on the show too, as you said. I'd like to get his thoughts too, but I want to hear from you first on Uber.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Uber is one of those companies that got hyped way up in the private markets, came public at a valuation that was challenging. Then we had COVID that hit. But I give a lot of credit to Dara Khosrowshahi and the team at Uber that have fought through COVID, that have fought through cultural changes. When I look at the business today, right, a year ago we said our people are going to continue to take deliveries of goods and food at their home post-COVID. The answer to that is unequivocally yes. Look at DoorDash, look at Uber. The second question was, can they be profitable? The answer is yes. DoorDash and Uber are proving profitability both on the unit level as well as on a consolidated level. In fact, rideshare is going to be way more profitable than people originally thought. And so we'll wait and see what they say in Q3. My expectation is that Uber is gaining share on a global deliveries basis. They're gaining share in the U.S. They're expanding margins. And today we have a massive multiple difference. Uber's trading at 5 times next year's revenue. I think DoorDash is closer to 14 or 15 times next year's revenue. I expect that those will converge as people gain more confidence in the durability of Uber's growth and the durability of their profitability.
See the stock move up. I want to get Josh's take before I ask you about crypto, and I know you have a response to what Carl Icahn told me yesterday, and I don't want to miss that. But Josh Brown, on Uber, you remain as bullish, I suppose, as Gerstner.
Yeah, but I actually want to change the subject back to what you were talking about before, because I think what Brad is talking about is so important. On the one hand, we've got these accredited investor rules in order to prevent people who can't afford to take catastrophic losses to get involved with things that typically fail. We just happen to be in a moment in the last 5 years where almost everything works. You can get a SPAC exit, you can get a takeover, you can get an IPO, 93 IPOs last quarter, which is a record for Q3 IPOs. This environment won't last. So I do worry about all of a sudden opening the floodgates to people who don't have the financial wherewithal to start putting money into private deals. But then the second component of that, Brad, and I'd love your take on it, this market has opened up a great deal. We're putting high net worth investors into private market startups, and the valuations are just as crazy as everything that people talk about on the NASDAQ. We put money into Klarna last year, I think at a $7 billion valuation. SoftBank is giving them money now at $40 billion. What really changed other than liquidity? Not much. And that's one example of probably 1,000. Do you worry that we've basically exported a bubble from the NASDAQ into the private markets? And what will be the fallout when that inevitably comes to an end?
I mean, Josh, thanks for the question. I mean, there are two things there. Number one, on valuations, we started the program by me saying there is no doubt we are underestimating the distortion that low interest rates and this amount of liquidity in a post-COVID world are having on multiples across the spectrum. Everything is higher priced than it would have been if rates weren't at zero and we didn't have this amount of liquidity. So both as a venture investor and a public market investor, I'm just saying you have to have a balanced approach. You have to leave open the possibility that we're going to have a correction and manage a portfolio so that you can durably continue to invest through that cycle. Secondly, when it comes to accredited investors, listen, I agree with you. Gensler was on CNBC this morning. The fact that we have a rodeo going on Robinhood every day where we have retail investors trading options in companies like GameStop, I mean, Josh, that is at least as risky as investing in a high-quality venture-backed company that Andreessen and Altimeter are investing in. So the idea that the venture markets are more risky than this activity going on in the public markets, I think is misplaced. But I just want to better democratize the opportunities. And Scott's heard me say before, my idea around Invest America, give every child born in this country a $2,000 investment account and make all kids part of the ownership society. The biggest problem in this country is that there are only 30 or 40% of people who participate in the ownership society. That came to the front during COVID. We need to correct that problem.
You know, it's funny, as I was listening to you to talk about markets being distorted because of all of the liquidity, I mean, people have been saying that same thing since '08, right? That markets have been fully distorted, including, I mean, the bond market, right? Interest rates since 2008 have remained historically ridiculous. So it just makes me think about all of the liquidity in the system since then and the kind of same conversation that we've been having for the last 12 or 13 years. Let's do this. Speaking of whether markets, there's too much speculation or distortion or what have you, Bitcoin back above 60. You got the new futures ETF today. As you said, Gensler was on the network talking about it earlier. Icon was with me yesterday talking about Bitcoin specifically, which you wanted to take issue with. Let's listen to Carl. We can come back and opine on the other side.
I think the jury's out on it. The jury is really out on whether it is or whether it's not. And I think if you could tell me what this economy is going to do, how inflationary it's going to get, yeah, look, if inflation gets rampant, I guess it does have value. But will inflation get rampant, or will the government come in, as they did in China, and just stop the thing, pretty much? So there's so many variables in it that is a very difficult thing to invest in.
I mean, he's not the only one who thinks that, and he likened it to gambling and said, if I want to gamble, I'll just go to Vegas.
Yeah, listen, I have a lot of respect for Carl, and the jury may be out on whether or not Bitcoin goes up and down over the next 90 days, but the jury is not out on whether or not crypto is one of the most fundamental technical changes that I've seen over my investment career. You know, across the street from Milken, there's a conference going on called Medici. I was there last night with the founders of L1 chains like Avalanche, Solana, ETH, etc. The fundamental technical changes going on are very profound. You know, at our firm, we always say, follow the world's best engineers. If the world's best engineers are going to Google, invest in Google. If they're going to Facebook, invest in Facebook. If they're going to Snowflake, invest in Snowflake. The world's best engineers today are all going into crypto. And the reason for that is we have an opportunity to really reinvent the internet in a way that allows us to have something that can authenticate transactions, authenticate value that gets exchanged. And so I think it's an important innovation. We see more engineers and more development over the last 24 months than we saw in the prior 8 years. And it's that level of innovation and that level of evolution in the utility of this thing that causes us to be pretty excited about crypto. Whether or not Bitcoin goes up over the next 90 days, I think, is a totally different question.
You are always one of our faves. I always enjoy the conversation. You get people talking, and that's the point. Brad, thank you.
Yeah, keep it up, Scott. Another 10 years.
I appreciate
Thanks to you
that.
and the entire team.
Thanks so much. That's Brad Gerstner, Altimeter, joining us today from out in Los Angeles. We have 2 more exclusives on Halftime tomorrow. The activist investor Nelson Peltz joins us. The hedge fund manager David Einhorn makes his return. Looking forward to that. We do have much more ahead today, including BlackRock's Rick Reeder. He told you stocks were going up. He was right. We're back in 2 minutes.
I'm John Ford. Here's your CNBC News update at this hour. FBI agents swarmed the home of Russian oligarch Oleg Deripaska in Washington, D.C. today. Deripaska is a billionaire oil tycoon with close ties to Russian President Vladimir Putin and one of 24 Russian oligarchs sanctioned by the Treasury Department in 2018. On the news, more on the reason for the raid tonight at 7 Eastern. And a top Haitian official says that the gang that kidnapped 17 American and Canadian missionaries is demanding $17 million to release them. FBI agents and other U.S. officials are working with Haitian authorities on their release. Among the victims, 5 children, one of them an 8-month-old baby. And in Southern California, some surfers got an up-close look at sharks swimming alongside them. If they were looking, check it out. A drone captured several white sharks swimming along the coast in Del Mar. In some cases, it looks like the surfers were unaware of the sharks nearby, but experts say it's not uncommon for these white sharks to be spotted in the area. They are expected to stick around until late autumn, so you've been warned. Halftime report returns after this.
RBC out with its list of ESG contenders. 29 outperform rated stocks that the firm believes to have compelling ESG attributes. The contenders are not popular and actively managed sustainable funds, and RBC believes they could benefit as they climb ownership rankings. Among the names highlighted by RBC, General Motors, Plug Power, Dropbox, and Okta. That's your ESG Fast Fact of the Day.
Welcome back. Our next guest manages only $2.7 trillion as BlackRock's CIO of global fixed income. He's also the head of the global allocation team. Let's bring in BlackRock's Rick Reeder. Mr. Reeder, welcome back.
Thanks, Scott. Congrats on 10 years. Thanks for having me again.
Thanks. It's good to have you back. And I'm sure it's easier for you to be back because you said Stocks are going higher. I think those were your exact words. So that the easy part's out of the way now, Rick. Where are they going from here? That's what we want to know.
Can I rest on the last call? Listen, I think they're going higher. I mean, Scott, I still, first of all, I'd say from two different perspectives. One, I think interest rates have made their move. I still think you can get a bit more out of rates, but I think the fear of, gosh, we're going to have dramatically higher interest rates dulling the valuations of the equity market. I don't think we're going much further from where we are today. Secondly, when I look around, there are still a lot of stocks to buy that make sense. I was actually looking at the auto companies the other day. Boy, they're pretty reasonable relative to where they've been over time. You've got what is an inventory drawdown, a forward demand function. There are enough stocks out there that have reasonable valuations that, yeah, I think we're going to keep going higher. And by the way, I think the earnings numbers, some of the ones, you're definitely seeing some pressure on margins from the staples companies, but, you knew that was going to happen. But, boy, I think the rest of the earnings picture, companies are pricing it through. And I think people underestimate, we're doing a big analysis on this for a call I'm doing in a couple of days. When you get this sort of inflation of the equity market or the impact on the equity market, stocks do pretty well. And there's a real, if you can get passed through, which I would argue, given the demand function, you can. Well, I think the earnings numbers are durable, and so I think we've got some upside still to go.
Well,
and, by the way, the rich part of the fixed income market or the interest rate, it's not very interesting. More flows will continue in the equity market.
4,500 is where we sit on the S&P. What's reasonable between now and the end of the year, do you think?
Tough call. Could you get another 5 to 8% out of the market? I think so. I don't see any reason why not. I think tech's got some upside to it that could be even more significant. So, yeah, I definitely think you can get another 5 to 8, maybe even 10. I think people underestimate. You said it earlier on the show. I know we've talked about it for months now. The amount of liquidity in the system is epic. The numbers I was looking at are pretty extraordinary. If you go back 20 years ago, it was $3 trillion of global liquidity. It's 40 today. 40 trillion. It was 6% of GDP 20 years ago. It's 47% of global GDP today. Even the Fed tapers, they're not reducing the size of their balance sheet. They're just slowing down how much they're putting in. I think there's a lot of flows. And look at the size of money in money market funds today and where they're going to go, and pension funds and endowments. Boy, I still think you've got some ups here.
I guess the question is, when is some of the liquidity going to come out? And for that, let's add Richard Fisher to the conversation if we could. He's the former Dallas Fed president. Love having him on, too. Richard, you there? That's good to see you. I'm glad you were able to join today.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And being alongside of Rick is a great honor, by the way.
It's good.
It's hard to dispute what he says.
It's good to have you both. So do you think we've seen the magnitude of the move in rates? Is this about it for the 10-year, 161, 162?
Yeah, well, it depends on where you're looking on the curve. Obviously, the 2 to 5 year space basically has doubled in yield since August. However, these are still very low rates. And as Rick points out, there's a lot of liquidity floating around the system. And then I think also very importantly, companies are passing on the inflationary pressures that they're seeing on the cost side and the input side. And consumers are, seem to be taking it in at this juncture. That protects their margins. Look at what Procter just announced this morning. And this is very typical behavior. So, so far, I think that this has been well digested. I do worry that inflationary pressures are far from transitory. Again, if you read through Procter's statement, just as one example.
Of course.
It just shows you how long it takes for businesses to adjust and figure out how to reconfigure and re-up it as they did in their announcement.
Well,
so this is that kind of environment right now. But again, I think Rick makes a significant key point. The amount of liquidity coursing through the system. And, 10 years ago, that was when we had just finished up QE2. We added $600 billion to the Fed balance sheet. And then we went on another series in QE3. Then we didn't taper till 2013, actually January 2014 after the taper tantrum. At the end, the balance sheet was $4.5 trillion. And as Rick points out, it'll be $9 trillion.
So is there too much? Is there too much liquidity? Has the Fed already blown it, Richard? They should have already tapered, right?
Well, my views. I would have started tapering a little bit earlier, but I'm no longer there. Besides that, I lost a lot of votes when I dissented. So, but even Rick's point is key. even if they taper down to the end next summer, as they hinted or announced, you're still going to have a pretty significant balance sheet, and they will not have likely raised rates until they get that process done. Although what's happened in the 2 to 5 year space is last couple of weeks is basically the equivalent of 3 interest rate increases by the Fed. And yet the market's digested it. So there you have it.
Well, because Rick Reeder, the last word to you. We've digested it because as you guys were just talking, even with the taper, you're still going to be doing QE2 plus of bond buying. And the market knows that more than anybody else.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. And like Richard said, you know, you're pricing in, and part of why the Fed, I think, should have started tapering a bit earlier, is you need to open the window. And they've articulated they won't start raising rates until well after they finish this tapering program. You need to start getting there so that in case you need to create some breaking of this inflation trend, you could start to move rate higher. Markets have priced in, like Richard said, 2 hikes for 22, almost 2 hikes for 22, and then 3 into 23. So like you said, the system is starting to anticipate the Fed doing it. I actually question whether they are going to move that much, but I think they should start in 22. They definitely think they should start moving, and I think they need to open that window up. But listen, if you look historically where real rates are, and I think real rates are going to stay persistently lower than they've been over time. This doesn't say rates can't move a bit higher than they are today, but there's a series of structural dynamics, including demographics, including pension funds now being fully funded, that I think real rates will stay lower, even though you have a Fed that's reducing the amount that they're putting into the system.
Well, both of you guys have been good friends of this program. Sincerely appreciate that. It's good having you on this week. Richard Fisher, Rick Reeder, I hope to see both of you soon.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Scott.
All right, 2 big interviews again tomorrow. Nelson Peltz, David Einhorn are going to join us. We'll come back right after. Jim Cramer's with us, too, by the way. I mean, it's going to be a big day, and I can't wait for that. I need to hear from Stephanie Link on J&J. I definitely need to do that today. I need to hear from John Najarian on Walmart. I need his unusual activity. We'll do it next. J&J is higher today after beating EPS estimates. Stephanie Link, I said I need to hear from you. Stock's having a nice day.
It is having a nice day. They beat earnings. Revenues grew 11%. They raised estimates, and that just speaks to their strong pipeline. R&D's up 28% year to date. Free cash flow, $15 billion. I expect another dividend increase in the short term.
Jimmy Lebenthal, why do you prefer Bristol-Myers to J&J?
Well, hey, Scott, unfortunately, I can't talk about Johnson & Johnson, but I'll talk about Bristol-Myers.
You want to talk about Johnson & Johnson or something? What do you mean you can't talk about it?
No, I'm restricted in it. Wait, I'm restricted in it.
Well, that's why I asked you about Bristol-Myers.
That's
why I asked you. Follow me, Jimmy.
You said compare the two.
No, I said
Scott.
why are you in Bristol-Myers instead of J&J? I teed you up perfectly, and then you hit rewind.
All right, Bristol-Myers. Look, this is very simple. I want my pharma exposure. Oh, Josh, calm down. You have your time to speak.
Go ahead.
Plenty of it. Bristol-Myers is a very cheap way to be in pharmaceuticals. The Democrats are not even remotely targeting pharmaceuticals the way they were a couple of months ago. That's the space I want to be in. Bristol-Myers is my play.
All right. Thank you very much, Pharma Jim. All right. Unusual activity. Doc, what do you got?
Let's kick it off with DraftKings, Scott, because the 5th of November expiration, 8,500 of the 52 calls go off, but a lower strike, but those are the unusual activity. Apple, 46,000 of the 149 calls hit, and bang, like that. They've been buying all the way up to the 150s today, Scott. Obviously, earnings plays coming into this. And then lastly, Netflix, which is tonight. Netflix, very strong activity, but $18 billion surge in market cap over the past couple weeks. Is it all priced in, Scott? It depends on Squid Game, I guess, but I'm still long Netflix calls.
I love where Apple is right now just because it sets up so nicely to talk about it as it approaches its earnings in the next couple of weeks. It's at 148.5, 157 is the high. We'll see if it gets back to that level. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll do final trades next. TRB, what's your final trade? You go first.
Staying long Uber, I really feel this could have a 5 handle by year end.
All right, we'll see. 47.50 is where it currently sits. Stephanie Link.
Halliburton, it was an inline quarter, but they were very positive on the conference call about cycle strength, pricing power, and free cash flow of $360 million. I think they're going to increase their buyback.
Okay. Halliburton shares up nicely today, too, in a nice market. Dr. J?
Tilray, Scott, the end of October, the 29th of October, expiration, 1050 calls. They're trading about, 13,000 contracts. That's a lot more than normal. I joined the party and hopefully takes us a lot higher.
Farmer Jim, you got the last 20 seconds. All to you, my friend.
Thank you, my brother. Industrials have a strong bid, and within industrials, defense and aerospace. Look at a company like Raytheon, or Northrop Grumman for that matter, but Raytheon, new 52-week high. The bid is there because there's no budget cuts coming, and China is saber-rattling. Good time for defense stocks.
Good stuff, guys. Peltz and Einhorn tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching today. That does it for us. The exchange starts now.
Thank you very much, Scott. Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly Evans. Here's what's ahead on the exchange. Sell-off? What sell-off? Stocks are once again nearing all-time highs. The Dow and the S&P now within 1% of their records. But big fund managers are now the most bearish they've been in quite some time. We'll look at what that means for the market. And Bitcoin rising again today, just shy of its own record high back in April as the first Bitcoin futures ETF starts trading. What the head of the SEC said today about the future of crypto regulation, and we'll speak with a crypto specialist who says a futures-based fund is very unfriendly to retail investors. Plus, which retailers can weather the supply chain snarls, the company that could be the next meme stock, and Goldman's got a new conviction buy. All that and more in today's Rapid Fire, but let's kick things off with the markets. Down at the NYSE today with Michael Santoli. Mike?
Yeah, Kelly, obviously mostly green here. The big growth stocks providing more than their share of the push higher. We're, as you said, within 1% of the all-time highs. The S&P 500, September 2nd, 45.45 intraday high. I think it's 45.36 as a closing high on the same day. One question, is the market going to follow the seasonal script perfectly 2 years in a row? Last year and this year, September 2nd high, sell-off for 3 weeks into September, a bounce, a further decline, and then a recovery. Last year, we didn't get done with the downside until October 30th. That was right before the election. Right here, it looks pretty textbook the way this is working out. So you'd have to say you give the benefit of the doubt to some of the seasonal advantages. One thing I'll amend, Kelly, that B of A fund manager survey, those fund managers were really bearish a week and 2 weeks ago. That's when the survey was done. That was here, not where we are right now. So that tells you something about market psychology. Take a look at some of the style and sector moves here. Banks versus technology. They've kind of each had their moments over the course of the year. Banks obviously built up their advantage earlier on, making new highs, usually pretty bullish. Tech still below the highs, but actually have outperformed this month. It has not been a very clear growth versus value split right now. We have treasury yields higher but below their highs from the spring. We'll see if that gets sorted out as we move along. Crude oil, of course, big mover, getting a little bit overbought, getting stretched on the charts. But boy, that's a very, very strong trend right here. Does it say more about demand than supply? We don't really know. So far, the markets are able to absorb it. One final point, we were at these levels back in 2014. In fact, we spent all of 2010 through 2014 above $80 a barrel in oil, obviously with a smaller economy and with consumers with lower income. So maybe that's a silver lining, Kelly.
All right, and Mike, you teased that fund manager survey. We'll talk about it right now. Thank you, sir. As he mentioned, Bank of America's latest fund manager survey is the least bullish it's been in a year, with managers reporting cash levels now at a 12-month high. Some of the other findings include 85% expecting higher short-term rates and a Fed rate hike next year. 48% of respondents saying inflation is the biggest risk to stocks. There's also a big rotation out of healthcare and staples and into the banks and energy, the so-called value trade. Joining me now to discuss is Kim Forrest. She's Chief Investment Officer at Bokeh Capital Markets. Kim, welcome. How does that line up with your own thinking?
Well, I think they're probably a little short-sighted and probably missed a lot of the news that inflation isn't quite as hot as everybody anticipated maybe a couple of weeks ago. We got some data at the end of last week that really validated we have inflation, but it's not super hot.
Just remind me which of those data points. I mean, it's been interesting as well because I think there's this question even for something like retail sales. Is it strong because there's actually strong consumer demand, or is it just higher prices?
Right. Well, I mean, no doubt inflation is hotter than we've had probably for a decade, right? But it is in line, and it wasn't, I think it was both PMI and CPI, both were lower than the analysts had expected, right? So it was lower than the average, although it was still high. And I think that kind of is showing us some of the inflation, and not all of the inflation is transitory. And we have a lot in the supply chain that's causing everybody issues, and that affects prices. It just does.
What about the sectors they're talking about? Are the banks and energy attractive to you?
Well, we're running right now a sector neutral strategy where we try to match up with our holdings with the SP 500. So we have to own those. I think having earlier bought energy, I feel pretty good about that. And same thing about the banks. I think they are good, but that really feels like a short-term trade, not a longer-term trade that we kind of do.
Tell me, what do you do like for the longer term? Is it industrials?
Well, it is industrials, and we're going to be really watching those earnings very carefully, as well as technology. That's a big favorite of mine. But here's the thing. What we're looking for in any company, and that's an energy company, a bank, or industrials and technology, is how they use technology. So what we really want to do is find companies that are well run, and we've found that technologies that create and, more importantly, deploy technology well are winners in the long term. They can survive things like short-term cash or inflation because they're doing already what they can to not waste money and to not just chase things. They have a good plan and they're executing well.
Sure, and we've talked about Xilinx before, which I know is one that you like, but yes, sort of sticking with the industrials theme, what about 3M? I mean, is this a company you're already buying, or you're waiting to pounce?
Well, we bought it earlier this year, and we really like it because of its global reach, first of all. And we feel that it's just a really well-run company, and it understands what its clients want to have out of that company. So we think it's just a well-run company. It did trade higher this year. It's off a bit. And, we're always looking to add when stocks go on sale.
All right. So finally, if we are looking for companies like 3M, sort of at the industrials more broadly, does that mean you think we're coming out of this fundamentally in good macro shape?
Well, the macro is always a question. The latest news from China and their lower GDP, that's concerning, not just because China is a big and becoming a consumer-oriented market, but more that it signals what their demand is for their products. So that is kind of a global question mark. Take a longer view. I think that will serve you best as an investor, and that's what we do. So I do think things are still improving. We have, signs that things aren't as dire as we thought maybe last month. And we'll see at the end of this earnings season by listening to what all these companies say about what the future brings, and we'll know then.
And we'll see at the end of the month if the rest of the fund managing space changes their mind and agrees with you. Yeah. Kim, it's great to have you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Kim Forrest with Boca. Now to Netflix. The company reports results after the bell, and the stock has seen a massive run. It's up about 25% in 2 months, outperforming all the other mega cap tech names, and analysts like what they see ahead of results. Today, Bank of America says it's confident in Netflix's return to strong growth, maintaining their buy rating and $680 price target. Barclays highlighting the company's history of top-line beats. UBS, Morgan Stanley, Baird, and Piper Sandler all raising their price targets this past week, with Piper the most bullish, hiking theirs to 705. Evercore ISI adding the stock to its tactical outperform list. And Goldman, a little more cautious, maintaining their neutral rating, saying the success of Squid Games has heightened investor expectations. I think it's heightened everybody's. For more on what to expect today, Julia Borson is here with 3 key numbers to watch. Julia?
Well, Kelly, with the record-breaking viewers for Squid Game, investors are hoping that Netflix will jumpstart its growth. Analysts are expecting Netflix to grow revenue 16% to $7.5 billion on a 47% increase in earnings per share. Now, the other key number to watch is subscribers. Netflix projected it would add 3.5 million subscribers in the third quarter, and even more important is what subscriber guidance the company gives for the fourth quarter. Analysts forecast 8.5 million additions for Q4 as the company rolls out even more content. Now, we're also listening for commentary on what's next for games, competition, and content investment. Kelly.
But back to growth sounds like it's the main thing. And how would you compare this with the story around Disney these days, where people seem to be pulling in? I think it was Morgan Stanley earlier this week concerned that maybe their subscriber growth numbers are, the gloss is coming off a little bit.
Yeah, so the tale of two very different streaming services right now. The question for Netflix for so long was how much had they pulled forward growth? The company had disappointing results in the first two quarters of the year, and they said, look, it's because of production delays. We're going to have so much new content hitting in the second half of the year, that's Q3 and Q4, that they anticipated they were going to see a really big uptick in subscriber additions. So now the question is, how saturated is the U.S. market? Do big hits like Squid Game show that there is more potential here in North America, which is a very saturated market? And what kind of growth are they going to see internationally? The other question that we might hear addressed by Netflix is what's their pricing power? Maybe they can't add that many more subscribers here in the U.S., but maybe they see opportunity to raise prices down the line. Now, Disney is a different situation, much less content, but their content is much more high profile, familiar brands, and maybe would say more popular content, even though they have less of it. Disney also has that struggle of getting enough new content out there to help them add subscribers. And Bob Chapek, of course, warned that they were going to be hitting their long-term targets, but near-term to expect choppiness. Choppiness, Kelly, of course, makes investors worried.
Yeah, we don't like choppiness. No one likes choppiness. I guess on that point, Julia, have they kind of quelled the rumors? These rumors about spinning off ESPN have been around for a long time, certainly going back a year, maybe 2 years now. The company, I think you spoke with them earlier this week, and they tried to once again say that's not on the table.
Well, look, analysts have for a while said that it would be a great idea to spin off ESPN. Disney has not commented on these reports. There was a report that Disney was looking to spin off ESPN and ESPN Plus. A source that I spoke to close to the situation told me that this was not in the works because Disney has been investing very much in different things for ESPN Plus, including sports betting, which would grow the value of ESPN and ESPN Plus. And they just made some new deals, including for the NHL. They also have more NFL rights, so that Disney really sees a lot of value in ESPN and ESPN Plus, so that's not in the works for now. Although, Kelly, who knows what the media landscape's going to look like in 10 years?
I know.
So I wouldn't make any bets that far out. But for now, it seems like Disney really wants to grow the value of those assets.
All right, Julia, thank you very much. Disney shares down about 0.5% today. Again, had a tougher time earlier this week. And Netflix after the bell tonight. Coming up, the first ever Bitcoin futures ETF making its public debut. It's up about 3.5% right now over net asset value. Up next, we'll speak to the CEO of a crypto-friendly bank about her concerns about this product for retail investors. Plus, online ticket marketplace Vivid Seats hitting the market via SPAC today. That's just one of the names billionaire Todd Boehly has in numerous entertainment and media holdings. We'll speak with him about the merger, the future of media, sports, and more. We're back in a moment.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Welcome back to the exchange. Take a look at the ProShares Bitcoin Strategy ETF, BITO. BITO it is. The first Bitcoin futures ETF started trading today, and it's up about 3.5% right now. While it's not a direct investment in Bitcoin, it is considered a major step towards legitimizing trading in the crypto. Just last week, Cathie Wood's ARK Invest gave its brand name to a planned Bitcoin futures fund. But last night, Invesco pulled its plan to offer a rival product with no explanation. All of this buzz has the crypto climbing to its highest level since April 15th. There's Bitcoin 63,466, just about $100 or $1,000 shy of its all-time high. Earlier on Squawk on the Street, SEC Chair Gary Gensler explained why he endorsed the Bitcoin futures ETF, but is still calling for tougher regulation.
I think that we in the official sector should be technology neutral, but not policy neutral. And so what we're trying to do is ensure to the best we can within our authorities to bring projects into the investor protection perimeter.
Joining me now with more on the impact across the financial sector and for investors, Caitlin Long is the chair and CEO of Avanti Bank, a crypto-friendly bank. Caitlin, I'm sorry, great to have you today. But
thank you.
Do you think it's really the retail investor who's interested in this product, or is it more for institutions who really can't deal with straight Bitcoin?
Well, certainly a lot of institutions like 401k plans and some IRAs need the product rather than Bitcoin itself. But there's certainly also a lot of retail interest in this. What everyone should be aware of, though, as you correctly said in the intro, is that this is not Bitcoin. It's not the same thing. And very likely the returns, if passed as prologue, are going to lag actual underlying Bitcoin by a quarter to a third. So there's a big tracking error in futures-based ETFs, in commodities, cash-settled futures-based ETFs, and everyone should expect that.
Would you be more in favor of, what would we call it, a cash Bitcoin ETF? Or do you really believe, not your keys, not your coin, if you want Bitcoin, literally, physically try to take custody of it and don't get involved with these kinds of products?
Well, that is definitely the best way to own Bitcoin because you don't have counterparty risk. Bitcoin is an asset that's not anyone's IOU. And as a result, you have the ability to be your own bank, to own it yourself, but you do have to take personal responsibility to educate yourself, invest in yourself in the knowledge of how to manage your private keys. The problem is that many don't want to do that. And as a result, we typically, they're looking for wrapped products like this. However, there are better ways to own Bitcoin than a cash-settled futures ETF.
Sure, although it's understandable that a lot of people don't want to deal with all the steps of physical custody and that kind of thing. Let me just pivot, and again, as somebody who's kind of I don't want to call you a diehard, but maybe a longtime Bitcoiner, what are your concerns about the price action today, specifically about some of the leverage, kind of the credit creation within the system? I thought you had a great line the other day about how people always warned that Wall Street would ruin crypto, but it's crypto itself where we're seeing this kind of speculative activity. What are your concerns?
That's right. This is the first bull market post-halvening bull market where we've seen leverage. For those who are not familiar, Bitcoin does have a very distinct four-year cycle that is tied to what's called the halvening, where the inflation rate of Bitcoin is cut in half every approximately 4 years. And we typically see big bull markets coming not that long after the halvening. The last one was in May 2020. And this is following the previous historical pattern really pretty well. And so what we've seen, though, this time is that because of all the financialization, we're seeing a lot of leverage that has entered into these markets. And it can cause price swings. And certainly I would say in the last few days, there have been a lot of investors waiting for the ETF approval. It is a positive sign, but it is a double-edged sword for the reasons we talked about earlier, where we're getting a lot more paper claims to Bitcoin than there are real Bitcoins. And there is no lender of last resort for Bitcoin. There's no one who will ever make more than 21 million of them. It's impossible at this point. And therefore, there's a lot more risk of the price being swung around this time. And we don't know what it's going to do without a lender of last resort in the next correction.
And what would you say then to people who are looking to get in these days? I mean, and is there a reason why Bitcoin should be in a sort of class of its own when there's so many others to now pick from?
Well, it's interesting because there's a very good argument for Bitcoin to go higher. And again, if past is prologue with bull markets, we've seen that it can go quite a lot higher, and bull markets definitely tend to surprise people on the upside. However, the bear market drawdowns, I just put out a tweet referring to Pantera Capital's chart. The average bear market drawdown is 68% from the peak. So there's definitely a lot of price volatility. What we don't know about this time is how much the leverage is going to amplify that. There's a lot more liquidity, a lot more ways to buy Bitcoin, including now the ETF, where you can get exposure to the price differences. Again, that's not real Bitcoin, but what we don't know is how those are going to perform. I just saw in an article in the FT today a reference to over-collateralization of 30% on Bitcoin-backed loans. But when the average bear market drawdown is 68%, you can see how that math doesn't quite work.
Sure.
And some that have that kind of leveraged exposure might not survive the next bear market. So caveat emptor, do your homework. One of the great things about crypto Twitter is there have been so many people explaining to investors for free the issues with investing in futures-based ETFs. So go educate yourself. There's no substitute for that.
It would be a wild ride if we have something like a 75% drawdown, which is not, it's not what you're saying, but kind of directionally hinting at sort of how the system is set up. Caitlin, I really appreciate it. Thank you for your time today and kind of explaining some of the architecture to us and this latest product. We appreciate it.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Caitlin Long is the chair and CEO of Avanti Bank. Coming up, Senate Democrats are expected to propose a new threshold for bank accounts to report inflows and outflows to the IRS after big blowback. We have the latest details from D.C. when we come back. Welcome back to the exchange, everybody. We're pretty close to session highs. Dow's up 180, 200 high water mark so far of the day. We're up 31 at the lows. 0.5% gain. Dow's actually trailing the S&P and Nasdaq, both of which are up about 0.7%. Here are some of the movers we're watching this hour. The semiconductors ETF, the SMH, higher again today, up, there it is, no, that's NXP. Anyway, the whole sector's up about 2%. It's only about 3% away from last month's record. Corvo, On, NXP, KLA, Lam are all participating. Speaking of chips, Marvell is hitting a record high after Jim Cramer said he's trimming his charitable trust position in the stock as a way to raise cash. It's gaining about 1.25% today. Jim says he's locking in a gain of 180%. He's still a long-term believer in the name and would be a buyer, he says, on a pullback. If you want more of those insights, you can read all about Jim Cramer's trades in his new newsletter, the CNBC Investing Club. Sign up by heading to cnbc.com/investing club or pointing your phone's camera at that QR code on the screen. Now to Tyler Matheson for a CNBC News update. Hi, Tyler.
Hey, Kelly, thank you. And here's what's happening at this hour. Near Houston, a jet with 21 people on board crashed and caught fire. A McDonnell Douglas MD-87 failed to gain altitude when it tried to take off from Houston's executive airport. The FAA says all passengers and crew escaped and only one person was injured. South Carolina lawyer Alex Murdaugh has been denied bail and ordered to receive a psychological evaluation. This in connection with the second set of charges he has faced since finding his wife and son dead last June. Prosecutors allege Murdaugh used insurance payments meant for sons of his housekeeper to instead pay off his own debts. And Facebook has agreed to the largest civil penalty ever to settle claims it discriminated against U.S. workers by reserving jobs for immigrants. Facebook will pay $4.75 million to the federal government and up to $9.5 million to eligible victims. And China says rocks it brought back from the moon show lunar volcanic activity lasted far longer than previously thought. Scientists say the volcanoes were still erupting on the moon until 2 billion years ago. That's about 800 million years later than current estimates. And on the news, the $10 billion replacement for the Hubble Space Telescope and what makes it the most complicated science mission ever launched. That's tonight on the news with Shep Smith at 7 Eastern. Kelly, back to you.
The next frontier, Tyler, thanks. And there could be a new meme stock on the horizon. We'll talk about that in Rapid Fire next, plus home furnishing headaches and something Walmart this way comes. Stay with us. We're back after this.